Okej, jeśli chodzi o tego live'a, to on będzie krótszy niż ten poprzedni, z tego powodu, że... A i oczywiście czego nie sprzątanie po imprezie, super. Że potem chyba będę musiała iść tak naprawdę, więc... No więc nie zobaczymy tym razem wszystkiego. Dobrze, nitki mam piękne. No ale też zaczną się podsumowania. Oczywiście niedługo też przejdziemy... Dobra, udało się uploadnąć pierwsze już filmiki. Zastanawiam się jeszcze, czy Instagrama jeszcze kręcić. I też to jakoś zyskało. No to jak... Undergainem, no. Może wiecie, potem tak się pojawią rzeczy. Tak, ale tutaj nie ma żadnych efektów jak na razie. Ale chyba też zauważam czasami to, że na YouTubie... W ogóle YouTube Shorts to jest... Chyba, włączymy za chwilę kamerę. No to tak inaczej mam. Aczkolwiek może pieniądze z tego... A pozwolę się rozwinąć. A, dobra. Nie, muszę włączyć jeszcze tą aplikację, to Elgato Cam. No i tutaj się powinnam pojawić. Dobra. O! Dobra, siema. Dobra, chwilę, tutaj jest delay, ale jestem. No zobaczymy, jak się tym razem będzie prezentował Day 2. Tak jak przypomnijmy, że różnica pomiędzy Raging Boltem a Rage Drago wynosiła tylko 1%. Dosłownie 1%. Więc no nie było aż tak dużo tych smoków. Ale też to też wynika z... No i też Lugia zniknęła, jakby ktoś nie zauważył, z tego powodu, że właśnie odkąd właśnie Miraidon wygrał, no to dużo osób wybrało deck z Miraidonem, przez co Lugia stała się trochę mało opłacalnym deckiem. No bo od czasu zwycięstwa Sacramento dużo osób wzięło w Miraidona. No... Być może Miraidon przetrwa, nie wiemy dokładnie w sumie, czy... Tutaj counter game już będzie w tym Trapagosie, co nie jest takim głupim pomysłem. Counter game pozwala oczywiście... No zobaczcie, że Trapagos bardzo często wykorzystuje tyły. Co ja na przykład zrobiłam ostatnio w Trapagosie, że... Brian Kerslast i 5 tańców w jedną turę.
1,662 players started our Stuttgart Regional Championship. Now we have 305 masters remaining. Surging Sparks has shocked the field with new decks challenging the old. At the end of today,
Tak, zobaczymy teraz ile Soroledge będzie. Bo poprzednio z Soroledge żaden się nie dostał, tak jak wspomniałam. No, tutaj jest ogólnie ta przewaga, że...
We'll be taking you through all the action. My name is Mike Ellis. I'm joined by Amy Wosley, Freya Pierce and Alex Dow, who took you through yesterday's action. And of course...
A jeszcze mieliśmy pokaz pilot kontrola w wykonaniu osoby LBGT. Która mogła pójść sobie na koledzy, bo sobie miała co świętować tak naprawdę. Aczkolwiek Pidgeot Control jest też takim strasznie underrated deckiem. Ja sama grałam Pidgeot Controlem i to jest taki super. To jest tak elastyczny deck w swoim konstrukcie, że ja go uwielbiam po prostu. Ja bym oddała Charizarda za Pidgeot Controla. się okaże, że ja kuźwa straciłem formy do agrodecków, ja będę lecieć na kontrolę. Przypominam, że następnym przystankiem będzie Birmingham w Wielkiej Brytanii, no i dopiero potem Londyn. Ach, ale warto zaznaczyć, że może to być problem dla niektórych graczy z Polski, z tego powodu, że wiecie, no to Brexit, droższe bilety lotnicze, no mało przyjemne rzeczy. Potem jest International w Londynie, potem mamy Sztokholm, we w Szwecji. Nie wiem, czy to jest już Sztokholm, czy Malmo?
The World Championships. Yeah, exactly. The top 125 of Europe will be taking their invite, and all those players who win the regionals also get their guaranteed invite. There's so much CP on the
tak, i potem będą te specjalne eventy, między innymi Bolgoci. Swoją drogą, akurat tam było bardzo dużo Włochów i na przykład włoscy gracze preferują koszulki z artami. Co widać na przykład po jednym z popularniejszych graczy, na przykład Cremasoli, który bardzo często się prezentuje w tych artówkach właśnie. Więc tak, w międzyczasie to będę szykował, bo przekonałam się jednak, bo miałem stopnizmy. Muszę tak, wózeczek, alkazał i ten brega. Chyba, że... No, oczywiście hajsik. $1,000, 108 booster packs to boot. Imagine trying to fit that in your case if you hadn't equated for it. I mean, not bad for a weekend of playing cards, is it? Ale ogólnie fajny live tutaj w tym przypadku, bo akurat poprzedni live był bardzo różnorodny, dostawaliśmy różne deki, co bardzo fajnie było, powiem szczerze, że nie opieraliśmy się tylko na tych metapopularnych deków. Mieliśmy Pidgeot Controla, mieliśmy Archaludona, mieliśmy Charizarda, Lostboxa, wszystko dosłownie. I nawet Dragapulta z torcami, który co ciekawe tym razem poszedł bardzo... Tym razem mamy godnego gracza, który... No i to jest przypomnienie, kto się dostaje. Dostał się m.in. Rahul Randy ze swoim krabem na Terrapagosie. Mamy oczywiście Matsa na Jensena właśnie z Pozostałym. Ten Robin Schulz, czyli założyciel strony Limites, nie wiemy czym gra Robin. Mamy oczywiście jeszcze Juliusa Benfleta z Regi Drago. Więc to są, kto tam się dostaje, no to są, ale to jest kilka nazwisk, które oczywiście się dostały. Tak, no powiem tak, że no mi się podoba ten koncept. No tylko wiecie, bo to też oświeracasz kryształ na rzecz wózka. Trowley właśnie działa trochę jak Wikpas, tylko nie jest właśnie... So many of my lovely friends in day 2 here, but also in juniors. They're doing fantastic. 2 brothers who come to my locals. I actually taught them how to play, and they're both, I think it's 7-1-1 at the moment because they've ID'd into top. Oh, that's amazing. A similar story from me as well. Matt is one of my locals as well. I live in Denmark now. I think you might not guess it from the way. A czy ja się tutaj to... Tak, więc tort z pultami jest bardzo pozytywnym zaskoczeniem, że tak wysoko zaszedł. Chociaż co tu się dziwić. Japończycy wymyślili to jako kontrę na matchupy typu Raging Bolt, na których jest ciężko. What the morning? Pult! O ja się sunę! Pultorcy leci z koksem! Co ciekawe, mamy jeszcze takie osobistości oczywiście jak Manuel Johan, David Marrell, Mes Berninger. Więc widzę, że jak na razie prowadzi Torcopult i co ciekawe, on jest niepokonany, bo ma aż 9 wygranych, nie mając żadnej przegranej. Znaczy też jeszcze wcześniej widzieliśmy raczej z Unshit Boxem, ale to niezależnie od wersji, Dragapult ma akurat bardzo dobry matchup na Unshit Boxa. Ale, nie no, jestem coraz bardziej trochę przekonana do tego, że jednak... Znaczy też chyba teraz po prostu też jestem nieco miałem stopinizmu, a potem nie wiem, czy chyba potem się już zaczęłam przekonywać do tego Pulsu Torca. Z tego powodu, że właśnie pojawiły się już takie bardzo dużo lepsze listy ogólnie. Które nawet mają też jeszcze Gastos. No. Tak, więc tak. Torcpult jest nieśmiertelny. Choć to jest wariant trzeci, który przetrwa rotację akurat, no bo tam chyba praktycznie w ogóle nic nie rotuje. Wszystko co najważniejsze jest. Odkurzacz, heavy ball, ale to wszyscy tracą, uwierzcie. Więc no jedyny wariant, który nie wytrzyma, to jest z losboxem, ale to dlatego, że sam losbox wypada, ale reszta wariantów z rotomem może być dwóch ciężej, z Tidgetem też faktycznie. No tutaj przypomnienie player, których chcemy, czyli między innymi Losow Podlesi, Brennan Torison, no i Nina Elżeber, Esztemblater. Słaby niemiecki. Ale się już tak powoli przekonuje do tego Torsopulta. No mi się nie chce po prostu. Znaczy chyba tak będziemy grali tego Dragapultem, czyli po prostu będziemy taką. Zresztą też ja sobie chyba z jednej strony jest to ciekawy wariant, no bo też bardzo mocno mi przypomina moją giratinę, w której ja też właśnie używając puffa robię dysrupcję na wszystkim. I ten gagatek może pomóc. A, postanowiłem przerobić deck Torca właśnie na Torsopulta. No i tak, tutaj przypomnienie jak wyglądało Day One i tutaj właśnie warto zaznaczyć, że tutaj ta różnica była dużo mniejsza w Day One względem Boltów, bo aż 1%, czy jakieś parę deków mniej po prostu. No to jest właśnie to przypomnienie, Miraidon 8, 6 losboxów. No losbox akurat jest też deckiem trudnym, no bo no ja mam już doświadczenie w losboxie, więc to wiadomo, że ja sobie dam radę z losboxem. Nie, no ja już grałem losboxem już bardzo długo, więc ja wiem jak to jest grać losboxem. Dragapult? No to jest chyba ta wersja z kryształem, bo jestem też Dragapult z Torcem, on jest tak łącznie jednak, więc też chyba on się liczy, tylko wtedy to jest Torsopult akurat. Ja tu nazywam Torsopultem. Kurde, jak, no zresztą wariant Torsopulta jest taki midrange, bo to jest taka mieszanina kontrola z agro. Bo Torc jest tylko jako kupię sobie czas, by się rozstawić. Torcik się grzecznie tutaj rozkłada, pooatakuje sobie, a potem wchodzi Dragapult. Kroby! Co tu się odwaliło? Co tu się odwaliło? Teraz ta różnica jest kolosalna. Regidrago 13% i zaskoczenie Klow 10%! O kurwa! Co ciekawe 6% action boxów, Miraidony 3, no i co ciekawe dostał się Archaludą i znowu nie ma żadnego Celu Reg'a. Kurwa! Chyba dostaliśmy największe zaskoczenie tej mety. Tak! 10% krabów. 10% krabów. W Day 2. No właśnie, chyba kraby się tutaj podrobiły. No, trochę spadło, ale warto zaznaczyć, że krabów aż tak dużo nie było, kurde, nie był nawet w topce Day One, a tutaj nagle BUM! Kraby stanowią 10% populacji tej mety. Przewyższyły nawet same Raging Bolty. No ale co tu się dziwić? Że mam Uruguru, jest to oczywiście krab z Tarapagosa, który też dostał buffa. Też bardzo ciekawy koncept, co nie? Brud bonetem podtruwamy. No i mamy jeszcze te peczaranty, które baby. No, ale ja się zdziwiłam, powiem szczerze, no wiem. Ze mną wszystko jest zajebiście. Tak, zaskoczenie met. 10% klofów. A, i też trochę podrosła populacja tarapagosów. Więc let's go. Tak, 10% klofów. Nikt się tego nie spodziewał w sumie. Rajdony też się dostały, ale widać, że nie dominują aż tak mocno. Lugi w ogóle nie ma, bo Lugia, no jakby na to nie patrzeć, trochę osłabła przez to, że właśnie dużo ludzi wybrało mi Rajdona, przez co musiała się schować w cień. Wiecie, Torcy się schować w cień, no to jeszcze by było, ale niestety, albo stety. Ale fakt, 10% krabów. To jest największe zaskoczenie tej Day 2, jakie można znaleźć. No bo nie spodziewaliście się, że mendek, znaczy niektórzy to nazywają trochę mendekiem, właściwie będzie dominował. I to zaraz koło Regi Drago. Tym bardziej, że na przykład można użyć na przykład kraba, tego baby pecheranta, żeby właśnie... No bo to jest ten koncept, właśnie, bo Oruguru pozwala na wyszukanie Pokémon Tuli, czyli możemy na przykład wyszukać poprzez Oruguru wspomnianych na przykład booster kapsułkę, która jest bardzo ważna do... Ale powiem tak, to jest największe zaskoczenie meczy. Co ciekawe, też dostały się Airship Boxy, co też jest dla mnie też dużym zaskoczeniem, no bo Airship Boxa dawno nie było. A jednak też wrócił. Ale klof z tarapagosami to jest dość mocne.
It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the pressure intensifies.
Ale trzeba przyznać, jest to naprawdę dobre. To jest takie zaskoczenie. 10%. Jak na taki deck, który... To jest deck, którego byście się nie spodziewali w sumie, że zdominuje. Będzie drugim dominującą metą. Do niego przejdziemy, bo już wcześniej coś tam osiągało, ale to nie wiem, chyba się zmieniły plany. Co do filmu, to raczej będzie krab. Bo ten krab mnie tu, powiem szczerze, mocno zaskoczył. Znaczy ja mam też tego Oruguru. Wózki wideo trzeba kupić w 2 sztukach. No i pozytywne zaskoczenie jest faktycznie ten torcopult, bo ma te konstrukcje. Zresztą on tam używa tego scrolla, który jak się go wyewoluuje, to nie możesz na przykład Night Stretchera użyć, a są popularne te Night Stretcher. Wyjmować coś z dyskardu, czyli wtedy Night Stretcher jest zepsuty. Ale rzeczywiście, no, krab pozytywny dla mnie zaskoczeniem jest. Muszę przyznać, bo... No, znaczy już Rahul Randy pokazał oczywiście potęgę tego kraba, więc żeby się dziwić w sumie. Ale to jest taki deck, którego nikt się nie spodziewał. No, tylko on może osłabnąć, bo niestety nie będzie double turbo. Może być trochę ciąg. Ale serio, to jest takie zaskoczenie dla mnie. Nikt by się tego nie spodziewał.
The script very specifically says that it has to be if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during the last turn, and Pokemon checkup is between turns, it's not during a turn. So yeah, it is way to play around it.
Well, we speak about seeing a lot of Pheasantipity, and I think we saw a lot of it over in LAIC where you were,
yes.
And there was a lot of the decks that are very similar to this event, but consequently, the meta's changed a little bit thanks to Miraidon and some other, a few little picks here, but this was the top 8.
To jest top
And I think it's
8
important to note
w
as well, this was
LACA.
the last really big tournament in the Stellar Crown format. You know, normally for the ICs they end up being like your first tournament in a new format, but this was the last tournament in an old one. So yeah, Ready Drago was dominant as ever, has been for a while now. But Ilya coming in there with the
No
golden
jak to
go,
wratuje.
and that
No ale
definitely
szkoda, że
gets
kraba
out
potem
to the end
też
pro.
nie będzie, bo
And
teraz
slots
będzie
being taken
jeszcze
by Charizard,
gorzej.
Gardevoir and Terrapago. So
No ale
only a
no
Ready
chyba,
Drago
że
show, as it
faktycznie
were.
wyprintują double core
Well,
z
the
energię,
Touch, as
które
mentioned,
rzeczywiście
will
jeszcze
maintain
były
themselves in every
sprawiły
format and just be better or worse picked
jeszcze
based off of
mocniejszy.
what other decks are about. I know Charizard EX is doing very well right now. A lot of our top tables have Charizard on. I think there's a Charizard mirror match on our second table.
Oh, there you go.
And that's off the back of Miraidon doing well and a lot of these fast racing two-prizer decks where Charizard is able to disrupt them early and put a big Charizard EX in the active spot that cannot be knocked out. So good to see that continue its success.
Yeah, I mean, Charizard EX 330 HP is so huge, and I remember, we don't see it so much now, we're seeing these builds more lean towards perhaps saying the secret box or like the Prime Catcher is the classic one, but I remember the builds of Charizard EX with Hero's Cape.
Oh, yeah.
And then you have dealing with
No.
430 HP Charizard, is like, how do you even ever deal with that?
And this was that final. It seems like we're having a lot of mirror match finals recently.
Mam nadzieję, że
This
tym
was,
razem może
Reggie
jakiegoś
Drago
Mirrora
V
nie
Star
będzie, no bo
LAC,
byłoby trochę
which
dziwnie
definitely
oglądać
inspired the meta to
Mirory.
be very heavily of this
Aczkolwiek
deck
Tortsopult
in
w takim
Sacramento.
wariancie ma szansę na top 8, no od Jensena, no bo 9-0 to 0, czyli 9 wygranych bez żadnej przegranych i remisów, to jest już realna szansa na top 8. Nawet jak to przerżnie, to wciąż on ma realną szansę dostania się na top 8. Więc zobaczymy Tortsopulta w finale.
Reggie Drago V-Star back in Silver Tempest when it came out. Lugia came out with it and dominated the format. And that card kind of sat by the sideline waiting for more dragon type
No i co
attacks
ciekawe
to
też
come out.
dużo
And
unshit
once
boxu,
Dragon
co
Ball
oznacza, że to jest taka
Kieran,
pożywka dla
now we see a
pultów,
whole
bo
Dragon types in there,
Polty
whether it's
ogólnie mają
Giratina,
bardzo dobry matchup
even
na
low
unshit boxa. Ja już grałem właśnie z
decks
kolegą,
are the
który
ones
gra
that,
unshit boxem,
grow
to
as the
przyszedł,
format develops.
ja
There's
go
more
trochę
options
rozwaliłem.
available to them, and it needed that Ogerpon just
No.
to create the
No i potem
attack.
też nie późniejszej gry dopiero wygrał, bo udało mu się podbić damage tak, by nie załatwić, no, ale potem było
It wasn't really until the Teal Mask Ogerpon came in that the
Ale
right
zresztą
energy
Curem.
acceleration was there. Because I think some people were experimenting before with Reggie Drago V-Star and Gardenia's Vigor that lets you draw 2 cards and attach 2 grass energies, but it was never quite consistent enough. So, but you know, being able to draw cards with Teal Dance, then use Energy Switch, way better, and that is why Reggie Drago is arguably one of, if not the best deck in format now.
Yeah, and Arceus V started a little stint with Reggie Drago. And I think the weird thing about that is the Reggie Drago V Star's ability, the V Star ability is so powerful that you kind of want to use that in pretty much every game you play it. So it's good to see it's come to fruition and been one of the most successful decks. And I think it also is one of the highest skill decks, which allows our top players to express their level of play, which is why we're seeing a lot of the good players picking it up and consequently taking it all the way through to those finals.
Yeah, and also interesting to see the kind of evolution of the deck, because at first it went very straightforward with mainly as just Dragapult and the Giratina V-Star to do the one-hit knockout to set up the numbers, but now we saw the build with that Miloslav one with it went back to that sort of like toolbox of attackers, like you said, the Hisuian and Guja V-Star, and especially that Kyurem with the devastating Trifrost attack, which we saw used to great effect yesterday.
Yeah, 100%. Well, if you guys are tuning in just now, we are waiting for our round 10 to finish up. We will be joining the action at round 11. Currently, our players are trying to rush to the top of the Swiss, where there'll be 12 rounds of action. So we'll catch 2 rounds of Swiss, followed by our asymmetrical top cut, and you'll get to see the best players rising to the top. Right now, there are a lot of very good players on those top tables, so you definitely want to stick around and see what they've been cooking up in the Surging Sparks format.
I mean, I could give like a brief rundown here, just having a look. So yeah, Mads and Julius will be facing off on like the top tables. That will be an Ironthorn's Dragapult against a Reggie Drago V-Star that we saw yesterday, and then Oyvind and Arnie in a finished face-off, and that's the one we mentioned. It's the Charizard mirror match. And going a bit further down, we see some Claw, we see some more Reggie Drago, more Charizard. But like, it was like, oh, Maze, we do have an update. Did lose just now against Yuho playing Claw. Maze played Terrapagos, not Tal, so perhaps no surprise there. Claw also preying on the fighting weakness of Terrapagos as well as the fighting weakness of Miraidon.
Yeah, Terrapagos came in at a tough time because fighting weakness was definitely one of the worst weaknesses to have with so many great fighting type attackers, whether it was the ancient Pokemon, they often sprinkled in either the Slitherwing to deal with Iron Hands. And so Iron Hands, one of the strongest Pokemon in the format, had a target on its back, and then Terrapagos got caught in the crossfire, and consequently now Clawf is really punishing Terrapagos and the Miraidons.
Yeah, and also to that exact point, I think this is the moment where I have to do my walk of shame, as it were, as I think we had the Casa prediction. So just as a reminder for ourselves and everyone at home, and yeah, that's...
we both got targeted.
This wasn't it. This was not it, unfortunately. Yeah, we both got targeted in our own ways. But, like, the counter deck to Miraidon also plays your card, though. So it's kind of like, you know...
That's true. Trapgos is doing great.
Yeah, just not in the way we expected.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily think of it with Clorf, but that's why Trapgos is such a great card, because it is that splashable Terra-type Pokemon that allows you to unlock the Area 0 Underdepths.
Yeah, and actually, I will give myself some credit here. Point my way, counter gain. I feel mega chuffed with that pick, especially featuring Emma on the stream yesterday. I said it was exactly like it came to fruition. I said this card is underrated, it's underutilized. I remember how good it was during the Sun and Moon era. There's going to be some deck that makes use of it to great effect, and the answer was Sylveon, apparently.
Yeah, Pidgeot Control is always looking to find ways to reduce the attack cost, because you don't have that energy acceleration that a lot of other decks have. So if you can reduce, and you're often behind as well, so counter gain works there. And you often play Arven too, so you've got a good way to find those tools. So counter gain, I think, fits nicely into that Pidgeot Control archetype.
Although, like we discussed yesterday, Emma very clearly noted as a comment on her deck list, this is not a Pidgeot Control deck. So, like, we got to take a word on that one.
Yeah, well, you guys are being very patient here, waiting for the games, and we featured 12 different decks yesterday. And so what we want to know from you is, which of the decks that we didn't feature do you want to see on stream? I think a lot of those decks like Raging Bolt, Miraidon might have fallen out of favor a little bit, but maybe we can show your favorite deck that didn't get a chance to be seen. But also, it's a new day. Maybe we'll just show some of the decks we showed yesterday again.
Yeah, either way, make sure you get in touch with us, like we already mentioned, but worth mentioning again on the socials, especially using that hashtag PlayPokemon on X and Instagram. We'll be looking at your posts throughout the day, and if we get the time, we'd love to feature some for you guys at home. Also mentioned yesterday, worth mentioning again today, add a photo. Just a little hint for you guys.
Photos always go down a treat, and a lot of people have been sharing their journeys here at the event, and I think it's one of those where you guys at home might not know what it's like at a regional, but it's a long day. These guys are competing for sort of 8-9 hours trying to play through all of these rounds, sometimes even longer if the rounds go on a little while. And so it is a huge experience for them. But if they do get knocked out, you think, oh, you know, you don't get 2 days of action. Yeah. There's plenty going on today. Lots of people are competing in side events and making sure they get the most out of their trip.
Yeah, absolutely having a good time. Now, I've mentioned it before, of course, I competed in a lot of events. You've kind of joined like a little bit more recently, but how many of like these big regional level events have you done, and like having experienced that firsthand, how would you describe it from your perspective?
I do a lot of local events.
Okay.
Any of the events that I can make, I'm normally here on this side.
That's fair.
I might be competing in some events this year, and I'm very excited for it.
Yes.
The one event I did do, I got in with a last-minute ticket, and my sleep schedule was a bit out of sync, so I didn't do very well because I was very tired. And that's something that people forget, is you have to be looking after yourself, you know, eating, drinking well, getting good night's sleep, potentially in a room that's not your own. You know, you could be traveling from quite far, so you're in a hotel room. So there's a lot of factors that can affect these players, and obviously travel is tiring, especially if you come straight from work on a Friday evening. So there's a lot for these players to bear in mind, so they can play at their absolute best. And that's why we often see these top players start to rise in the later rounds, because they've got that experience.
It always feels like we're giving not just Pokemon advice, but general life advice for preparedness, right? So get to apply that in many situations, but works in Pokemon as well. Yeah, get your sleep, get your preparation in, and you're way more likely to succeed, as many of our top players often do multiple times over.
Well, we'll see who's going to rise to the top today. And for you guys, we want to try and show you lots of different games. But when it gets to that top 8, I wonder if we're going to see something similar to the last events, where it's dominated by a certain few decks, or whether we're going to see the variety that we've seen on stream and across the tables echo in the top. We haven't seen a top 8 where every deck has been different for a while.
No, we haven't. So it could happen. But of course, in Sacramento, you ended up with it looked quite neat in a way. It was Miraidon at the top 1 and 2, and then Golden Go, and then 5 Regidrago V-Stars in a row. That's how it ended up. So maybe we could see something more along the lines of that, or more of a variety. Who knows? Maybe. I mean,
dominated by Clorf.
All Clorf.
Well, speaking of the decks that are dominating, let's have a little chance to break down Clorf as a deck. I know a lot of you might be hearing us say Clorf, 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 and what does that actually mean about the deck? It's one of the coolest decks in the format right now, because it gets to utilize a mechanic that is infrequently seen at the top decks of Pokemon, utilizing special conditions with that poison, inflicting damage between turns, and also allowing you to hit bigger numbers, whilst also engaging the effect of Clorf that it does more damage when it is poisoned itself.
Yeah, the unhinged scissors, 30 damage, and then 160 more if it's affected by a special condition, poison being the one that's easiest to do because you have, of course, that brute bonnet, which has the toxic powder ability, where if it has an ancient booster energy capsule attached to it, once per turn you can poison both active Pokemon. So normally poisoning your own Pokemon is pretty bad, but in this instance you want the poison on the Clorf so you can get that extra damage in with the unhinged scissors, and then, yeah, normally you attach a double turbo energy to it, so that reduces the damage by 20, but still 170 damage on a single prize attacker. It's pretty good.
Especially when it's a fighting type attacker and that hits all the weaknesses. And then the Terapagos has allowed the deck to hit those bigger numbers that otherwise Clorf would have struggled with.
Absolutely.
So the deck is finding itself in a great position at this event.
And double duty as well, because Terapagos, of course, being a Terra Pokemon, it enables you to make use of that Area 0 underdepth, so it lets you go wider on the bench and have like more support Pokemon to be prepared for all sorts of situations, as we saw used very effectively yesterday in the hands of Rahul Reddy.
Well, Clorf has changed a lot over the years. It used to play with some cards that we no longer have in the format, but I think it's still interesting to find out how Clorf used to work.
Hello trainers, I'm Amy Worsley and we're back to talk about one of the most outrageous decks in the format, Clorf! Clorf's Unhinged Scissors does 30 damage plus an extra 160 if it's affected by a special condition. To achieve this, we use Brute Bonnet with an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached to use its Toxic Powder ability to poison Clorf and your opponent's active Pokemon. But that's not all. Here comes Radiant Hisuian Sneasler and its ability Poison Peak, adding another 2 damage counters to the existing 10 between turns to your opponent's Pokemon for poison. Clorf traditionally uses double turbo energy to attack, requiring us to only need to attach a single card to this crustacean to cause chaos. So we're dealing 170 base damage with a bonus 30 from poison, adding up to a crazy effective 200 damage. And if that's not enough for you, give your Clorf a Binding Mochi to do another 40. Not only is 240 damage rather unhinged, but if the opponent's active Pokemon was knocked out by said poison damage, it prevents them from being able to use Serendipity, flip the script, and prevents Unfair Stamp. Pecharunt is a new addition to this deck, giving loads of early game pressure with its ability Toxic Subjugation, allowing you to put 5 extra damage counters on the opponent's active Pokemon during Pokemon Checkup. Add Radiant Hisuian Sneasler's ability on top, and we're dealing a hugely impactful 70 damage to the opponent's active, which is enough to KO loads of threats in the early game, such as Charmander, Dreepy, and Ralts, all before they get the opportunity to evolve, for 0 energy cost. Hisuian Electrode V also rolls its way into this deck comfortably, as not only does it attack for Tantrum Blast, do 100 damage for each special condition affecting itself, it takes 0 energy to use this attack. And if we give Hisuian Electrode V some very fashionable, super effective glasses, we can cause an explosive 330 damage to a Charizard EX after calculating weakness and poison damage for a one-hit KO. These Pokemon make a seriously toxic team. Will any of our players follow in their dastardly footsteps this weekend? Let's find out.
Well, there we go. I mean, it has changed a little bit now with the Terapagos being added in.
Absolutely.
But ultimately, it still works the same.
Yeah, and we saw the video yesterday. We've traded in our curries for Mochi in this instance, I think, in terms of the damage buff. So, yeah, the Spicy Season Curry used to use that to put the burn on the Hisuian Electrode V as a partner for extra damage. But now we're using Terapagos as the partner instead to get that extra damage in.
Well, there's a few other decks that we'd love to talk about, and I think the key for me is the fusion thing that we're seeing going on. We just mentioned Clorf plus Terapagos equals good deck, and currently our only unbeaten player is 9-0 with Iron Thorns plus Dragapult, and this is something that you see throughout the history of Pokemon. Good decks that can be a bit better if they had a different coverage of the format. If you fuse them together with another archetype, you can often make them into something special, and in this case, Iron Thorns has great matchups, Dragapult has different great matchups, put them together and they cover the whole meta.
Oh, hold on a second. I just got word in my ear. Mads has won again. He is 10-0-0. Does that basically almost like lock him in for like the top cut?
Pretty much, yeah. I think that's a pretty safe spot to be. So very impressive run, and I think so humble yesterday when speaking to him, you know, not had a top 8 yet, I believe.
No, he's had a few good results. He had a few, you know, advancing to day 2 of the tournament, but getting all the way to being almost a position to be locked in for top cut, no, never had that before. So he's going to be absolutely over the moon with himself right now, I'm
And
sure.
to pick such a unique deck as well. We love to see that when players come in with something a little bit different, a little bit spicier, and on this occasion it was that fusion archetype that seems to come through.
To be fair, not a completely unknown concept. We had seen some murmurs about it online, some people experimenting with online tournaments, even in in-person tournaments, but this is the first time I think it's had a really, really big breakout result, and it's a proof that the archetype is real.
Yeah, I think I've had a few times where I've played against it and thought, oh, I'm playing against Iron Thorns, right, okay, we don't put any of our EX abilities out, there we go, right, we're playing it correctly, and then they bring out the Dragapult and you're like, oh,
Hold on a second.
I've got to play it differently and I've got to do this, and so you have to switch up on the fly, and I think the unknown factor of it when you flip over the cards can often be a huge benefit, because you play so differently into Dragapult and into Iron Thorns, so consequently you might have caught a few people off guard early on, and are now showing the power of the deck now that everyone's got an understanding of what Mads is playing.
Yeah, and we can go ahead and take a look at the deck here. Of course, this is more focusing around specifically the Iron Thorn TX by itself, but it's still great to break down what the kind of card and archetype does as a whole. That initialization ability prevents rule box abilities on non-future Pokemon from activating, so it shuts down so much of the format, and then you can also play options like Judge and Crushing Hammer to disrupt your opponent's hand, get rid of their energy, and then maybe even like a Pokemon Catcher Heads to bring something up as well. There's so much going for Iron Thorns as a card.
Well, our 2024 World Champion deck is still relevant in the format. I think a lot of people thought it might be a one and done kind of deck, just a viable option at that event, but it has evolved a lot. We've seen people combining Iron Thorns with a few other cards like Mimikyu and Cornerstone Ogerpon to cover the matchups where Iron Thorns wasn't as strong, and consequently now we're seeing the extreme end of the spectrum where you've got a whole other deck combined with Iron Thorns, so working really well out here in the hall, and I wonder if anyone else who's playing it has had a little breakthrough, because I know there was a little testing group of them who all played a similar deck.
Yeah, and especially, I think it does make a lot of sense when you think about it more as a fusion, because essentially you can go either one of three ways with the deck. Either you can play it just as a Dragapult deck, you set up your Dragapults and attack like Dragapult usually would. You can play it as just an Iron Thorns deck if you know that, you know, just bringing Iron Thorns out, you're basically guaranteed to win because you're shutting down your opponent's game plan. Or you can do both. You can like lead with the Iron Thorns and then use the time that buys you to set a Dragapult behind it, and then come in and do the Phantom Dives to do really well.
I mean, I'm sure that sounds great in principle, but it takes a great player to master that and recognize the correct decisions. And this is where Dragapult is very different as an archetype, and we typically see it with that sparkling crystal to try and get an early Dragapult attack off as often as possible.
Yeah, the sparkling crystal, when it's a really powerful aspect when it's attached to a Terra Pokemon, reduces all of its attack costs by one of any color, so very flexible there. And then Dragapult as a whole is a very flexible card. We've seen it used as an attacker in Regidrago V-Star, just with that Phantom Dive attack for only 2 energy, a fire and a psychic, 200 damage, and then 6 on the bench.
And if you just look in the bottom right there at the bad matchups, you've got Lugia V-Star, which Iron Thorns beats very comfortably, and Palkia V-Star, which Iron Thorns beats very comfortably.
You're just covering all your weaknesses, basically.
It's genius.
Yes. And then not only that as well, but I mean, I guess Snorlax control might still like be a little bit rough. That's something we should probably keep an eye out for, because we did see a few make their way into day 2.
Yeah, and Snorlax doing well now that Latiasi X is such a popular card, taking away a lot of those switch cards that were previously found in decks, and less Prime Catcher now, a bit more Secret Box in a lot of those kind of archetypes. So maybe this is the tournament for Snorlax to sneak through once they rise to the top with the best decks in the format.
Yeah, it seems that when Snorlax gets these wins at tournaments, it's by doing exactly that. It's by exploiting a point in the format where the conditions are just right, with the amount of switch cards not being played and the alternatives being played instead, for Snorlax to come in and say, no, with my block ability, you are just not playing the game and I'm going to win.
It was about 1 year ago when we saw Snorlax take on a top 8 of just pure Charizard. And I think one of the games was finished in about 5 minutes because the opponent went, I have no answer to Snorlax. It was like, I think it was Robin Schultz who literally went, nope, can't win.
That was at Stockholm, right?
Gdansk last over
yeah,
1 year ago. And that just shows you Snorlax control can sometimes find the right tournament and just dodge and weave the tougher matchups and find all of those good matchups.
Then it did happen again in Stockholm, where of course Azul GG came in and just swept the tournament with his Snorlax control there as well, in a similar kind of story.
It's just about timing for Snorlax, and while it is less popular, it often does better because less people are thinking about it. So definitely keep an eye out for Snorlax as an archetype here. And I'm sure you guys have heard the word Snorlax control, maybe had a chance to play against it, and I hope you're all right after the fact. But we have a wonderful archetype here, as you can see. But it does have some bad matchups. In particular, Iron Thorns can be tough for it just because it is able to disrupt that rotom and the draw engine of
That's
the deck.
very true, yeah, and again, that's another weakness of the Dragapult deck that Iron Thorns, the inclusion there, will cover, but
Genius.
yeah, accompanying Flute and Counter Catcher can force Pokemon into play to block with Snorlax, so yeah, when you try to play around it, these new tools kind of stop your opponent from being able to play around it, because your Pokemon aren't safe anywhere, and then you could just bring something into the active that your opponent can't retreat and win from there.
I think that's the key there. You said your Pokemon aren't safe anywhere, and that's what that accompanying Flute really allowed it to do. There was Erica's Invitation, where if a Pokemon was in your hand, it was always a worry. Potentially in the discard pile, there was ways to get it back out over the years of Snorlax's time, but now it's everywhere in play. You have to worry about your cards. So Snorlax definitely has an answer. It's just whether you have your own answers to deal with it.
Yeah, I can't think of many cards that exist that would be good enough to justify playing, that also make it so that you can guarantee there's no Pokemon on the top of your deck for accompanying Flute to pick out. That's kind of the sort of dilemma you end up being faced with.
Yeah, sometimes 2 or 3 accompanying Flutes early on take away the game completely,
Yeah.
right? And with Arven, you often see the Snorlax aggressively trying to fill up your bench, so definitely one to watch out. And for you guys who are wondering, this is what's happening right now. We have just finished our round 10, and these are where our players are sitting. As we mentioned, Mads with that Iron Thorns Dragapult currently 10-0, but a lot of big names making their way up to the top, 8-1-1 and higher.
Yeah, and it looks like in that Charizard pitch-up mirror match, Arnie did beat Irvin, so Arnie there moving to 9-1, going to be looking pretty for top 8 as well. Yuho, our LAIC champion, not from this season, but the season prior, also doing well there in 8-0-2.
And Tord Reklev didn't start so strong at this event, but is starting to climb.
Hello.
The back half of the tournament. 8-1-1 that you see there. So definitely all of these players in with a chance of making it into that top cut if they just keep winning.
Sneaky from Tord. Yeah, wait, we didn't see him at all yesterday, did we? And then suddenly he's here in the top 16.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of Swiss, is you can have players who have a slower start or start really strong and then fizzle out. It really does allow those best players to rise to the top because there's so many opportunities to continue your win streak.
Yeah, and speaking, which was semi-related, I think it's very important for us to take a look at the EU leaderboard as it stands currently, because of course, this is what it's all about ultimately. We see there the top 4 all have their invites through different means. You see Alberto, Daniel, Miloslav, and James, they're having won their invites either through IC top 4s or regional wins, and then going all the way down the ranking, you see how the numbers are kind of looking to have shifted so far.
What I really like about Europe is we have a lot of players who have got unique play styles and they play completely different decks. You know, people like Stefan Ivanov who popularized Palkia Dustnoir, got players like Mateusz who popularized Burnett. We have a lot of our strongest players in Europe who are very creative deck builders, and consequently you'll have had a chance to see them rise to the top with their own unique spin on an archetype.
Yeah, I mentioned Stefan Ivanov, of course, Johan as well, from a testing partner of Stefan over in that sort of the cracked Paris League that we talked about before, where there's so many good players there, and where a League Cup feels like as hard as a regionals to win just because of how strong the player base is.
Yeah, and all over Europe there's little havens of those, especially with the amount of siblings.
Oh yes.
You can imagine you turn up to both the Kammerman brothers there, or you know, turn up somewhere and you got the Schultz brothers playing, and that would be tough to deal with.
And it's a similar story in Denmark as well. Denmark is quite a small country, so pretty much all the top players in Denmark go to all the League Cups because there aren't like that many. And so, yeah, any Danish League Cup is so tough to do well, and I'm talking from personal experience.
And this is why a lot of them work together and often come with the same decks, and it is really powerful having that here in Europe, and it really does allow very different styles of play to form across the region, and so consequently we get to see lots of different decks here. In Sacramento we saw a lot of the top players leaning towards what could be considered the best deck in the format, and here everyone's got a different idea of what they consider to be the best.
Yeah, but a different idea of what's considered to be the best, but I think I'm going to make the bold prediction now. I actually think Cloth's taking on this event. I'm going to put my money on it. It's taken out my cast of prediction, so I'm changing lanes. I think Cloth is taking this event, you know.
That's a good shout. I mean, I predicted Terrapagos, so I kind of get covered by the Cloth doing well.
Sure do.
I'm sure there are some Terrapagos in there doing well. I thought this was an event for potentially the turtle, but consequently it needs to be in hands with that chaotic crustacean, I think Amy put it as, the claw coming through to help support the turtle to the top.
Yeah. Well, kind of almost unfortunately kind of backing up your point in a way, so Mace Blankmeyer is probably the highest ranking knocked out player.
Ja,
Just lose
coś?
to Yuho playing Cloth in that Swiss round 10 that just went.
Terrapagos came out on top either way.
A, jeszcze zgubienia.
A winner.
You covered all your bases without even realizing.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll be trying to get into our round round 11 as soon as possible for you. As mentioned earlier on, we have had round 9 and round 10 today here in Stuttgart, and we'll be following the action from around 11, and then we'll go all the way through to the end of Swiss, which is 12 rounds. Then we'll show you as many games as possible from that asymmetrical top cut. Now, anyone who's not seen a recent regional, the top cuts have the ability to be more than 8 people, so everyone who is on the 8th record equivalent, so if say the 8th place person has 29, everyone then who has 29 points below them will also get a chance to make it into that final.
Yeah, and this is a way to kind of counteract the whole thing with, you know, in the past, if you had a good enough record to make top 8, but you end up you being like on the bubble, of course, where the tiebreaker is done on the opponent's win percentage. So basically, the amount of games the people you played against won on that day, that's how the tiebreaker was done. And in the past, if it was bad enough, that was just it. Your tournament was over. Now, maybe you still have to. You have one more chance at least to be able to make it. You just have to play one more game and win it to make that top 8.
Well, we'll see how that pans out this event, whether we'll get a pure 8 top cut or whether there'll be lots of players bubbling through. Looking at that, the top tables, a lot of people on 8-1-1, so if all of them follow a similar journey of records, then we might end up seeing a big asymmetrical top cut. But for you guys, make sure you follow the channel and keep up to date with all the action, because we will be showing you some of the best games of Pokemon you've ever seen as the Surging Sparks meta starts to form here as the best players rise to the top.
Yes, absolutely. Now we're going to be, if you just joined us, we are now, as Mike was just saying, round 10 is over. We will be soon kicking off with our round 11 here in Swiss, and we will be going ahead with round 11 and 12, and then after that we will go to our asymmetrical top cut, and we will be, after that, crown our Stuttgart regional champion.
Stuttgart regional champion. It's a title that many have had before. This is our 3rd year in a row we've come back to Stuttgart. A very great venue. It's just bigger and bigger each time. I mean, there was over 1,600 players here, and consequently we had to get a bigger hall, which is great. It's great seeing that every single time we go to a repeat venue, having to get bigger and bigger space. We had it with Liverpool for 3 years running. We doubled the amount of players in Liverpool, and I think it's a similar story here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, I mean, now I guess Liverpool got so big, we're not even in Liverpool anymore. We're going to Birmingham instead. We're at the NEC.
Yeah, go to the biggest venue in the UK to try and fit all of these Pokemon players in, and so consequently the tournament has got wider, more new players getting involved, but it also means we're having more players traveling from further afield. We have players from Oceania, from North America here. I mean, just looking back at our last German event in Dortmund, we had a Japanese player and an American player in the final, so these players are traveling from further and further to try and get as many points as possible.
And why wouldn't you, right, with the points on the line, but also just the other cash prizes. We've seen players like Brent Tonneson do well enough at successive events that they can almost like bankroll their future travels, like you were alluding to earlier, and just use the prize money from the previous event to keep going and just go to as many tournaments as possible, keep accumulating those points and those wins.
Well, we mentioned earlier about how local scenes can be tricky due to the siblings. Well, our next matchup will be 2 players who have great siblings to practice with, so let's get to know one of them.
No, jest O, Owen Kamerman. Ogólnie bardzo zaczyna tam z 2 braci Kamerman, czyli właśnie, bo jest jeszcze Berman Cameron.
There were things that didn't make it good for Chimpao, so that's one thing I had to calculate for. The rest was mostly just looking at how the meta developed. There are many reasons I went for Meet VMAX. So first of all, I was already comfortable with the deck. I played it to like multiple events already, so I knew it in and out. The most important part is that the meta changed in such a way that, so there was Chimpao being played and Mew had a good Chimpao matchup, for example. It was fun to counter your own deck. And then and the rest of the meta also shaped up to a decent meta, so yeah. Day 1 already went like crazy. Like I faced 2 Charizard and a Roaring Moon, which are usually very unfavored matchups. Roaring Moon is winnable, Charizard seems very bad, but I somehow managed to clutch those into wins, and then end of the day 8-1. That was already crazy. Then day 2, I faced as again Charizard and Roaring Moon. This time I lost, but then won the other things, and then all the way then until the end, it just kept on going. I don't know what to say.
And then it's like Owen Kamerman.
Well, honestly, the coin flip was very important here, and I won the coin flip, so I was able to go second. And then when I saw my hand, if you're able to attack turn 1 with that hand, then you're like happy. So I saw that and I was like, okay, I can work with this. And then I had that both game 1 and game 3.
To jest u nich, u Grechtem, bo to są, jakby ktoś wiedział, Owen jest w Holandii.
So every tournament is also testing for Worlds, so first of all, need to stay in shape. So if I stop, I could technically stop now and not play, but that doesn't make sense. So I just continue competing, and I love competing in general. I love playing with my friends, against my friends. I really love the game, man.
Dobra, także już lepiej trochę to słońce. No jest Owen Kellerman! Owen Kellerman! Mający na koncie oczywiście Champion UAC w 2017, Pro Dortmund Championship w poprzednim sezonie, no jeszcze warto zaznaczyć, że w Ugrechcie też wygrał IAC Top 4 2023 i Lille Top 4! Tak, Owi jest po prostu... No i oczywiście mamy naszą już znaną z poprzedniego streama Kyle Lichterner, więc jest grubo. Tak, Kaja się dostała, jakby ktoś nie zauważył. Tak, więc mamy naprawdę bardzo ciekawą...
She's got a very strong family of players. All of them practice together, test together, and I think that's what we mentioned before this match. We often see these siblings do so well because it's a great way to practice. If you're living in the same house as people,
tak, warto zaznaczyć, że też gratuje jego brat Berman Kareman. Więc tak, nie spodziewaliście się jednak, że znowu zobaczymy Kaję na streamie ze swoim Terapagos. Choć widzę, że teraz ma zmienione koszulki. No, ciekawe czym gra tym razem Owen. Pochodząc z Holandii.
The meta in lots of ways because it hits big, but it's also a bit bigger than most things. So it's out of that 220 to 240 range that most decks are trying to knock out. So Golden Go sits very nicely against the basic EXs.
Yeah, he does. And you know, considering how much damage Golden Go does, I mean, you just have a little super dude. You're just having on the
Golden Go!
So much.
Holenderska szkoła poszła w stronę Goldengo, czyli mamy Goldengo kontra Terapagos. A nie, ona ma te same. Tak, czyli mamy naszego erowego księcia, jak to się mówi, który ostatnio wrócił za pomocą nowego Gimigula, który oczywiście może w drugiej turze nam wyjąć energię.
But for Kaya, really wants to try and get that Terapagos on board as fast as possible.
Yeah, absolutely does. Now the prizes went by quite quickly. We have them here just to give you a brief overview. Nothing too really detrimental for either player. I mean, free of like the different colors of energy.
Nie, ten kurwa, tak, co ciekawe, 3 energie, to są te różne energie. No, co oznacza to, że Owi gra Energy Search Pro, które pozwala na wyjmowanie tego. Ale tak jak mówię, no kto by się spodziewał, że Kaja podobnie tu zagra. No to jest jeszcze to wersja z palkiem.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one Hoot Hoot and 2 Noctowl there, as I believe though, like you rightly mentioned, 1 Pidgey and 2 Hoot Hoot already in hand, so she's got all the basics that she would ever want.
Yeah, and this is the question, is there an area 0 under depths to try and go really wide early on, but you do have to be careful with those stadium, losing them too early, but it will be great to set up in future turns. As we all know, Golden Go tends to be quite an aggressive deck, and the aggressive decks in the format not disrupting as often. There is one INO in Owen's list, but unlikely to be played early on unless Owen is struggling a little bit, so Kai won't be too annoyed if she sees it.
No dobra, no tutaj Kaja się bardzo ładnie rozłożyła.
Not go fully wide with the area 0 under depths. We're going to fill the board with Pidgey, a couple of Hoot Hoot, and over to Owen, who starts off with a Cypher Maniacs code breaking. Gonna have a look through, see what is prizing the deck and what isn't.
We love this card. I mean, we've seen it in the history of Pokemon. There's lots of cards that allow you to find 2 of any card you want, and they're always really overpowered and often have drawbacks. And on this occasion, the drawback is you put it on top of your deck. But you've got Golden Go that draws 2. You've got Greninja that draws 2. You've got Pokestop, which discards the top 3 cards, so you can very much control seeing those top 2 cards.
Yeah, you basically play a deck which turns Slice Maniac's code breaking, put 2 cards on top of your deck into put any 2 cards from your deck into your hand. So yeah, super powerful card in this archetype especially.
Sometimes early on though, it can be a little bit difficult to draw those two cards. You don't have the ability to get the Golden Goes online. There is one energy there and the Radiant Greninja in play.
So he's good.
So we'll be looking to try and establish as many of those gimme goals as possible.
Yeah, so I imagine we'll be going
Tak,
for a couple
widzę, że
of those
tutaj
buddy
Gimigulem,
pop
no
in,
tutaj
a
wchodzi
super
ten
powerful search card that's been a staple.
Cypher
pretty much
wybiera
every
dwie
single
karty,
evolution
które
setup
chce
that
dać
ever
pod
since it
spód
came
i
out.
resztę
When you play it,
tasuje.
of course, it does let you take any two basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less from the deck and put them straight onto your bench. A super, super powerful setup card.
Exactly. And there we do see Owen just shuffling up the rest of the deck. Those two cards on the table will be placed on top. And you can see Radiant Greninja will draw those two cards, and because he's going to be going back into the deck with the Buddy Poffin, not too much of an issue there. And as you mentioned, just gimme ghouls galore will be the plan, as the Golden Goes are pretty safe in this matchup, so you can make as many of them as you need.
Yeah, you absolutely can. So we're going to go ahead and just go
Kolejny
for
Buddy
both of them. And
Poffin,
like you already
żeby
mentioned at the
właśnie
start, it's very great for Owen that he can end his turn one on a single prize board setup, because what this means is that Kaya, there's no way for her to take an early lead in the race by taking a big 2-prize knockout on the second turn, which is really what you want to be doing when you're playing Terrapagos.
And we saw that hand for Owen looking very good with a board full of gimme ghouls. We'll be able to evolve a few of them, draw some more cards, and use that Energy Search Pro to build up that first attack.
Yeah, going to be feeling pretty
No
good
właśnie,
about that for sure.
oczywiście.
Now, the one thing for Kaya that will be kind of helpful in maintaining that price tempo, we do see that Duskull was there ready to go in play. So if Kaya can put together a really powerful turn, what would be really ideal is taking KO on his active Radiant Greninja, whilst also using the Duskull, evolve it into a Duskar and pick off one of these gimme ghouls on the bench, just to really limit both the attacking and draw options for Owen.
Yeah, typically that's the plan, is you want to try and knock out all the gimme ghouls before they evolve, but on this occasion it's not going to be possible as the full squad is out. And it's interesting as well, the gimme ghoul has so many different variants that are all pretty good. And it is unique how much that's changed over Golden Go's time.
Yeah, but this latest one, I think it makes a lot of sense to play,
Okej,
because
widzę,
it
że
was,
ona
of course, the one that just came out of
wydawała
Surgeon Sparks. It has
Federbola.
that minor error running attack, which lets you search your deck for up to 2 basic energy cards and put them into your hands. So, I mean, what better synergy could you ask for?
Exactly, especially when you have something like Radiant Greninja in play, or you want to start building up for that next attack. It provides so much support, getting you energy out of the deck. And now it's over to Kai to try and dismantle this board as much as possible. As we mentioned, it's going to be tricky, but also try and establish as much of a stable board as possible and get that Pidgeot out to allow you to tutor any card out of your deck with Quick Search.
Yeah, so you've got the Quick Search going with the Rare Candy, you have the Noctowl. I mean, the amount of search power that this deck has is absolutely out of control. With the Dual Seeker and there's a Terra Pokemon now, search any 2 trainers, and then, like you mentioned, Pidgeot with Quick Search, search any card. And as we know, there's 2 Noctowl ready to go, so what, that's 5 cards search this turn from Kaya?
Yeah, no, there we see that Area Zero under depths, which really opens up the bench for Terrapagos, allows you to hit the big numbers. As Terrapagos does 30 times the number of your bench Pokemon, but it also allows you to put more support Pokemon down to help you throughout the game.
And we do see here fetching out Ultra Ball as well, Rare Candy already in hand, so I think we're going to see, I think it's going to be Ultra Ball for Dust Noir, Rare Candy into it, and Kaya is going to start to attempt to pick off this really, really great board setup from Owen.
Yeah, and there's also the potential that Dust Noir will be needed to knock out a Golden Go once they evolve. It is really tricky because there could be a Pheasantipity EX in the future that allows you to knock out a 2-prizer without needing the Dust Noir Curse Blast. There could be a Palkia, but for the most part, Owen's going to play around that and just try and stick to the Golden Goes only.
Yeah, but I think for now at least it does make sense to go for this, especially if you can get back that Duskull and put it back down on the bench, so you still have the option to KO a Golden Go EX next turn. But yeah, gonna go ahead and Curse Blast, KO itself, KO the Gimme Ghoul, 1 prize for each of our players. As we see, Owen does take one of those energy that was prized.
Tak, no I chyba
It also would improve the disruption, which is about to be seen here. If you start using those Dust Noirs early, you force a lower hand size out of an early Iono, so Owen's only going to be able to see 5 cards after this.
Yeah, not going to feel great, and I don't think we didn't
No,
see
ja
Owen
ciekawie,
play the
bo
energy
szczerze,
search, it wasn't hand, but he saved it, and this is probably exactly why. We're probably expecting an Iono this next turn.
Exactly, waiting for the right turn to play it. And is there any playable cards in there that will help this turn? Yeah, I mean, there's some draw, but if the Radiant Greninja gets knocked out, this is where you really have to punish Golden Go. Take away all of their ability to find their established board.
Yeah, and I think there might be a temptation if you draw some kind of gusting card to KO one of the other Gimme Ghoul, but you really want to be taking out this Radiant Greninja, because not only is it the easiest thing to take out anyway because it is already in the active, but it also denies an easy out to a draw, because if you leave that Radiant Greninja out, any energy that Owen draws will be an out to draw and concealed cards.
Yeah, Kaya showing us exactly why Terapagos has been a
Tak,
deck
no
to
Kaja
worry about
zaś
since it entered the
pokazuje.
format. Just so many
No i
options
może narobić nie ma
available. Once you
problemu.
have a few Noctowl and that Pidgeot, you can tutor out specific cards for that turn and do exactly what you want to do. And as you can see there, the disruption now becoming more and more of a factor of the deck, playing often 3 INOs in the deck where previously it might have leaned into research more, just recognizing that in the end game, sometimes your only route to victory is disruption.
Well, it's both, right? It's end game disruption, but also in the early stages, there aren't really that many cards they want to be discarding in this deck. Every single key resource of a card in Terapagos is so valuable, so you really want to be just like, you know, kind of a shuffle drawing or, you know, drawing more cards back discarding. So it makes complete sense that Kaya and many of these Terapagos builds would focus more on the INO rather than the Professor's research, as we do see there. The unified beatdown coming in, taking a knockout on this Reading
Tak,
Greninja. Let's see what Owen
no,
draws.
Greninja stracił
Oh,
Owen.
it is! What a top deck!
The Golden Go there, that's going to be 2 more cards.
O, jest
And also
Goldengo.
some
Goldengo
energy
zaraz
cards
będzie
available
robił
through the Earthen
bryry.
Vessel, but still a lot to piece
No,
together
zaraz
here.
jest
Needs to
coś
find an
takiego,
energy
że-
attachment plus 5 energy to discard.
Yeah.
So one of those supporters could come in really helpful.
Na
Very
TikToku
helpful
jest
from Owen,
podwójny
recognizing
content.
that all the basics that he needs are already in the deck, so not going to play that history in heavy ball, instead going to use it as excellent discard fodder for this Earthen Vessel. So this Earthen Vessel, it has been a staple in many decks
No i
ever since
tak,
it came out. Lets you discard it, and
no i
it
mamy
becomes
Earthen
hands to
Vessel
two
po
basic energy from the
kolejnej
hand to the
energii.
deck, rather.
Yeah, a little high level tip for any of you who has a Suin Heavy Ball in your deck. A lot of the time it is a great card to use to check your prizes, but if you can check your prizes naturally through looking through the deck,
Tak, no jest
you'll know
Goldengo.
whether to play it or discard it in those situations, especially if you're playing a deck like
Coin
Owen is here, where you have to
bonus.
discard so many cards, and those 2 cards, oh,
Mamy kolejnego
somebody just keep
Goldengo.
breaking in a Golden Go.
That's pretty good. I
No,
mean, you
ja
can
mam
guarantee
realną
one of
szansę,
the
żeby
cards will
wygrać
be perfect
Goldengo. Ja
with
mam
the
2
Psychomaniac's code breaking and the draw
takie
from the Golden
złotych
Go EX,
tych
but
się
can you
sorowek
find a way to draw
księży,
both the
tylko że
cards
ten
on top of
sorowek
Psychomaniac?
księży
I'm not sure if there's
za
the way to piece
kosztują
that together specifically.
ze
You could
stówę.
put a Golden Go on the top.
Są jedną
And
z
then
droższych
card
kart,
you
więc
want.
wiecie,
Okay,
2 razy trafić
Just
to
to set up
samo.
the board, I don't know,
Rzeczy.
but definitely not an ideal draw scenario where you're seeing as many cards as you want.
Yeah, but I think that is
No
what
i
Jamie going
oczywiście
for there.
wchodzi
So yeah,
znowu
just guarantee
Cypher
the
Maniac
third
Code
Golden Go
Breaking,
and
który
then another
pozwala
card that you
nam
might
na
want, and
właśnie
Owen's going for it
kolejnego
straight away.
kolejnego.
Yeah, you
No,
see the
Energy
sequencing
Search
of this
Pro
deck so good. And
według
we mentioned Owen
na
having a
topa,
previous victory in
czasując oczywiście
Dortmund,
całą
a different
resztę.
German regional over a year ago.
Goldengo.
Where he played Shen Tao.
Goldengo,
There's a lot of
no.
similarities with this deck.
Yeah,
No i
yeah, there is in
Energy
terms of
Search
just
Pro,
it
który
being a kind
pozwala
of deck
nam
where
na
you wanna, like, draw
wyszukanie
and, like, build up
każdej
cards
energii z
either on the
każdego
field
rodzaju.
or in the hand,
To jest
so that you
powód,
can,
dlaczego Goldengo
attach it
wrócił.
with the super cold, or in this instance, just build it up in the hand to do lots of damage and make it rain. As we do see there, the Energy
No,
Search Pro,
let's
what a great
go!
card to search out from that Psychomaniac's code breaking, really showing its power here.
Tak.
We've seen lots of different ace specs on the stream. This is the first time we've got the
Warto
chance to
to
see
znaczy, że
Energy
jeszcze
Search Pro.
Goldengo gra
really has
takiego
brought Golden
panicza,
Go to
który
life
się
and
nazywa
completely changed
Tilge
up the
Kiss,
composition of the deck, especially when it comes to the
którego
energy there.
widzieliśmy już u
And this is
Wiktora.
exactly why, because you can get that first
Tak,
huge
Energy
knockout
Search
so
Pro.
easily.
Look at that rainbow of energy in
No,
Owen's
tak.
hand.
Wow, that's going to be a simple knockout and energy still to spare.
Yeah, love to see that. And now I think he's just debating which energy he wants to discard here
Tak,
exactly. And it's
Owen
going to be
zalicza
gonna keep the
comeback.
grass of the fire in hand, interestingly enough. And we'll go ahead and take two
No
prizes.
i
Takes two
jeszcze
more energy out of the prizes
odblokowuje
as well. So that's
kolejne
now all of the
energie.
energy out of the prizes and either in the deck or
No
hand or
niestety,
discard.
ponieważ nie ma
Well, now
tutaj
you
Terapagosa,
can see Kaya
to tym
staring
samym
down
też, no
3
niestety
very
trzeba
big
coś
Pokemon
odrzucić.
that cannot be knocked out easily by Terapagos.
Yeah.
And this is where that Dust Noir is going to come in so key to allow for a knockout here. It's going to be tricky.
No dobra,
because there's
jest
3
tricky,
prize
jak
cards remaining for
użyć
Owen. So if
Quick
a knockout
Searcha.
were to happen here with a Dust Noir, Kaya would need to win the game that turn, otherwise Owen is in range
Mamy
of finishing the game.
oczywiście znowu
Yeah, this is
Terapagosa z
the
powrotem.
problem where he ran into, right, with the prize trade. It's
No,
kind of, it
tutaj
makes
trochę się
Golden Go a bit of a
tricky
tough matchup
pojawia.
for Terapagos in that aspect. Not, you know, impossible to
Po stronie
not
Kai.
possible to overcome, but it is very
Tutaj
rough,
mamy
and
jeszcze
Kaya's going to have to
przygotowaną
do it,
Briar,
especially
która
considering how good
można
Owen's
użyć
setup
tylko wtedy,
is
kiedy
to try and
przeciwnik
overcome
ma
this hurdle.
dokładnie 2 prizy. A,
Well,
i
lots
ten
of
efekt
options
warto
available,
zaznaczyć
and you
działa
can see Kaya thinking
długo.
through them now. And the advantage of going first is quite big in this matchup, but as we saw, Owen set up the perfect board state with just as many Gimme Ghoul as possible, and this is exactly why, because once there are Golden Goes galore on the board, you cannot deal with it too well. 260 HP is just one of those weird numbers that's out of range of a lot of decks, and it particularly sets it up to be a tough knockout for anything that's targeting
No,
the
to się
format
zaczyna
right now.
trochę
Yeah, and
ciężkie
there's not really any
decyzje.
good ways to reach for those bigger numbers either, other than, as you already
Quick
mentioned,
Search.
the Dust Claw, but then when you do that, you're giving up a prize, and Owen's already taken 3, so if you do that, then
Czyli
one
idziemy po
Golden Go knockout and a
misia?
2 prizer will be all she wrote, and Owen will take the game.
And did I hear you say, oh, but I thought
No,
you said
tylko potem,
Trapagos
jeżeli
was
weźmie
really good
kolejne
at
dwa
disrupting.
prajsy, no to
Surely
ciężko
Kaya
będzie
can
użyć
disrupt
Braja.
well.
Braja jest
Unfortunately,
dobrą kartą,
Holding
jednak
Go can
ciężko
draw as
w
many
użyciu.
cards as it wants, especially
powoduje oczywiście
the
to,
coin
że-
bonus on the board will allow for 2 cards drawn and 1 from the bench, but you can see in the situation that if Owen were to get disrupted down to say 2 or 3 cards, it's not going to be a huge amount of cards available for him.
Yeah, it is one of the strengths of Golden Gold. Like we see this be a strength with so many of the top competitive archetypes. It is a deck where it has its own draw engine built in as well as a good attack. That is normally a killer pairing in any scenario. We saw it with Zorat GX. We're seeing it here again with this Golden Gold GX. Like coin bonus draws cards, the Make It Rain lets you just do a ton of damage. So and being able to like protect yourself from disruption with INO is such a strong asset to
No
have.
właśnie, tutaj jest takie
Yeah, and you
ciężkie.
notice as well the way Kaya has played out both
Wybór.
matches on stream. We saw it the other day as well.
No tak.
But not overbenching
To
unless
dziedzictwo
needed.
Holandii.
Because if you
Tak,
put all 8
bo
Pokemon
właśnie
down
inny
every
Holender
time,
gra tym
all it takes
Goldengo
is
się
that thing to be bumped,
specjalizuje,
and you
jest
suddenly
ten
lose a lot of your Pokemon
Van
to the
Keppen
play.
I
właśnie.
wonder here if Kaya is considering. Yeah, this is. I was just thinking about this.
Ciekawy.
Soften up the Golden Go with something else. Maybe with either
To
a
jest,
Pidgeot
pojawia
EX
się
or
ciężkie,
a Fan
no
Rotom
chyba
single
raczej nie
Kaiser.
chcemy
It
marnować
is tough though because like the
turbo
map still
pod-
doesn't work out amazingly necessarily. If you do 50 with the Fan Rotom, then that'll put the Golden Go down to 210. Then you can go in and
Chociaż-
KO with the Trapagos, but it still doesn't really feel amazing.
I think she's also thinking about
No
potentially
pojawia się
knocking
trochę
out the
ciężki
active Golden
wybór.
Go and going, well, if I knock that out, you've then only got 2 in play and you need to find all that energy, so it would be possible then to win, but all of these options, they're off the back of
Czy ten...
hoping that
Chyba
Owen doesn't
Sowa była
find the cards, which is
wcześniej,
not
jeśli się nie
ideal.
mylę.
Yeah, and there's so
Tak,
much
no
there's
wyciąga
draw on the board
oczywiście,
already. Owen just
no
finds dependent
Noctola
DPS, that's even more draw that he can
noszy.
like go through. He can flip the script to draw 3 more cards. So yeah, you can tell that Kai's back really is against the wall here, and she's just trying to piece it all
Palpadzik,
together. And she does go for this
żeby
power pad.
wtasować sobie.
Great way to
A
return
ono-
some of those Ionos back into
No
the
i
deck, and there's some
researcha.
great supporters that you
Czy
sometimes
może
want to see later on,
Tortona?
but
To
have
jest
to
ciężko.
discard
O,
early on.
wtasowuje
Also
Tortona.
some of them you want to play twice, but you only have one of them
Torton
in your deck,
pozwala
so the power
oczywiście na
pad
tą...
acts as like a second
No i
version
znowu
of all of these
stówka.
different cards, which is great, but we'll just be getting that Iono back to try and disrupt here.
And that makes absolute sense to do that. So yeah,
No
maybe
tutaj
just try and
trzeba się
combine
jeszcze
either an attack or a
zastanowić.
KO with this INO. Maybe
No,
even
Terapagos
thinking about
wymaga
going
trochę
for a
pomyślunku.
preemptive Dust One now, so kind of like it did on the earlier turn, make it so the INO makes Owen draw 1 less card just to really try and put like some breaks on Owen's insane draw power. And yeah, I think Kaya's going for this, you know.
Yeah, and with the Dust
No
Noir
coś
doing
widzę
130
tutaj,
damage with the
będzie
Curse
Iona na
Blast, that
pustą
means
rękę,
Trapagos only
czyli
has to
wiecie,
have 5
Candy
bench
w dół,
open out to finish off
ranimy
the Golden Go.
Goldego,
And as
znaczy
you can
tutaj
see, Owen is
także
looking down
Goldego
thinking,
sam
right, I
sobie i
really
tak się
hope my
odbuduje.
coin bonuses get me out of this, because that is going to be quite a lot of disruption off the back of this
I
Iono.
atacz
So
do
here we go, Red Candy
Terapagosa
into the Dust One, and
będzie,
imagine it'll be,
dobra,
Curse
Curse
onto the
Blast.
active. So
Znaczy
all
można
Kaya needs
też
to find
Briar
is
nawet
one
użyć
bench
tak na
Pokemon.
opartego,
No,
ale
actually, you need to find one bench
no
Pokemon.
raczej jeszcze
because,
to za
yeah,
wcześnie,
one.
no
Yeah,
to
yeah, just
Turbo
one, but I mean,
i
one
Iono
bench
na
Pokemon off the Ino
pustą
shouldn't be too much of a
rękę.
problem, I imagine. 4
Bo ja
cards
nic
drawn,
nie mam,
famous
więc...
last words. Oh, there's body
There we
popping, there we go.
There's so many Pokemon in this
Yeah.
deck. The advantage
No
of
i
the
jest
Dictionary Zero decks
Iono
is they do
Pheasant
typically
DPD.
have a lot of Pokemon available.
No i flip the
And what better
script
Pokemon
po
than
kolejne
Pheasant
3.
DPD?
Yeah, flip the script, draw 3 more cards, set up the hand nicely.
Tak,
There's a
no i
Pine
oczywiście
Catcher
mamy
ready to go to try and
Prankachera,
sort things out on
ale
the
czy
next
będziemy
turn.
go palić?
But, with that Dust
Nie,
Noir
zostawmy sobie
giving
na
Owen an
później.
extra prize, it is going to come down to what does Owen find off of these coin bonuses, as we do see, of course, with the Area Zero Undepths in play, Kaya can still play that buddy
No i
popping to get
oczywiście
a couple
Puffin chyba
more
tylko po to,
Pokemon
żeby
onto the bench,
zapełnić
maybe a
będza.
second
Wraża,
Pidgey,
mam
or you could
Jota,
get
jakbyś mi
another
go
Hoover
snakał.
as well to do more Noctowl searches.
Yeah, and we'll need
Tak,
to
no
try
bo
and
teraz
find
się
a Dust
przyjął,
Noir again next turn to
no
even
ja
able to
bym
knock out
grała
the Golden Go,
Versus.
as you're seeing now. So Kaya will be in a position where there's still a lot to do next turn, but we'll hopefully find it here. Try and go as
Terapagos.
wide as possible, set up as
Okej.
many targets as
To
possible,
tak,
and we'll put that
retreat.
Terapagos into the active spot, ready to
Chodzi
knock out the
tutaj
Golden Go,
Terapagos.
and ask the question of Owen, can you find it out of this Iono? You've been put down to 2
Unified
cards,
Big
a top
Dam
deck, and
chodzi.
some coin bonus. Can you find it?
Can you find it? Here we go. 1 card drawn. It's decent already. There's a nest ball to
A,
the
zaraz,
Deputy
Iono ma
already
Nesbola, po
finding a lot of
Pheasant
outs here.
Diego
It's
pójdzie,
not
żeby
gonna be
właśnie
too tricky to put
szybciej się
together.
do
You
czegoś
just need,
dokopać.
what
No
is
i
it,
Fez
one
jest
to attach and
dostępny.
then 5 to discard, and you will KO this Trapagos and take the game. Let's see if Owen can find it here.
You got the superior energy retrieval as a 1 card out to 4 energy, which is always quite useful, but just needing to draw more. Is that a Cypher Main? It's code breaking the
Yes,
hand
it
too,
is.
so just going to try and draw first off the Pheasant
Oho,
before
dobra,
deciding. So I
no,
think
koń
Owen
bonus.
must
teraz mamy Pokestopa, mamy pierwszą trawiastą, mamy Cyphermaniaka po podwójnym tak, no i Kaja liczy, się poddaje, wyszukuje po prostu te wszystkie, attach, no i pierwszą rundę wygrywa Owen Kajaną. No, ten Cyphermaniak był ważną rzeczą. Tak, no będzie ciężko zbrykować, no bo sam Goldengo jest też silniczkiem. No wiadomo, początkowo nie zapowiedziało się, żeby OI wygrała, tu nagle, kurde, no musiało się tak dobre Iono trafić. Że Nestball był, kurwa, Cyphermaniak! No, Cyphermaniak jak bardzo dużo pomaga. Ja wiem, jak dużo to daje w sumie ten, no. Więc tak, tę pierwszą wygrywa Owen. Ale go robi brr, jak to się mówi? Brr. Znowu ta holenderska świta pokazuje. To robi.
Looking to try and take on the best of the best to make it to that regional champion. Owen has been there before. Kaya many a time in the seniors division, looking to try and get her first win on stream. We seem to give her tough matchups when she comes onto stream as well.
No i tak, tym razem mamy Greninja oraz mamy właśnie tym razem Gimigula na start i Bady Puffin, więc tutaj po stronie Owena bardzo fajna ręka do rozłożenia się na początku.
And both of these decks are ones that can struggle at the start if they don't find the right cards to trigger that either draw engine for Golden Go or search engine for Terrapagos.
Ale tym razem Price już tak nieciekawie, bo widzę dwie stalowe energie i Goldengo, kurde. Not good.
And on the other side, that fan, Rotom and Terrapagos start, so the dream for Kaya once again.
No i znowu Kaja zaczyna przejście pierwsza, bo musi.
No, it's fine. There's a 202 line in the list, so we're good.
Which is something interesting with Terrapagos when it first entered the scene as Stellar Crown became legal. Over in Dortmund, we saw lots of players playing a 101 Pidgeot line and being very greedy with it. And as time has gone on, people have realized how fundamentally important it is, and consequently the 202 has been popularized.
Yeah, just you really want to get that Pidgey down. You want to not make yourself vulnerable to prizing either the Pidgey or the Pidgeot. Sure, if you prize the one Pidgey, you can get it out with his heavy ball. But if you prize the one Pidgeot EX, you're kind of stuffed. So just playing the two to avoid that scenario as much as possible.
And even then, you want to be able to find that Pidgey off the fan call, ideally.
Exactly.
So you don't want to have to lean to the soon heavy ball early on. As Kaya setting up similar how we saw to game one, and Owen will be looking to try and get as many Gimmighoul's down as possible as we saw in game 1-2.
Give me those Gimmighoul and then we put them down so that you can draw all the decks.
Bierzcie, no tak, już mamy bardzo ładne rozłożenie po stronie Kai. No i pas, co jest normalną rzeczą. No i tutaj tak. Mamy Puffinki, mamy Greninja, mamy... Patrzymy co tam mamy. Co ciekawe to jest Palkia ewentualne, no i oczywiście mamy Manafi, jakby ktoś wpadł na pomysł, żeby użyć Curema. Ale teraz no też Regidragonie, no. To tutaj raczej nie ma żadnego sneakinga, więc tutaj...
Owen has a metal energy attached to a Pokemon. Whether it be a Golden Go or something else, you can almost just play around.
Chyba będzie Counter Gainera, no dużo mi Counter Gainów spadło z nieba. Chociaż zobaczymy.
To be fair, even if your Golden Go with an energy on it does get knocked out, you don't really mind too much because you can just get it back with one of your many energy recovery cards like the Night Stretcher and the Superior Energy Retrieval.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Owen, a very good pilot of Shempal when that was a strong deck in the format.
Ale wiadomo, to już Paulo okres miał już... Jak widać jest dobry. Znaczy, ponieważ zaczyna drugi, to może zrobić sobie atak z ręki. I kolejny Goldengo, będzie Greninja. Nie ma... Czy widać, że też miał ładną rękę tutaj, żeby się tak rozłożyć. Jest Greninja, tak. No i jest Cyphermaniak. Czyli nasz Price supporter manipulator tak zwany. Ale Nie zużyję teraz tego Cybermaniaka.
Think about it.
Chyba, że będzie Iono.
Is there an energy in hand?
Could also,
There is,
could
okay.
also prime the deck for next turn with Cyphermania's
Czy-
code breaking.
Oh, that wouldn't be bad. You kind of preemptively defend it. This is the other way you can use Cyphermaniac's code breaking, of course. You can
No
use it
właśnie,
kind of more
Cyphermaniac w
aggressively in
razie-
order to search out exactly what you need and then draw
Golnego.
it with one of your many draw options.
No i-
But you could kind of use it
O,
defensively,
ma
just
jedną
like put two
energię.
cards on top of the deck so
No
that
tak
if
jak
you get hit with
w
an
Prizach
INO,
ma
you know
niestety
that you're
dwie
gonna be
stalowe,
drawing
co
into
może
some
być
good
trochę
cards.
Yeah, great
problematyczne.
card for that, and that's why cards like Unfair Stamp, Judge, and Roxanne can be such good disruption cards because anyone who has
Znaczy
control over
Cyphermaniac
their
jest
deck
strasznie
cannot play
underrated
around
kartą,
it.
bo ona też czasem
Whereas
pomaga,
I know
czyli
the
na przykład
popular
tak, wiesz.
disruption
No
supporter
tak jakby
for
tasujemy
Kyle,
resztę, wybieramy dwie
is
karty,
going to
które
be,
chcemy dać
unaffected
topa.
against Cyphermaniac's code breaking priming.
Yeah, yeah,
No i
because it's not a
oczywiście
shuffle
będzie
disruption,
chyba
it is kind of a
atacz,
straight
żeby...
draw disruption,
no, albo
as it were.
pas.
So,
Dobra, pas.
passing it over to
Czyli
Kaya, let's see
też
how
można
she
byłoby
handles
zrobić
this turn
atacza z
here.
tego typu.
As, I mean, the hand's
No
looking
dobra.
pretty strong. There's
Pidgeota
no
widzę, że
already.
Kaja
We've
ma
got the
już na
Seeker.
ręku, więc
I mean,
header
we said
ball
the
nie
hands
będzie
are strong
potrzebny,
and
więc
it did
tylko
the same
wyszukam
thing last
Candy.
game,
Może w
and
zamian
that's
coś
the question, is the
innego.
deck able to even beat Golden Go when it's both players are playing to their
No
strengths and having
niestety
the
problem
perfect
tutaj
board
polega
state?
na
I guess
tym,
that is the
że...
problem, right? And both players have again set up pretty much as well as they did in game
Że
one.
niestety
so,
albo
I just want to see
stety.
how it plays out here. But yeah, if it's like game one, then this is going to be going to an 0-2 victory. But we don't want to talk too early about that yet.
Well, I'm just trying to prime you
Ja
guys who are
sobie
watching at
śmiało
home as to
liczę
how
się
difficult
kontrolu,
this will be
bo
for Kaya to
to i
break through.
że jeszcze wróci
And if she
później, ale...
does, that will just show you the level of skill of our previous seniors world champion.
Zaraz
put on
mi się
show.
będą kończyć w ogóle,
So
powiedzmy,
looks
na
like
deki
gonna
i po
be leading things
prostu
off by
wrócę
looking
do
for that
kontroli.
area zero underdepths and
Bo najśmieszniejsze
maybe
jest to,
buddy
że
Pokémon
ja
makes
straciłam
more sense.
formę,
Of course,
odkąd
the
grałem
area
z
zero
Snorlaxem i
underdepths
Pidgeot
is really
Control
your
do
enabler in
takich
this deck.
agrodeków.
You have a Terra Pokemon
Poza
out,
Dragapultem,
you
bo
have Stadium
Dragapult
out,
też,
it lets you have
zresztą też już
eight
powoli
Pokemon on the bench,
traci
which means that, you know,
formę.
more support
Ja
Pokemon on the
też przy
bench
okazji w
means you're doing
międzyczasie
more
zrobię
damage
tu
with that
taki
Terrapago's DX's Unified
porządek
Beatdown.
At
segregatorze.
this stage, the board is all single
Specjalny
prize for Owen,
segregator,
so
gdzie
Kaya
trzymam
limited to
oczywiście
only taking one prize through an attack, but would potentially be able to take two prizes through
Grywalnościowe
the Dust Noir route that we saw last time. But the question is, does Kaya want to go down that same route, or will she try something different this time? Maybe integrating the fan rotom attack that we saw was teased as an
właśnie.
option last time.
Yeah,
Tak,
yeah,
no
could
jest
maybe go
Candy
for that. I mean, you
Pidgeot.
can't tear a Gimmighoul with it, unfortunately. That double turbo will reduce the damage by 1. That would have been the ideal otherwise, but it is going to go ahead and grab the rare candy and the areas are under depth.
No i mamy drugą sowę.
And now the second Noctowl going down for a second Jewel Seeker for good measure.
Yeah, it could be a research here. Okay, just trying to set up
Niestety, no.
more. Recognizing that actually keeping the Dust Noir for later could be possible.
And also recognizing that there's not much point going for an Ino here. You know you're going to be giving Owen exactly what he wants, so may as well just go for a research so you can draw more cards. And usually, although we were just talking about how these Terrapago decks do lean more in the Ino direction, you usually still play just like one Professor's Research just as a bailout draw option, which here seems pretty ideal to go for in all honesty.
Exactly. Great decision at this point. As you mentioned, the priming from Owen of putting those two cards on top of the deck does make this turn so much different to what Kaya would have gone for. As last game we did see the INO almost disrupted Owen out of setting up completely, but just took
Tak,
take one golden go to start the draw engine going.
Iono, ale niestety Iono może być nieopłacalne, no bo tak jak widzieliśmy wcześniej, Owen użył Cyphermaniaka, żeby właśnie ogólnie nie zostać aż tak zdysraptowany.
With this buddy poffin in order to set up for another Jewel Seeker next turn. Gonna go for that second Pidgey instead.
No by śmiesznie, jakbym byłam w stanie złożyć gardę turbo, jeszcze coś już. Nie, no, no czasami się trafiają takie karty, które umożliwiają pewien styl.
Yeah, it sure does. And then off that Nest Ball there, finally the final card being played down, just going to go for that second Terrapago's EX just to keep the Terra Pokemon enabler of that area zero under depths as well. Love to see that. And then there is a counter catcher in the hand. Can't make use of that, of course. So yeah, just going to be happy to discard that with the Professor's Research, draw 7. Let's see what she finds here.
Does get the energy, so that means that you can search for something else.
Yeah, that's the other important factor as to why you play that Pidgeot EX, of course. It is one of the only cards that can search your very limited number of energy cards. This deck, it only plays 4 double turbo energy, doesn't play anything else. You are just attacking with these colorless attackers, and double turbo is all you go for.
We sometimes see Energy Lotto or Chorus's Tenacity in the deck as a way for a Noctowl to find an energy, but as you can tell with this deck,
Znaczy ja jestem ciekaw jak będzie wybrać rotację ogólnie, no bo chyba counter game będzie używany.
And also there's potential for just drawing into the energy
Fajny,
sometimes, as we
tym
saw
bardziej
there.
jak
Yes.
o Tarapagosie, który często wykorzystuje bardzo często tyły,
Yeah,
więc
but you save the pitch
w
up
szczególności
after the draw in case
Tarapagosie.
you do it, right? Because that way you see what you draw off the research and then you
Tak,
decide
no i
afterwards,
mamy
right, okay, do I need to
research.
use the pitch up to get my energy, as you just said, or can I go ahead and search for something else to set myself up for next turn?
Well, the turn has panned out as you'd expect for a Terapagos with all the search engine, exactly how you'd want it. The Pidgeot available, Terapagos attacking, and some Duskull ready to evolve in the future.
tak
There will
jakby
be
co-
the knockout, not overextending with the Dusknoir this time,
Nope.
and Owen will be able to get that perfect top deck after the Cyphermaniacs co-breaking for last turn.
Robię
And
trochę
now
tak,
in
coś
position
rodzaju
to
wiosennych
draw two with
porządków.
coin bonus, and you'll see the other cards that were put there. Another Cyphermaniacs code-breaking.
Yeah, just to set it up nicely, knowing that the Radiant Greninja is down, can basically use this like
Dasz radę na
with the
przykład
concealed cards to
tego
cherry pick
wszystkiego.
any two cards from the deck.
No jeżeli nie
You know,
chcemy
draw
wydawać,
is
to
that
mogę
Palkia,
zbadać
not really
gardę.
something you want to bench in this matchup, not really that useful. I mean, maybe you can set up, you know, a big Moonlight Shuriken with the Radiant Greninja with that Origin Form Palkia V-Star Star
No,
Portal, but in this instance recognizing that no, putting down two
I
prizes
znowu
that
mamy
can't be easily knocked
Cyphermaniaka,
out in one
który
hit by
oczywiście
Terapagos is way more important.
pozwala
Now we see
na
a
znowu
similar setup to what we did last
przemanipulowanie
time
tego
of a
wszystkiego.
Golden Go being one of those cards, as well as
No
the
dobra,
Energy
jest
Search
już
Pro. And this
kwestia.
is why it's so powerful. Getting that early knockout becomes so much more viable. Later
Tak.
game, you can utilize the energy recovery of superior energy
No
retrieval,
jest
but for
i
that first
Energy
knockout, you want to get as
Search
many energy out of the
Pro.
deck as possible.
And it plays double duty, right? Because not only is Energy Search Pro finning or searching out the energy that you need to do an attack, it also just fins your deck of what, like 7-8 cards potentially, and that is like, it means that any other subsequent draws that you do will be for just good cards, you know, cards that you want to see in the late game, like your boss's orders, your night stretchers, your superior energy retrieval. So it's such a strong ace spec in this deck. It fits about
Tak,
perfectly
Energy
what you'd ask
Search
for.
Pro jest taki bardzo
The
silny,
ace
no w
spec's
szczególności
also
jak...
powerful in the prime capture,
No właśnie
the
niektórzy
ace
tego
spec
nie
of
wzięli,
choice
ale
for
faktycznie
Kaya,
Energy
but
Search Pro
not very
znajduje
useful
jakąś
in
taką
this matchup
niszową
because you're probably gonna be wanting to
zastosowanie
knock out the
i
active
jednym
most of the
z
time
niszowych
anyway.
zastosowań
And we've seen
no, do tego typu jest Golden Go!
used across the tournament, but the
bonus.
Energy Search Pro, very much a one-deck wonder. We're only really
Yes.
seeing it here for Golden Go, and this is exactly why, as we see,
Boom.
the 250 damage of the Golden
Knockout.
Go happen on
Warto
that first
zaznaczyć, że
attacking
niektóre
turn.
wersje teraz grają tego Tuka Kissa.
Range of colours, all the energy types in the deck to
Ciągle
try and allow for that
to byłby-
Energy Search Pro to be as effective as possible. And Owen now with great hand available for next turn, able to take a knockout, and the response from Kaya has to be great here.
Yeah, it really does. But even if it is great, like you said, Kai did have a pretty great response in the last game, but it still ended up not being enough. It is a very,
Tak,
very tough
no i
situation.
tutaj
no matter which
kolejny
way you look at it.
nest ball,
Maybe
bo...
the start of getting there is going to be that nest ball. I imagine it's going to be for that Serendipity EX.
Yeah, flip the script will open up more options, and then
Tak.
as we saw, the two Noctows have been used, so cannot use a Dual Seeker this turn. We'll have to rely on a little bit of natural draw through the Serendipity, and then off the back of that, quick searching for the missing pieces.
Yeah, that's going to have to be the choice here. But she's going to have a look through to see what else there is after just adding this nest ball. Really wants to plan out this turn as well as she can and think, how do I want to go about doing this? Can I do a little bit of chip damage with a fan roton to make it work? And maybe if you know,
No,
Owen misses
dobra, co tam?
something like a boss's orders to bring something up,
No
maybe
na
I can make
szczęście
that work
skupiam.
too. But
Mamy
it's very, very
Feza,
tough for Kai,
który
no question.
będzie, no teraz...
Could be a Dusknoir
Weszła
plus
w-
Terapagos attack into the active. Could be the fan rotom.
No jest
Could be
skibidi
a double
łopopa.
Dusknoir as well. You could potentially take two knockouts like that, but that would put Owen in range of winning the game next turn. That's the downside.
Yeah, and I think one of the problems with using Dusknoir is that you end up in a very similar situation to game one, where if Owen can just take out a cheap prize easily, then you have another Duskull which is not doing anything because if you do Dusknoir again, you give Owen your last prize and you lose the game. So yeah, not really feeling pretty no matter which way you look at it.
Hands looking great for Dusknoir to be used here. There is, I think, two Dusknoir and a rare candy already, so definitely a lot of the pieces available, and this flip the script will open up some more. We need
Here we go.
energy and another rare candy potentially.
1, 2, 3, Night Stretcher I saw, and a Buddy Puffin. Didn't see what the other card was, but I'm not sure if it's one of those pieces that she needs.
Zostaje
There's a
ostatnio
Red
dużo
Candy Dustmore ready to
takich
go.
huntów.
And an INO.
Okay.
These pieces are coming together.
No,
You've also
ten
got the Pidgeot
klaser
still,
robi
so
się
can find those
gruby.
final bits maybe after the INO.
Yeah, there's so much to think about.
Nie wiem,
I'm
zostaw
just trying
pierdol
to
kart.
think it through here and just
Nie,
trying to put together
no to jest
how
ten tańszy
Kaya
klaser,
can kind
który
of stop Owen from taking like an
no
easy
nie
win,
ma
because
dużo
we saw in the last game, even
miejsca.
though Kaya disrupted so much of Owen's board, if Owen is just
No,
allowed to
tutaj
get
ma
2 prizes
ciężko.
remaining,
Można
finding the
zauważyć.
resources to put together that last 2 prize
Potrzebuje
knockout just isn't that
Candy
tough. And
ducha,
that's what's
coś tu
really,
jest. Znaczy ma
that's the thing
duchy.
to play around, which seems so tricky for
No
Kaya
tylko
here.
wiecie,
I mean,
trochę
Kaya
może
will
to
have
być
to
niemały
disrupt this turn.
problem,
You
bo
cannot leave Golden Go
Definitely
with
not.
the hand
chyba
of
zaraz,
choice. And
czy będzie dwie
especially
podwójne
with that
Curse
last turn,
Blast?
we know there's
Co
still
tu
some
się
energy in hand, which
dzieje?
means Radiant Greninja's active. You're going to have a Golden
Misio,
Go in play
dobra.
still, so there's a lot of factors
Chyba
now
Misia
that
chce
Kai's have to
wziąć
think about to try and
czy
disrupt the
wieżaczek.
next turn.
No trochę
With
ciężki
such a
wybór.
draw
Znaczy
heavy
Terapagos
deck,
to
it's
nie
really
łatwy
hard
deck,
to find that.
wiadomo.
Kaya briefly considering that Blood Moon us a Luna, it is getting to the point where it can attack for less and less energy, but for now just going to grab that Fan Rotom, Rare Candy into the Dust Noir. Are we going to see it popped right now? There's another Dust Noir in hand ready to go too, but no other Rare Candy as we see. Maybe it is
No
just going to be
właśnie
the
to
Ino
jest
after all.
problem.
You have to weigh up whether you want to pop the Dust Noir and use the Curse Blast to put Owen on less cards after the Ino, or whether there's something else that you want to kind of coordinate.
And there's also the potential for using Briar if the Dust Noir is saved for later to finish off the Golden Go.
Yes.
You can then play the Briar, then use the Dust Noir, and then take a knockout. But there's so many prize cards to take here. It's going to be tricky to be able to utilize that.
Yeah, so
No
maybe in
trochę
this instance, Kaya
no
thinking,
widać,
you know
że
what, I just want to get the
sytuacja
Dust Noirs
nieciekawa.
ready, and maybe this quick search could be for a second Red Candy, so you can Red Candy into that second Dust Noir, then go for the Ino, and then, yeah, save the Curse Blast for afterwards, and then try to put it together
No
again
jest to
with Briar
trochę
play. I like it. I think that might be one of the
tricky.
best ways forward for Kaya here.
Ale widzę, że się starał.
Lacking the energy still, so
I think the double turbo was in hand, wasn't it?
is there a double turbo in hand?
I mean, if either that or this is very, very risky, because if you don't have the double turbo, then you definitely search for that.
Ja
off of
bym
this quick
dała
search right now,
jakiegoś
but it looks like
misia,
it's going to be the Red Candy
przydałby się.
instead.
If there is a risk being taken, you know it's a calculated risk, knowing that it's such a tough matchup. Sometimes in the tougher matchups, you have to play for the high rollers. It's your only way out of victory.
No.
There is one option that Kaya could take here. It would be absolutely bonkers, but she could go for it. Yeah, it was on
Mamy
the double
chyba
dust noir. You can use that to
drugiego
knock out a Golden Go.
ducha.
Then maybe bring up the other one, just
Okay.
hit it, and then disrupt your opponent, hope they miss so they don't take a prize, and then finish it off with Briar. That could be something you do, and I think
Oho,
I think that
będzie
would be what Kaya's going for,
podwójny
actually.
duch.
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh my goodness, here we go. Double Curse Blast, 260 damage. Yeah, exactly enough to KO this Golden Go EX.
No,
Yeah, just gonna
podwójne
take those prize
prizy.
cards now. Owen gaining 2 prize cards in Kaya's turn, and Kaya will also be getting those 2 prize cards too. But as we mentioned, still not got the energy. I guess there is a world where Kaya is able to potentially Thornton now. I don't know. Maybe just taking it slow here.
But I mean, so Owen has a really tough decision on what to promote here, because if you bring out the Golden Go EX and you let it get hit, it is like one of your best draw options, but it also, if you let it get hit, it does open up that
Co
bright play
ona
for Kaya, but I
pasuje,
think you
czy
just have to maybe
co
accept the risk
robi?
here.
Zaraz.
I mean, for Kaya,
Czy
the
jeszcze-
disruption is key here, and by doing that double dust noir, you're putting Owen down to a smaller hand
No ona
size.
się
And with only
zastanawia.
3 draw outs
Znaczy
as
tak
well,
jak
you
wie, to
have
nie
the
jest
Golden
łatwy
Go
deck.
in the active
Ja
and the
coś
Ready
trochę
Greninja.
wiem, bo też trzeba się pocić
Owen
mózgowo.
did take Golden Go off the prizes, but
Pali
you know,
Pachina?
knowing your opponent, so they have to probably Owen will probably have to, like in game 1, draw into that Serendipity EX somehow to try and put it all together.
We'll see what happens off the back of this disruption. This is
No właśnie, co się
fascinating endgame,
stanie?
and this is what happens when you're playing into your tougher matchups. You have to go down an unorthodox route. You cannot take the typical route
będzie
because that deck will already
żółwik,
have an answer to it.
Yeah, and actually you were right, I was wrong. There is no double turbo in hand, so you're relying on hitting it from this Ino here. This could be very, very risky.
So only an INO for 3 as
No
well.
żeby to, tak?
Oh boy, okay, so I guess, yeah, it's going to be the
Stretcher
Night Stretcher to bring back the
poducha.
Dust Skull.
I mean, if you get a turn back, you're not too worried about missing the attack if you're going to use the Dust Noir anyway.
Yeah, I guess so. So
Chyba
that makes
Ino
things a little bit
będzie?
easier. And then, yeah, it's going to be Ino, but
Kurde.
Kaya needs to find off of these 3 cards a double turbo
No
energy.
właśnie,
It's
było
crucial.
no.
This is a big draw, and that who didn't come off the prizes either, which would have been a great one to put down. Oh, there's an energy!
Jest!
Oh,
Da,
goodness,
yeah,
okay.
jest
So Kaya has put it together as best
Jest
she can.
turbo,
But now
let's
it just comes down to
go.
this. Off of these 2 cards, off of this Golden Go EX and this Radiant Greninja on the bench, can Owen put together the KO on either this Pidgeot if Kaya leaves it active or the Terapagos?
Yeah, and going to be using that Terapagos here, moving it into the active.
No i
Okay,
retreat
Recognizing
darmowy.
it has to be a disruption that works.
Here we go.
And this is the turn now for Owen. We're going to watch it once again.
No.
Will the INO stick? Can Kaya disrupt the most undestructible deck in the format of Golden
No
Go?
jest trochę ciężki.
And we begin now. Owen,
No
top
i
deck, what's
zobaczymy
he
co
got?
teraz.
It's a Serene Heavy Water Buddy Puffin. in.
No,
Not much.
dobra,
Okay,
nieciekawie.
this is not like the game one. This Kaya might have just found the tiny margins of victory here. 2 cards off of this coin bonus. Oh, this is gonna be crucial. What's Owen draw?
What have you got there?
Is it ultra
Ty
roll?
tu jest Ultra Bolt, okej. Ale kolą nie będzie potrzebny. On ma Iridę chyba. Iridę ma?
Many different ways it could go, either golden goes, maybe
Ty,
to
no to
try and
wygląda,
get
że ma
the
Iridę w
President
ręku,
Lee.
co
Kaya
znaczy,
still
że
needs
może
to
zaraz
win
coś
this
sobie jeszcze wyszuka.
If Owen misses the KO here, all Kaya needs is Slam Briar, announce Unified Beatdown, and that will win you the game, and it will be going to game 3.
You see the Irida in hand for Owen. He has a way to get those superior energy retrievals, but needs to find more than that.
Is the Irida in hand, or was that the discard pile?
Dobra.
I think there was an Irida in hand, but you need
Profeza?
more.
Yeah.
Tak,
So
chyba.
yeah, it's going to be defense and difficulty. It makes a lot of sense. Flip the script to draw you 3 cards, and these will be the 3 cards that will hopefully
Tak,
get you there.
no się tutaj pyta, czy może.
Okay,
Możesz,
and just
tak.
checking it is active because
Rzeczywiście się
the
znokautował.
Dust took out a golden guy during the last turn.
Yes.
Even though the attack that finished the turn didn't take a knockout, Pheasantipity will still
No,
work with the
właśnie widzę
script.
przez.
Yeah, it is. There was a Pokemon of Owen's knocked out during the last turn. Doesn't matter that it was in an ability; it still counts there.
Flip
So
the script.
flip the script. 3 cards drawn. What does he see here? Nice
Boss
stretch of-
jest
Oh, wait,
w
energy retrieval.
Hold on,
Energy
I think I'll do it, you
Retrieval.
know? Yeah, with the Irida, I think that gets you there.
So just trying to
Iritka.
make the calculations here. A lot of cards need to be discarded with that superior energy retrieval.
But I think you can get like a discard
No
file from the
powinien,
Irida,
no.
right? So I
Ciekawe,
think
Speza wszedł.
yeah, with the night stretch as well, I think you got it there. So yeah, Owen's just doing the calculations. Irida will go ahead and search for a Origin from Palkia V-Stars, discard fodder, and a superior energy retrieval, and then that will
Oh,
get an
man.
energy back. I think that'll do it.
And even
O,
can
zaraz,
use the
wchodzą
Greninja to draw more
podwójne
cards if needs to discard anything
retrievale.
more. So going to try and get as many energy
Czyżby
back
nie
here as
doszło,
possible
by
to
to
take
już-
this knockout. And you
And
can
there's
see-
one,
Dobra.
and there's attach the metal energy, and then you can, yeah, that is it. Superior energy retrieval again, get back the energy, like attach it, make it rain.
No i
Owen
make
takes
a
the game,
calls i
takes the
Omi
match.
Karman wygrywa 2-0.
Impressive display of Goldengo's power here on our feature match today.
Yeah, Golden Go looking
Tak,
strong.
Omi
Another
Karman
win for
wygrywa
Owen,
2-0
comfortably
swoim
into that running for
Goldengo.
top 8 and potentially win the
No, co
tournament.
oznacza
At this
też, że nie
stage,
będzie
a
rundy
strong
trzeciej.
matchup for Golden Go, playing into the Terrapagos, one of its best matchups,
Kurde, jak
able
już-
to show exactly why it cannot
No,
be disrupted.
trudno się
and why it can
wylosowało.
knock out absolutely anything.
Yeah, congratulations to Owen, and
Zawsze
huge
jest
congratulations to
niemożliwe.
Kaya, finding
Kuźwa, nie
a
pozbędziesz się
obscure line that I
Goldengo.
think was absolutely the best way she could have made a comeback there, but Owen just finding enough resources, finding the Ultra Ball for the best.
widać,
That's in game 2. Let's take a look back at game 1 first.
składanie
just to remind
Goldengo
ourselves
się
how that
opłaca.
match went.
Both players setting up as they would wish for Owen. All 4
Znaczy
Gimmigles
taki
and a
strasznie
Reading
underrated
Village in both
Goldengo,
games.
muszę przyznać.
Kaya
No,
aboard
kurde,
of
nie
support
doceniamy
Pokemon,
tego
Terrapagos in the active,
naszego
unable to then
syrowe-
knock out even though the
naszego
perfect setup was done.
złotoustego
And Owen using that energy set
Pokemona.
through both games on his first attacking turn.
Kurde,
Yeah, it was a battle of,
Jezus, to
of
jest
2
takie
games of perfect setups.
underrated,
When
kuźwa
both
Pokemon.
both decks set up perfectly in this instance, Goldengo is heavily favored. We saw it there in game 1. Found the
Kurde,
Energy
no on
Search
jest
Pro,
strasznie
double superior
underrated
energy retrieval to finish
Goldengo,
things
no
off.
kurde,
In
nie
game 2,
doceniamy go, no.
it kind of played out similar. Both players set up very, very well. We saw the really great Cypher Maniacs code breaking there to go ahead and find the Energy Search Pro plus
No, musimy też o tym
Goldengo to
Goldengo
set up nicely
pogadać,
and
bo
get
to
the
jest
KO on the
tak
first
niedoceniony
few turns.
deck.
And yeah, Energy Search
Wiadomo,
Pro, what an
początkowo nie
ace back for this
zapowiadało
deck.
się na
And it
to, że on
really shows
wróci,
how well
ale
Owen
jednak
has built the deck.
faktycznie
3 Irida, 3
potrzebował
Cypher Maniacs code breaking. We
pewnych
saw every
resursów.
turn of the game a supporter being used, and a lot of these supporters will find you very powerful cards
Z Iridą
that
trochę
will open
gorzej
up the rest
będzie,
of the
ale
turn. And once the golden
takie
goes are down,
naiwne
you're drawing
trzyma
20.
rotacje.
That discard is not an issue.
Zresztą
When we saw at
też
the end
jednak
there, superior
to
energy
poczęsto
retrieval,
też tutaj nie jest
discards
aż
2
taki
cards from the hand to
ważny.
get those 4 energy back. But when you're drawing as much as these
No,
are, you'll have
Irida
enough
to
cards
też,
to
no bo
discard.
Palkia jest
Flip
tylko
the script was what
dodatkiem,
got there.
więc
Find that
raczej ma
Ultra Ball,
szansę.
find the defensive activity, flip the script.
Tym bardziej,
found
że
the
dostał
superior
dużo
energy
dobra,
retrieval with the
nowy
Irida already in
gimmick,
hand, like you rightly called
nowy
out,
ace
finding
pack.
enough energy to take the KO on the Terrapagos and take the game.
Kurde, Owi po prostu
We're going to
duba
get you on Monday
Holandii.
for a stream in the Masters division, and
Just
you will
let's
be able to. I mean, that was just
go.
unfortunate. It was just a tough
Yeah.
matchup. Both players setting up perfectly, and that's why
Najbardziej.
these matchups, which we say are favoured towards one side or the other. Generally, when you think about that, you can think if
Kurde, no
both decks
najbardziej-
set up as
To jest
expected.
deck chyba z
The
którego
deck that is
Holendrzy
favoured
mogą
will
być
win
dumni.
most of the time. It tends to be when
Kurde, no,
one deck is less
Dobra,
consistent, you'll often have games that will bounce back and forth, but as far as consistency goes, both of those decks, if they get past the first turn, they're in the
Dużo
game.
boss.
Yeah, they are. And again, cannot emphasize this enough. Huge commiserations to Kaya, who played it superbly well given the
Wiecie
circumstances.
już,
In a very tough
że
matchup,
ostatnio to jest
found the
przegrodka.
potential outs to get there, but just with the disruption, the disruption just wasn't quite enough to stop Owen from finding the outs to close out the game with the last KO.
Tak, Owi
Owen,
Karman
one of the
wygrał.
infamous brothers
Za
in
2-0.
Common now.
No i chyba przechodzi dalej.
Yeah, very much in the position now to look at at the top and go, I can make it there. One more match in
No
the
tutaj
next
tak
round, so
jakby
that was
doszło
round
do
11. We
podwójnych.
have round 12
No
after
tak
this, which
chyba
we'll get to
2-3
see.
dni będą
And so all it
podwójne
is one more. It's the
releasy
winning in
właśnie.
for Owen, and so I wonder how he's feeling. And I think we've got a little chance to
Zaraz
catch
są
up with
opóźnienia
Owen.
z
Let's go and find out how he
Sylwetką.
felt about that game.
Więc będzie spowodowane z tymi filmikami.
Thanks,
Tak,
both.
no jest
Yes,
wywiad z
I'm
samym
here,
Owenem,
and great
więc...
again to be with a familiar face of our round 11 winner, Owen Camerman. How are you feeling?
Amazing, yeah. Good to be back at this stage.
Yeah, I feel like we have you here far too often, but you know we always enjoy you being at this couch, being able to give us a little bit of insight. But let's talk about Golden Go. Why this deck and why this tournament?
Znaczy ja mnie nie cieszy
I mean,
fakt,
Jim
że
wasn't working
Owi
anymore.
wybrał Goldengo. Znaczy on jest strasznie kojarzony z Holandią, no bo jest jeszcze inny holenderski gracz, który gra Goldengo, więc to jest właśnie...
I mean, it has a huge
Wally
buff now with Energy
Katan.
Pro. Just being able to get
Ale
like a KO on
powiem tak,
basically
że
anything,
Goldengo
but just a
jest
Cypher or
strasznie
a
niedoceniany.
Irida.
Sacramento
It
też
just
już
feels
pokazał
much more
swoją
consistent than it was
moc, więc
previously,
też widać,
and it was
że
already
Goldengo to
contending in
jest
the previous format, so
zwycięzca dosłownie
why not
tego,
again? Or this
jeden
new
ze
format.
zwycięzców,
100%. I mean,
jeśli
back
chodzi
to
o...
back top fours, LAIC into Sacramento, right? Which is pretty cool, right? We're gonna do something a bit special, I think, and hopefully the viewers will like this as well. I want to bring you back to game one. Okay, so this is where in game one, Kaya had finally just playing out her turn two, where we had the Dust Swirl actually pop. We get it on the screen here as well. So I just want to understand your thought process a little bit. We see Kaya with the Dust Swirl, Curse Blast on the
No,
Gimme
tym
Ghoul.
bardziej, że sam Goldengo jest takim draw engine'em i może nawet na aktywie wziąć dwie karty.
Well, it was.
Goldengo!
First of all, I wasn't sure what she was gonna do as a strategy wise, because I've never
To jest
played this matchup
zwycięzca tego
before.
dodatku, muszę
And then
przyznać.
I saw that this
Widać,
was probably the
że
best route
dużo
she could
dostał,
take, so the Iono,
dużo
and
miłości.
then hope I just don't get anything. Which is risky, but it is a good play. She goes my Greninja, so I have barely any outs in the deck. I know two Goldengo are on the bottom of the deck. I know Cypher's on the bottom of the deck. I was quite scared. I was like, okay, if I just lose to the Iono, that's it.
That's just some of the things. I mean, from a top player like yourself, sometimes you just gotta stay composed, right? Just maybe sometimes a bit of a poker face without giving too much away. But then you ripped the Golden Go,
thank God.
which is like huge relief. It must have been like fantastic feeling.
Yeah, that was like, okay, now I'm still in this. And from there you can like spiral much further, because I'm not sure exactly what I drew, but I drew pretty good from that as well.
I think you hit a Cypher Maniacs, and then was able to hit into a couple more Golden Goes, and your board was just 3 Golden Goes at one point.
Exactly.
And it looked pretty good.
It was the dream from that Iono into going into 3 Goldengos. I wasn't like, I couldn't imagine that, but it just happened.
Trzeba przyznać, że bardzo ładnie zagrał, mimo wielu zdisraptowania go, no to Owen dał radę. To jest taki ciężki deck do
I'm not sure.
Zawsze mogę coś dobrać. Te Ultra Bola sobie dobiorę i zrobimy fest wrzucę. Irida po kolejną i let's go! I to jeszcze mimo tego, że on tam miał 2 sprajzowane, dosłownie 2 stalowe, które są tu kluczowe.
So it is possible. So it was a little bit just a matchup roulette, like every format.
No, tak samo robię właśnie, jeszcze może dodam sobie Kendricka Lamara, bo tak mi
almost
się...
any that can win a tournament or
Wiecie, jak to
can
jest.
have a viable finish. But I'm really happy that I
Short
have a chance at
mam
top 8
trochę
already.
tu duży
I mean,
problem.
100%. I mean, one more win potentially away to
No, bo
push yourself
to
into that
jest
position,
jakiś
and it'd
generator
be
losowy.
potentially really great to see you as a
Znaczy
regional
raz
champion
trochę
once
się
again,
takie
especially after such a
rzeczy,
strong
które
season last
się
year.
wybiją na karty
But I want to
shorts,
give
a
you a
innym
little bit of a break,
razem...
of course, because you just had a stream match, and obviously
Skoro na
it's
siebie
yourself
wie.
to refuel a little bit, maybe get a drink, go see your friends. So thank you very much for having a chat with me. It's always great to hear from you.
Thank you.
Like I said,
A
it's
innym
great
razem
insight
gówno
from
się
some top
cokolwiek
players.
dzieje.
But for the
Niektóre
moment,
shortsy
let's
mają
head back to
gorsze
the casters.
wyświetlenia niż niektóre moje filmy. No dobra, no to za chwilę będzie kolejna runda. Już 12. Owen, no kurde... dał czadu. Niestety nie obejrzymy całego, bo... no i tak będę musiała spadać. Ale wiecie, to jest azart. Ethan Wade.
I'm Ethan Wild, and I'm just here to play Pokemon and have fun. So I
Żeby nie
started
śmiesz,
playing about
najbardziej
5.5 years
śmieszny
ago.
speaker,
And it was
który
just to
gada,
pick
że
up
to jest
something
kazak.
new. I wanted to get
Jezus,
out and about and
Kościół,
start
ty
doing
dajesz,
things not in
dasz
front of the
zaraz
screen and meet new
argument
people. I think the
tych
favorite deck that I've
ludzi,
played is
co
New
od
VMAX. It's
skrzyneczek
not
kuźwa.
legal anymore, but it was really fun to play. You just drew so many cards, you had so much flexibility, you could use single prize attackers, you'd stop your opponent from doing anything, like with Judge and Path. It was just very versatile. I think the community is just an amazing factor. Like, there are so many nice people, and just seeing friends regularly at regionals and ICs is really fun. Yeah, I just enjoy meeting people from all around the world.
Welcome back, trainers. We're just going to take a short break here in between the live coverage of our rounds, but we're going to
No
have a
właśnie
chance to
tutaj,
speak to our latest
Owen
regional
jest!
champion.
Nie spodziewałem się.
Now I must ask you the nitty-gritty questions now. This is where the pressure starts. But, you know, first of all, how do you prepare for such large events?
Ooh, it really depends on how much time I usually have, but in general I'd say absorbing as much Pokemon content as I
Z
can.
tym hazardem to
in
też na przykład
any way,
Speaker
shape or
trochę
form is
przesadził, a po
how I
drugie,
prepare the most.
wiecie
As in,
dlaczego nie
I
jest,
do not
po drugie,
always have the time to test.
jeszcze
I
nie
don't
widziałem
think the
jeszcze,
matchups, but
jeszcze nic jeszcze nie
observing,
wpadł na pomysł, żeby zrobić z kart Pokémon.
current results,
Nie wiem,
what friends
kasyna.
are saying, what just discussing with friends about Pokemon. That's a major
poza tym
part
to
of my
jest
preparation.
A poza
because
tym, no
there's
to
a
jest pewna
bit of a
różnica,
live
bo
feel for
czasami
what is going
niektóre
on in the
karty
meta.
takie bulkowate, które wydają się
Interesting.
bulkowate,
So, you know, when you let's say in
Co się na
an
nich
ideal
zarobić?
scenario, when you
Wiesz,
do have time to test, how does that sort of
wiesz o
process
tym, że
look
da
for
się
you?
zarobić na tych bulkach,
I'd
bo
say
kurde,
it's
możesz sprzedać
mostly,
bardzo często bardzo
well,
grywalne
I don't
karty,
often
takie
test
jak
with
na
my Twin
przykład
Brother, for
Erden
example.
Vessel albo Counter Catcher.
But I often test
Są
against
niektóre
myself
bulki,
because
które są grane,
that is,
one coś
you
osiągają
learn to play
potem.
both decks at the same time.
Znaczy, wiadomo, rotacja też jest taka,
to
że
beat a
też
deck, you
pewne
also need to
karty
know
tanieją,
So
ale
I'd like to be able
niektóre
to
z tych
at least
rzeczy mogą
know
podrożyć.
a little bit about the intricacies of
A druga
each
sprawa
deck
też jest
in
taka,
the
że jest też pewna
format.
różnica, że te karty
And
często
that,
mogą zyskiwać na
playing
wartości,
against
na przykład w
yourself seems
kwestii
to be the most
na
efficient
przykład
in that regard. Also
grywalnościowych.
time-wise, it's a bit exhausting
No bo na
to play
przykład
that
na
much,
ten
because you have
moment,
to think about both sides.
jeżeli przyjrzycie się,
It's also
tak,
fun
jest
because
rynek
you
kart
learn
market,
about so many
ale
decks.
nie ma czegoś takiego jak
Well, I first
gambling
heard
na
about that quite a
karty.
while back.
No chyba, że
Of course, you have
ktoś
to
to
compare,
wymyśli.
you see both the
A, no
on the
jeszcze
floor
tylko
usually
coś
at these
te
big
kody.
regional events. And the fact that
się
you
narobił.
don't test it,
Ja mam
I
tutaj
find just so bizarre.
kubeł na te kody,
Because you're
bo
such
dużo
great
papieru.
players, and you know you both know the format so well. But you know it's such an interesting take on how you test formats. Now going back to the wider season, we've got 3 major events now going into the end, and then of course Honolulu,
Przecież
Hawaii.
jest taki sam to wykorzystał. Ale przecież te takie to też hazard, no przecież
I mean,
wiesz.
now that I've
Ale jest
a
różnica,
regional
bo jeżeli
champion
trafisz na jakąś
title under my belt,
grywalnego uncommona, na przykład Counter
see
Catchera,
whatever still can come my
którego
way, right?
dużo
I'm already happy with my
potrzebują
season, but of course
gracze,
I'm gonna
to
try
możesz
my
zarobić.
best. Just the same as any other event.
Przecież ja widziałem na przykład Counter Catchera sprzedawają za 40 złotych.
Top
Zwykły Counter Catcher, nie taki wybajeżony, tylko zwykły Counter Catcher, dosłownie. Zresztą jak miał garki za 40. Bo też niektóre karty mogą zyskiwać, mogą często podrażać, bo nie trzeba zarabiać dużo na ultra rzadkich kartach. To też jest jednak przewaga Pokémon TCG nad... To nie do końca jest też hazard z tego powodu, że bardzo często nawet zwykłe wariacje tej samej karty, no też można na nich dobrze zarobić. No bo zaraz podrożeje pewnie Terapagos po rotacji, nawet taki zwyczajny Terapagos podrożeje, kuźwa. Bo też te karty, one są bardzo często na podstawie, działają na zasadzie prawa pobytu i podaży i widać to pod kątem właśnie grania. Jeżeli jakieś karty są bardzo, bardzo grywalne, no to one też zyskują na wartości. No wiadomo, część z nich spadnie z ceny, ale to dlatego, że no nie ma już takiego zapotrzebowania, no chyba że w formatach typu Extended.
Now talking about the rest of the season, we talk about preparation and testing, as you said. You know, you
To chyba w niedzielę pogram 2 razy.
You know, rotation.
Więc to jest
It's
też-
just around the corner. You've won a regional
No cóż,
with
już
Chen
niedługo
Pan.
rotacja, tak?
Arguably,
No i część
when
kart
it's
spadnie z
actually
sceny.
worse,
Reggie
going
Dragon,
into the
który
next
teraz jest
format,
drogi, spadnie
it
z
obviously
sceny.
gets better with the
Ale
additions of, say, Prime Catcher and
za to
the other cards from the new set. So, is
niektóre
your
rzeczy
mindset
mogą
shifting away from
podrożyć.
Chen Pao, or
Przecież
is
ty
it
możesz
very much
na przykład,
sticking to
jak wydropisz
archetype
Prime
going to,
Catchera,
you know, rotation in the
to
new
już
format?
ci się zwraca
Well, I
booster
never really
dosłownie,
like to stick to
bo
an
Prime
archetype.
Catcher
I
jest
want to be
jednym z
like
najbardziej
free-flowing
pożądanych
and,
ace-packów.
to see what the meta shapes up.
Więc
So,
tak, bo nawet
obviously
taki
the
Prime Catcher
deck I'd be comfortable with, so I can always just
może
pick it
się
up
zwrócić.
whenever it becomes good in the meta, but I'm not like
Ale serio, niektóre
stuck
mogą
to it
naprawdę
in the
podrożeć
sense that,
po rotacji
I did good with it once,
rzeczy,
I
więc
need to play it,
tutaj trzeba
continue
mieć tu
playing
na
it.
uwadze,
I just
że
love playing
ze względu
all
na
kinds of
wysokie
different decks
zapotrzebowanie.
and
Przecież
like to
Greninja
change
niedawno
things
kosztował,
depending on the
Radiant
Well,
Greninja na
thank you,
przykład
Owen, for some
niedawno
fantastic
kosztował
insights,
12
but of
w
course we have to
poprzedniej,
get
a
back to the live
obecnie
action
po
in between
45
our rounds
zł
here, but
kosztuje.
don't go away and stick around.
Właśnie, ja nie wiem ile kosztuje teraz Alkaza, bo teraz jeszcze tam 15 zł niedawno. Szkoda wiadomo, Alkaza ma wąską wysyła tylko w Dragapucie, choć po rotacji on trochę stanieje, no ale za to będzie grać trzeba Wonder. To jest ta różnica między tymi hazardowymi skrzyneczkami a kartami TCG.
Wow, more Owen. Like, it's amazing to always keep hearing from Owen, and that was an interview we done
Bo to też jednak karty opierają się na prawie pobytu i podaży, bo często się zapomina, że halo, ale to są też karty do grania. Możesz zarobić pesiana na zwyczajnych kartach. Pod warunkiem, że one grają. Duchy grają bardzo dużo. Nosze mogą być drogie, bo na nosze się ludzie rzucili i są chuj drogie. Ale no pokazał klasę jak zawsze. Owen, cameraman.
Yeah, exactly. We've had so many top players that we've not even yet had a chance to feature. We've had so many different decks as well. We've had for the very first
No,
time.
Goldengo pokazał klasę, można
viewing of
powiedzieć.
what Kai was playing with
No,
that
strasznie
Toronto
underrated
as well,
Goldengo,
but
muszę
a chance to
przyznać.
see it up against Golden Go for the first time.
Prosty
I've already
deck,
mentioned it in
bardzo
the conversation
fajny.
with Owen. It had back-to-back top fours.
Lepiej sobie daje radę. No, jeszcze tam do niektóre warianty grają, no tam Owen gra z Palkią, ale no wcześniej w Sacramento widzieliśmy właśnie tego Stoga Kisa. To jest taka rerka, a niektóre rerki, takie zwyczajne, też są warte coś. Na przykład Noctaule. Noctaule są dość cennym towarem. I one będą zaraz cennym towarem, bo one mogą podrożeć potem. Koniecznie. Znaczy wiadomo, i to jeszcze w dużych ilościach, bo na tam Rotom aż tak nie podrożą, bo to też zależy ile potrzebujemy. No bo Rotom tak 1-2. Dlatego też nie tak drożeje. Ale na przykład Noctaule mogą strasznie podrożeć. To będzie obowiązkowy obowiązek. Więc to jest takie ważna inna rzecz, o której się często nie mówi. Jak Speaker mówi, no bo jednak to nie do końca jest hazard z tego powodu, że tutaj one działają takie prawo pobytu i podaży. Ktoś to słyszał? No jest to taka podstawowa zasada ekonomii, która polega na tym, że jak na coś jest popyt, to te ceny wysokie są. No i bardzo często na niektóre takie zwyczajne arweny, na zwyczajne countercatchery jest zapotrzebowanie po prostu. No bo w wielu dekach to gra, stąd też te ceny są tutaj bardziej wygórowane. Że ten countercatcher gra w wielu dekach, co sprawia, że właśnie te ceny są wysokie, co sprawia, że ten countercatcher kosztuje właśnie te 40 zł. Wolałbyście nie wiedzieć, ile kosztuje złoty. Skoro zwykły kosztuje 40, wyobraźcie sobie, ile kosztowałby złoty. No i kiedy jest ta rotacja, to te wszystkie FT tutaj będą tanieć, a te co dalej będą grać, one mogą podrożeć. Jest duża szansa, że podrożeje Terapagos i to bardzo, no bo będzie on niestety bardzo przydatny do aktywacji SUV. W juniorach na przykład chyba widzę dominacja Boltów. Let's go! Ale w juniorach bardziej tutaj Charizardy tutaj wygrywają. Co ciekawe, Dragapult jest w 7%. No i mamy oczywiście Regidrago, w której mamy masakrujące już różnice. Aż 16%! A, w Day 2 też... Wow! Wow! Dragapult! To jest Day 1, w Day 2 dalej Bolt wygrywa, ale co ciekawe, tutaj Dragapult, Lugie, Lost Boxy, Drago, no i ten właśnie Krab wspomniany, którego tak jak można było po moich krzykach zauważyć, właśnie w seniorach jest w 10%. Tak, nie przesłyszeliście się, Krab z Terapagosem. No, chociaż Krab też się nie dziwię, bo Krab też dostał dużo. Odbanowali tego Baby Pecheranta, który miał być zbanowany, bo on ma tą witkę, że jak dajemy go na aktywa, to dostajesz 8 przy check-upie.
Yeah, but even before we get to that stage, let's talk about some of these junior trainers as well. This was the day one sort of meta, well, of the most represented decks.
A, w seniorach tutaj Regidrago, tutaj Goldengo z Palkią. Taka ma jest jeszcze wersja z Togekisem, też jest dobra.
Raging Bolt, Charizard, again, those kind of top three at the moment it seems.
No i ciekawe jak w seniorach wygląda.
EX and Goldengo EX that we just saw piloted by Owen Kammerman as well.
I gotta say, this looks kind of like you've
Nie wiem, będzie Goldengo w grechć. Goldengo przetrwa rotację raczej. No pewnie trochę potraci, ale raczej powinien przetrwać kolejną. Też tym bardziej, że po prostu trzeba było poczekać, aż Goldengo dostanie fajne rzeczy. W seniorach jest dominacja Charizardów za to. Potem, no egzekwo z Regidrago, potem Bot, potem Lost Box, potem Terapagos i potem Garda. Mogę zaznaczyć, że nie mam też tych seruledzi. Co się dzieje z tym seruledzi? Czy znowu nie widzę żadnego? Polacy seruledzią z Fata z 4 do 0.
Wild to see Charizard back at the top. I wonder whether Masters will duplicate that in time, in due time, like we were saying yesterday with your storyline there, Alex.
It's a similar way because obviously with seniors, you know, they get a chance to really explore the meta in a similar way that the Masters do, and it just means that they get a chance to kind of follow suit sometimes, and you see this kind of rotation of the meta and the format, and that's just how the Masters do it. But with the juniors, of course, I know you've got a couple of juniors that are involved heavily in the regional scene and sort of in the international scene as well, and they just kind of also follow suit, but at the same time they have their own sort of thoughts and own sort of play styles, right?
I gotta say, the juniors really impress me every time because they have such fresh ideas. They really cook with their lists. They really put in the effort, and there's so many of them that will run up to me with this crazy idea, and I'm like, "Are you sure, buddy?" And every time they really pull through. They build the deck, they play test it, they check if it's good into all of the relevant matchups, and then they bring it to events like this, and they're doing fantastic, but they make those decisions on their own.
Oh, 100%.
Like, honestly, the amount of just curiosity and inquisitive deck building that they can do should never be underestimated.
Yeah, I know you've got some fantastic stories with some of the juniors as well. Just wanting to play decks that, you know, they feel like they want to play for a particular tournament. Again, it gives them a good breadth of experience as well, which is really cool to see. You know, just juniors or maybe the younger members being able to pick up like a variety of decks. And again, like you mentioned, use that little bit of innovation, maybe take them so far.
No ja ostatnio z Snorlaxem
Exactly.
wygrałam,
Honestly, the amount of learning that they get
tylko, że
from
w
these
czwartej to
events as
przeciwnik
well, not
tak
only kind of going to the
zapytał mnie, czy
events,
gram w Snorlaxem
speaking with people from different
i elo.
cultures and languages,
Potem
the
było
amount that
dosłownie.
the kids learn
Wszystko potem były
through
pytania,
that
czy mam
in
baja.
not only
Ja mówię,
mathematical
nie,
skills,
ja nie mam baja, tylko
literacy,
po
but
prostu
also
poddał
social
grę.
skills that I wish I'd learned when I was younger. I wish I could take a loss better now, because I feel like if I'd have
Znaczy
learned how
Baneta
to
była
be
tylko
a
taka ciężka
gracious
faktycznie, bo
loser
Baneta mi
of a
blokowała
man
jednak
earlier in
gasty.
life, I'd have
Tak
dealt
to...
with things much better than I have in my adulthood. And sometimes the kids come away and they were like, that was really fun. You go, did you win? They go, no. I'd love to be able to do that when I was their age.
For sure. I mean, it's been a
Myślenia.
long time since I was maybe the age of a junior, but I would have loved to just kind of have that, just that kind of view.
Rzeczy
on
też
life,
zmieni.
you
A czy
know,
widzę,
that
że bardziej się ktoś
alongside
przyjmuje tę
all of the
wersję z Rotem?
opportunities that you've already mentioned,
Jubilarz
the chance
Village,
to
który
eventually
zastępuje
explore,
trochę
go
drog.
with their
No,
families to see
aczkolwiek
different
tutaj
cultures, like
kosztem
you
tego,
say.
że
Again, play
tutaj
a
nie
game
będziesz mieć
or
wszystkich
bring them
kart
back
pod
to a
ręką,
game that
tylko
they
musisz
all
się
know
opierać
and
trochę
love.
bardziej
That
o
everyone's got the same sort of,
właśnie
hobby that they all
to, co
kind of
ci
congregate
stawią
around, and
tej
it brings everyone together, and
niesie.
that's like the amazing thing about it.
And they make so many friends from around the world, just like us.
Oh, yeah,
where
100%.
You get to come to an event and you see people and you're like, oh, I played against you at Liverpool. I played against you at NAIC. And you get to meet all these friends who you've kind of gathered from around the world, people you've paired before, people you ended up hanging out with after the event or during a side event.
Ale chyba w piątek jak wrócę będziemy grali sobie naszym misiaczkiem, bo już jest gotowy tym razem. Miałam grać misiaczkiem w piątki. Misiaczek
I always find
mój.
myself remembering people's names.
Oh, yeah.
Swoją drogą, właśnie, a i tym razem
That person, oh, I like them. They were nice in this side event and such. And it's a great community feeling when everyone comes together like that.
powiem
If you're
tak, że
looking for
niektóre
a hobby that's going to gain you friends, my word is Pokemon the way to go.
100%. The community is what sort of brings us all together. But just as a bit of a reminder, once again, we have just finished Swiss round 11. We will have Swiss round 12 in due course, but just for the moment, we have the Swiss rankings of our Masters
No
division.
o, Madsen Jensen prowadzi 10-1. Owen Karermana mamy Robina Schutza, zaraz zobaczymy. Mamy Madsena Jensena, naszego pultotorca. Owena Karermana, mamy jeszcze Nico Albasa, oczywiście mamy Julo Kalmana i mamy Robina Schutza. Co? Jest interesujące. Mamy jeszcze Olivit, Swiderhult, nie umiem, no i Patrick Holdera, tak, takich mniej kojarzonych, więc tak, mamy oczywiście Julo Kalmana, nie wiem czy on wrócił mi Raidonem, bo Julo bardzo często gra takie elektryczne deki typu Miraidon, on chyba też grał Turbo Hensy. No Hensów Turbo nie ma, no bo one miały niestety swoje 5 minut, ale to nie dlatego, że meta tak zwróciła się, że Turbo Hens umarł, niestety. Po rotacji może wróci, nie wiem. Ale to jest zdechnie. Tak, więc... Tak, póki co nieśmiertelny jest nasz Tort Support! Let's go! No, to jest oczywiście reklama. Ktoś jest zainteresowany, może zeskanować i poszukać w swoim mieście właśnie ligi najbliższej, ogólnie najbliższej ligi. W Warszawie są na pewno ligi, więc jak już były pytania o Warszawę, tak są. No, zresztą niedawno nasza liga rozszerzyła się właśnie o Pokémon Video Game. Nasza Ludiversum i Red Rift Liga. Jeżeli ktoś ma Switcha, to może wejść tam. Mamy rozszerzoną ligę właśnie też o VC, VG, właśnie, czyli Video Game. Czekamy jeszcze tu, może dojdzie jeszcze do sytuacji, jak się zbierze kubka ludzi, żeby była otwarta jeszcze liga Pokémon Go, jeżeli ktoś jeszcze gra Pokémon Go. Więc tak, my mamy już też ligę VGC. I można przyjść albo do Ludiversum, albo do Red Draftu właśnie na ligę komputerową. Jak na razie te wejściówki są tanie, więc można w wolnej chwili się pobawić. No już mamy Śląską Ligę komputerową. Kurde, właśnie się zastanawiam, czy się tak nie rozszerzyć. Ja mam dużo Pokemonów ogólnie, bo ja też zbieram. Chomikuję je po prostu.
And even learning to play, honestly, a lot of players' first step is either playing online on the Pokemon trading card game live or hopping into their local game store. The juniors we were talking about just a minute ago, I taught them both to play a few years ago. I remember them coming into the store for the first time and me being the judge on duty, and I was able to teach them the fantastic hobby, and now they're here at the regional event doing so fantastic
jakieś
in
gry na
top 8
Vita,
of
tak swoją
juniors,
drogą, bo
and
taka
that could be
strasznie
you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just the younger generation as well. Pokemon spans so many decades, as it were, at this point now, that we've had, parents get involved, maybe it's something to just get involved with your kids as well. And it's just, when you start enjoying it, I've seen many, like, quote unquote, parents of Pokemon players enjoy it more than the kids after a while. Sometimes it comes in phases, and it's like amazing to see just like different generations come in and enjoy the game.
You're so right. Honestly, I've played against, I think it was the Sisterhood side event.
Podoba mi się to, że dostałam takie fajne pudełko. Zresztą te pudełka są bardzo fajne, więc to jest chyba najlepsza rzecz, kiedy... Ach, jestem już pudełkowcem. Niektórzy są łowcą bryloczków, ja zacznę być łowcą pudełek. Plus jest taki, że nie muszę nawet kupować pudełka, bo go mam, bo dostanę go. A jeszcze to jest to pudełko tej dobrej, z takiego skóry jeszcze na dodatek z magnetycznym zamkiem, co wymaga trochę siły, żeby to... Akurat tu są te Skento, bo jeszcze są właśnie zimowy, no właśnie z 4. dżena, to jest pudełko przedstawiające w ogóle pierwszą, czyli słynne Kento. Każdy by chciałby takie pudełeczko, wiem. Milenialsi by chcieliby mieć na przykład podczepionego Pikachu na swym pudełku.
Maybe find yourselves at one of these regionals partaking against some of the very best. It's an experience, even just to kind of meet them, have a conversation, learn so much, just to see how, Pokemon players actually end up trying to take down big tournaments like this. And maybe one day you can find yourself at an international championship, maybe even
w Charizarda w Pidgeot Controla. Jestem magikiem. A da się to zrobić? Nie, to jest możliwe, zamienić czarka na Pidgeot Controla. Czary, Mary. Może mi pójdzie, że ja wysoko nie pójdę, ale powkurzać ludzi zawsze można.
Honestly, a champion's gonna be crowned today. How much more exciting could you get?
There's not even just one, there's 3. We always touched on it already. The juniors will have a champion, the seniors will have a champion, and of course our Masters division will have a champion as well.
That is so fantastic. Our players are just about to come on over to our stage, so don't go anywhere because we're going to give you a little sneak peek about who one of those players might be.
I'm Nico Alabas and I play the Pokemon trading card game competitively.
No i mamy Albasa, Nico Albas.
There wasn't really anything like an international level. There was the World Championships once per year and the German Championships once per year. And then once the season, or like once the game got more serious, once we got cash prizing international regional championships back in 2016, I decided to take the game more seriously because I was already among the best players in Germany. So I thought, okay, why not try to be one of the best players in Europe or even in the world? And so I decided to take the game more seriously and travel all around the world to play. Playing at a high level consistently is to just
tylko jeszcze z 4. gena, bo ja mam taki sentyment do 4. generacji. Bo ja lubię też Diamond Para był piękny.
Make the tournament still a pleasant experience, even if the playing might not be like the primary reason. Definitely helps you staying consistently in the game. And then if you just stay at a consistent level, stay at a high level and try to always play your best, you can be successful. Having a lot of friends in the game is one of the most important things because you're not going to travel all around the world or even attend tournaments if you're just going to be by yourself. So at some point you will find people, you might find them locally, you might find them internationally, but you're going to find friends and then you can experience the journey together. The one thing that makes the Pokemon community stand out compared to the other games is how welcoming the community is because, the game is designed for children, even though the majority of people are not kids anymore, but it also means that a lot of stuff is geared towards young people to be welcoming, to be, just an easy introduction to the game, so everyone can join and then at some point, find people in the game, and once you get to know them, you will.
Znaczy też jakby pomysł jest na przykład
So my
użycie
biggest
tych
accomplishment was winning the
ślimaczków.
2020
Ślimaczki też są te
International
spoko,
Championships
że
in the 2019-2020 season. Ever
ślimaczki
since then,
pozwalają
even
też
before that, I've been striving to win the World Championship at some
można
point.
użyć
I
tych
think
ślimaków,
every
które
top player
pozwalają
has the same
właśnie
goal.
zablokować
So that's
duchy.
what I'm always going to be aiming for. But that doesn't mean that I'm not taking every other tournament seriously, so it's always going to be my goal to do as well as I can at as many tournaments as possible every single season. I think at first it's gonna feel surreal and you might not even experience all the feelings at some point, but then once you meet all of the people that are gonna be cheering for you in the finals and you realize, okay, what has actually just happened, then it's just gonna be excitement and relief as well, because you finally accomplished that one thing that you've been aiming for.
karteczce. O, cześć, Wirst. Tak.
Wow. Wise
No i mamy
words
Nico
from Nico
Albaso.
there. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us earlier.
Yeah, an amazing player,
Ta?
an amazing friend I've had throughout the years. Again, we've spoken about the communities, not just within your local areas or regions, but someone I've known for quite some time. And look at those accomplishments. He's already mentioned one of his highlights of his entire Pokemon career was being crowned
mamy Nico Albasa,
international
mamy
champion
oczywiście naszego
at the
Reggitego.
Oceania Championships there.
Będzie
as we see
ciekawie.
in 2020. It was an
Ace
incredible
champion.
feat, and it's just looking to maybe take down on regional championships as well.
Absolutely, honestly, an
No i Alex
inspiration. But
Bortoloni.
against that behemoth
Dortmund
of
top
accolades, we have
64,
Alex
top
here, who was
64.
doing very well
Milan
in
Special
Dortmund
Event top
earlier
32 i
this very year, top 64.
Gonia
top
Special
64,
Event top
and Lille, of course,
128.
Milan and Bologna. So looking to top those accomplishments today,
No,
going
zaraz
further than
idę z
ever
pieskami,
before.
no.
Alex, I believe in you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you're not talking about me for once. But yeah, Alex is a very accomplished player as well. In sort of more recent seasons, being able to get multiple
te
day
jury
twos or
z
phase twos,
Piplafem
as
i
we see
kurde
both of theirs now
Dito.
place out their prizes. We
Co
get a glimpse of
ciekawe,
what
Albas
decks they're
gra
gonna be playing. Nico
Klopper!
Alabas will be playing that Cloth. Terrapagos and
Krop!
Alex Bortolini will be playing
Krab
Reggie
kontra
Drago
Pult.
V-Star.
Amazing,
A,
both incredible decks
weź,
in their own
dobra,
right.
zaraz
We've spoken
wrócę.
about both of these throughout the time, and of course, this is our win and in moment.
Yeah, here we go. Swiss round 12 is kicking off here. It looks like Nico Alabas will be kicking us off. It looks like just a pass over with just the Latias EX in the actor's spot. Nico's, I'm sure, is just thinking, well, actually, Alex can't really do too much. There's no real way to knock out 210 HP in one turn, but it's just over to Alex now as he does start with that Teal Mask Ogerpon in the active spot.
Absolutely. As we saw yesterday, there is a potential that going second Regidrago can launch a Dragon Laser attack, or maybe even attack with our Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, but they certainly can't climb to 210 damage. So we're not too worried about a Myriad Leaf Shower or a Dragon Laser right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's just going to be double checking what's in those prizes. Of course, you know, a key sort of aspect of the game is understanding what you have access to within those decks. And we've had a little glimpse of them a moment ago as well. You know, one Regidrago V, one of those Dragapult EXs, you know, a big attacker typically that you would often find in Regidrago V-Star decks. But, you know, nothing too crazy, so there's a lot that Alex will be able to work with.
Yeah, that's the great thing about Regidrago as an option of a deck. If you're considering picking it up, it's got great flexibility. And even sometimes, if you make a little mistake, it can go very unpunished. And you can often find a way out of it, wiggle your way into a different tactic, and actually you can bring everything back. As we saw with Julius yesterday, he was feeling like he had not done his best and made some silly plays, but actually he won the set and he did fantastic.
Yeah, we do see the Squawk ability EX now. That Squawk and Seize being utilized here. Just before we start maybe dancing their way to try and get energy acceleration and energies on the board. A second Regidrago V also hits the field. It's going to be vital to try and make sure that there's multiple of those to kind of counter what Nico could potentially do.
You're so right, Alex. Honestly, getting those Regidrago Vs on the bench, making sure we have multiple in case Nico comes back with a really powerful attack that could knock out a Regidrago before it has the opportunity to evolve. Since a Pokemon needs to be in play for one full turn before it can evolve, we need to keep these precious Regidrago on the field.
Yeah, and we do see the first Teal dance there, and there's a second one. We're going to be dancing all day throughout this Swiss
Swiss round 12 here.
Certainly are.
Just top decking a cancelling cologne, another ultra ball, so continue kind of going through the deck. There's an energy attachment, vital for the Regidrago to launch offensive attacks as well. Does need fire energy and 2 grass.
And we're going for the Ultra Ball to continue thinning that deck and get some more really great attackers, some of them being very new, Alex. Talk to us about Executor.
Yeah, absolutely. The Lone End Executor EX, a brand new card from the Surging Spark set, something we don't often see too in all the Regidragos, as we do see it discarded with Professor's Research as well. It has 2 attacks, Tropical Frenzy to be able to attach as many number of basic energy cards from your hand to your Pokemon in any way you like, but often used for that Swinging Sphere attack, where you do flip a coin and you have a chance to take an automatic knockout on a basic Pokemon. Heads is the active, tails is the bench.
Amazing. I love that. Swinging around, taking KOs. You can see where the name comes from with the Lowland Executor.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we have seen an energy switch of that grass energy from the active to the Regidrago V as well. And we do see Nico not really having too much. It's just the boss's orders.
And a pass the turn back to Alex after Nico hasn't got anything in their hand to help them out other than trying to disrupt Alex's play by bringing the Regidrago V into the active spot. It's got a really heavy retreat cost of 3 energy, which you have to take off the Pokemon. It must go to the discard pile in order to bring it back to the bench, unless Alex has a card that says he can switch.
Yeah, and there's going to be normally just a couple of those in the Regidrago V-Star decks. 1 switch, 1 Prime Catcher, which is not live. It does require you to make your opponent switch out a bench Pokemon into the active spot, as we do see the Ultra Ball top decked from that Teal Mask, Ogerpon's Dance ability. Now the Regidrago V-Star will be grabbed here, most likely, as we do see him move to the front of the deck.
But is it going to go on the bench or the active?
Nico's seeing the writing on the wall there. So just a very quick game 1 going to Alex here, our winner of the game 1 of this Swiss round 12. That's really put himself in a commanding spot against Nico Alabas.
Huge advantage against the powerhouse of Nico, who's been doing so well this season and beyond. So we know that he's an established player. He knows that we're on the clock here. We have 50 minutes to play 3 games of Pokemon. This is best of 3 here in Stuttgart.
We do get a quick replay, just kind of making sure all of those attacking pieces were hitting the discard for Alex's side. Nico looking for that opportunity just to stall out, maybe top deck 1 more card, but it just wasn't possible when Alex was able to hit that Ultra Ball, and that Regidrago V-Star was about to come down and start raining upon that Latias EX in the active spot.
Absolutely. Nico saw the writing on the wall and thought, okay, we've got more matches to play, and I'm going to have a better opportunity if I just get set up. The top deck was not enough, but it was worth waiting for. It was worth waiting to see if it was any good, but clearly the card was not going to save Nico in this instance, and so Alex gets that win for game 1 here in Stuttgart.
Right, so here both our players now have placed their prizes. Again, there's a couple of unique pieces from Nico there, the Squawk ability and the Pheasant ability, and all of those support Pokemon, the Petrarant as well. He does open with that Latias EX.
What are the chances of that, Alex? He only runs 1 in the deck, right?
Exactly, and this is why also he has to play his Hisuian Heavy Ball in a count of 2, because there's so many one-offs within this deck that he needs access to. Quickly sees he has to grab that Squawk ability to try and get into the game. He's there just making notes of his prizes as well. His Hisuian Heavy Ball give himself an easy chance to kind of figure it out.
Thank goodness Hisuian Heavy Ball lets us look at those prize cards and take a basic Pokemon out and swap it with the Hisuian Heavy Ball. So, as you say, really key card, but thank goodness there was one in the opening hand to utilize this early on for one of our support Pokemon. We've gone for Squawkabilly EX, and it would be rather Squawka-silly not to use that Squawk and Seize ability to be able to discard your hand, but only on your first turn, and draw an extra 6 cards, really elevating Nico's level of play here, being able to actually begin this turn right with some Pokemon on the bench.
Yeah, just an opportunity to get in the game, unlike that game 1, because of course right now he's 1 game down in this Swiss round 12. Gets a plethora of attackers on the board as well with the Area 0 under deck, so now has a potential to bench up to 8 Pokemon. So now he's just got a couple of pieces in his hand. He's very far set up in comparison to the previous game. And this is looking pretty good for Nico for a turn 1.
That Squawkabilly really came in handy. Thank goodness he was there to flutter away all those cards in hand. And we're on to Alex's turn with an equally not ideal Pokemon in the active spot.
Yeah, it's one of those heftier Pokemon. You do play the single prize Radiant Charizard in your deck as well to utilize the Fire Energy and utilize that Excited Heart ability. Once your opponent has taken more prizes, you can use Combustion Blast for minimal amounts of energy and actually start swinging away for heavy damage with a single prizer.
But why is it not great right now in the active, Alex?
It's got a hefty retreat cost, Amy. That retreat cost of 3 does mean he has to utilize some of those switching cards to maneuver out of the position. But despite it being one of those heftier Pokemon, just having a single prizer in the active spot can sometimes be really handy here, so long as Alex can start building out that board.
Absolutely, you're so right. And I love the Radiant Charizard in this deck for a really significantly cheaper attacker from energy cost later in the game. But like you say, we need to be able to get that switch option on the correct turn. Going ahead and, wait, is that Ultra Ball and 2 Regidrago V-Star?
Yeah, that hand wasn't looking too pretty for Alex. There was a lot of sort of awkward cards that he had to potentially play out here. Did have to go for the Squawkabilly EX just to kind of, again, get himself into the game as well. But he only had access to that Nest Ball and that Ultra Ball before utilizing Squawk and Seize here. It looks like we're going to get an energy attachment. Maybe he's trying to think about using that Prime Catcher to maneuver our position as well. So here it is, attachment to the Regidrago.
One of our 2 switching options in deck are gone, and the other one is now in hand thanks to Squawkabilly.
Yeah, he's grabbed some pretty good cards there. It does have the Teal Mask Ogerpon, so we're going to Teal Dance for an extra card as well. Second Regidrago hits a really nice card there.
Beautiful.
Could now maybe go for a Nest Ball into something like a Cleffa if Alex is playing it. He does play the 1 because he has a switch in hand.
Oh, good read.
It does look like he's going to have an opportunity to grasping draw up to 7 cards now and really begin to kind of just scare Nico a little bit with the board setup.
I wonder whether the lack of switch options will be troublesome to Alex later. Maybe Nico will take advantage of that. However, we do still have our V-Star ability, so Regidrago can get them back if necessary.
Absolutely. So here we go. Grasping draw up to 7. Back over to Nico. Can start kind of asking the questions of Alex just by maybe taking some initial prizes and just start actually swinging away as we do get a little bit of a cleanup board so that we can all follow along as much as we can as well. Nico already losing one of those areas that are under decks because of that Squawk and Seize of his own. He does play the Deli... I was going to say Delibird.
Bundle, you silly.
I'm so sorry. The future Delibird.
They look very similar.
They do look great, don't they? And it's very topical of the festive season as well. But we do see an Arven come down, getting an opportunity to grab any tool card and any item of choice here, because we do utilize cards like that Binding Mochi to really stretch far, as we do see the Radiant Charizard now in the active spot once again, rather than that Cleffa.
Yeah, bringing it forward, kind of analyzing the, you know, Cleffa's a nice Pokemon because it's got that free retreat cost.
Absolutely.
So forcing Alex to choose a different Pokemon, although Alex chose the other single prize option, you know, Nico's very well assessed that those switching options are in the discard pile now. Charizard's going to be even more frustrating to retreat later. As we can see, Nico's taking full advantage of the Area 0 underdepths by using that Precious Trolley.
Yeah, Precious Trolley, that brand new A-Spec from Surging Sparks as well. So both players utilizing some new cards and new additions to these decks. Now, of course, Clorf Terapagos is one of those which has kind of come to fruition in more recent times. That Precious Trolley able to search your deck for any number of basic Pokemon and put them onto your bench. So combining that very synergistically with that Area 0 under depth just means that Nico can start either utilizing maybe Terapagos at some stage to deal some massive amounts of damage, or just get some real sort of important support Pokemon into the game as soon as possible, as we do see the retreat into that Pecharunt, Amy.
Ooh, so we went for the Toxic Powder from our Brute Bonnet first to poison both active Pokemon. Now, Poison was currently doing 30 damage, but we've ticked that right up to 6, 7, 80 damage.
Yeah.
That's ginormous. Why is it at 80?
Because of that Pecharunt's Toxic Subjugation ability, Amy. As long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, put 5 more damage counters on it. So that's increased it to 60 from a normal, typical poison damage count ticker, but then we've got that Radiant Sneasler on the bench as well, which just adds up even more.
Wow, and Alex is going crazy on this turn. We've seen already a teal dance, an attach for turn on that Regidrago V on the bench, and now we're looking at which attackers we're going to be able to utilize, how we're going to get this Charizard possibly out of the active spot. We could be seeing a Legacy Star here to grab our switching options, but first off, looks like an Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, looks like we're going to continue dancing, getting some attachments on as well, but I think you've made a great call there, Amy. The only way to get some of those switching cards that have already been seen and put into the discard is with that Legacy Star. You know, Nico's position where he's kind of forcing that use of the Legacy Star early on means Alex has less access to certain resources in the latter stages of the game, I should say, sorry. As we do see, Alex looks like he's just kind of passed it back over, and Charizard gets knocked out by poison damage.
Wow, we didn't have access to the Regidrago V-Star, so couldn't go ahead and use that fantastic V-Star ability. Alex currently struggling to find that third one as the other two were discarded earlier in the game. So it's over to Nico to now make use of this extensive board state, taking the first prize card of 6 of the game to get further towards becoming the possible champion of Stuttgart here.
And we do see another Arven look like it's going to come down now. So Nico, even if he is able to just take a knockout on the Cleffa, will go to sort of 2 prizes up against Alex. And that's where maybe Nico can start sort of forcing the issue a little bit, unless Nico can find a way to kind of maneuver once again that Cleffa out of the spot, maybe reutilizing that Iron Bundle, that Hyper Blower ability to kind of move another 2 prizes back into the active spot. Maybe find a way, if possible, to take a big knockout.
Oh, that's a huge idea, Alex. So we've gone for, of course, the Arven for super effective glasses and a Night Stretcher. I imagine the Night Stretcher is going to hop into the discard pile and nicely bring that Iron Bundle back onto the bench, as you're allowed to select a Pokemon or an energy to bring back. And you're so right, Alex. Here goes that Hyper Blower straight away. Poor old Iron Bundle didn't even get out of the discard pile properly before Nico announced Hyper Blower to bring one of Alex's benched Pokemon forward. And of course, Iron Bundle goes back to the discard pile as an effect of that ability.
And here we go. That free retreat utilized by that Skyliner ability. Super effective glasses going on that Squawk ability, which is always good fun. Both active Pokemon now poisoned because of that Brute Bonnet with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached. So Clorf is going to be swinging for some big damage with that Binding Mochi, taking the knockout here.
And there we go, making the comeback that Nico needed after game 1, bringing it back, getting that huge knockout. Alex still struggling to find a Regidrago V-Star, but I think we finally got there, Alex.
Yeah, it's great. A great card to see now. You've got the free pivot option of that Cleffa in a similar way to the Skyliner that Nico has on his board. That Cleffa just hanging around means that Alex can keep pivoting between them, but has already lost one Regidrago V, so it's just down to the Regidrago V-Star as an option here, as we do see yet another Teal Dance. Just more energies being sort of drawn into here. Energy attachment to the Regidrago V-Star now just means he can start to launch an attack. The Legacy Star utilized here, Amy.
Here we go. We're going to see 7 cards from the deck go into the discard pile, and Alex can choose 2, whichever cards he wants from the full discard pile to bring back to his hand, and he can use those immediately. So whether he'll be looking for energy switches, maybe some disruption, maybe the Prime Catcher, maybe the Charizard, there's so many decisions here, and there are really great cards that Alex could choose. There are so many options. It just depends whether he wants to go for disruption or kind of setting up further attacking Pokemon for the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. Often depends on what you've had to discard so far. It does sort of dictate what kind of direction you go down. Alex has chosen the Prime Catcher and the Iono, just trying to find a way to maybe stem the flow a little bit from Nico's side of the board if Nico is not able to kind of draw out. And that's one of the few sort of struggling things with the Clorf deck sometimes, where you have to just maybe struggle sort of mid to late game where the draw power just quite isn't there, and he's just targeting that that Latias EX and don't give Nico that free maneuverability of that deck so far, and just has that Regidrago V-Star in the active spot now.
One of the most powerful cards that Clorf gained this kind of set with Surging Sparks release was that Latias, allowing the Pokemon all to have free retreat cost. Taking that option away is just a fantastic disruption call from Alex, and furthering that disruption with an Iono, where Alex will get to draw 6 cards, whereas Nico will be left with a hand of 3.
Yeah, and Alex is going to keep going. He's grabbed the Earthen Vessel to grab another Fire Energy out of the deck right now. There isn't another Regidrago V currently on the board, of course, which does mean it's just this Regidrago V-Star that is in the active spot. Does have access to a bigger bench because of the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX also being a Terra Pokemon, and Area Zero Under that's currently still in play, so can continue building out the board, but he's just deciding what attack to use.
I think we're seeing a newbie on the street.
We're swinging.
Executor for a benched Pokemon knockout. Terrapagos is down, meaning Nico needs to take away the Squawker Billy because there is no Terra Pokemon on Nico's board anymore, meaning the effective Area Zero Under Depths is now gone. So Nico now only has a bench size of 5 rather than 8 like Alex.
Wow, what an interesting choice. And this kind of board locks Nico currently, because there's no way now to get further Pokemon into play because of that knockout that you've just seen and just told us about, Amy. Now it's just having to work with what's actually on the board, as it's now just a free retreat, using that Skyline ability back into the Clorf. You know, one of the key things about using Alolan Executor EX is that there's no loss of any energy cards when you attack, and if he was to take out the Latias EX, he would have had to use something like a Lost Impact to do so.
Absolutely, and the nice thing about bringing forward the Latias meant either you get what you want and you get the Latias knockout, or the Terrapagos was a great second choice on the bench. So bringing the Latias forward, even though it has that free retreat still, is a great idea of kind of giving yourself a win in both situations.
Absolutely, and it doesn't matter the flip at the end, but this one was pretty cool just to see the board locking on Nico's side, because it's not something we see too often sometimes, as it does look like Alex is eyeing up a Boss's Orders play here with that damage tick as well. That Regidrago currently at 240 damage won't get knocked out when it passes back over to Nico's side, but Nico on his turn could then just promote the active or promote to the active that Pecharunt.
Yeah, I think that's the huge issue here, is that if Alex chooses to keep this Regidrago V-Star in the active, it could be that Nico could KO it between turns because of the effect of the Pecharunt, if that's what Nico chooses to promote, which is really scary. So Alex is going to be trying to find a way around that, or get another attacking Pokemon set up. Looks like we might see a Myriad Leaf Shower as an attacking option in this game.
Yeah, but Alex is going to want to keep trying to take out maybe those 2 prizes, because that is the quickest route to victory here. Just 2 more attacks announced would mean Alex could win this game, but this is the tricky scenario here right now. Alex is just kind of deliberating what the action is. Chooses Alolan Executor.
We want a Tails, ideally.
I'd say it is
We
Tails.
got the Tails, so Alex is not going to be KO'd between turns.
Wow, amazing for that to happen. Had to hit the Tails to make sure the Pecharunt didn't end up in the active spot. Poison damage is ticking. It's 270 damage now on this Regidrago V-Star. What a heads up play, and it's great to see it just all pay off.
It was a tails up play, really. The tails or the heads, Alex.
Absolutely amazing. So it's on Nico now to find this path to victory. Maybe has to find a way to disrupt of his own. Does play one Iono himself. Maybe just kind of stick one of his single prizes in the active spot and not having to worry too much. Of course, we know that Clorf on the bench doesn't have poisoned right now, despite having the counter there, as we do get Nico here. Just using that Ultra Ball, maybe finding that Terrapagos, maybe reopen back up that board, or going straight for the Iono if it's still available.
Iono! Alex! Oh, that's so fantastic for Nico. We've only got 2 prize cards left for Alex and 3 for Nico. So Nico will be drawing more cards, whereas Alex will be left with only 2. And with limited draw options at this stage of the game, where Alex has used his V-Star, and the only Pokemon that can draw cards on his bench is the Mew with Restart, which will draw him up to 3. So after draw for turn, Alex will already have 3 cards.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's down to whether Alex can maybe play some cards down, maybe then use Restart. We did just see one of those 2, I think was a Professor's Research.
Pecharunt wchodzi, co oznacza, że Pecharuncik tutaj...
That Luminia
Co oznacza też to, na kogo tutaj stawić. No, jaśnie, póki co... Znaczy tutaj jest... No, tutaj się zrobił problem, bo ojojoj. Nie można użyć Feza. Kaczarancik złośliwy jest. No. Mam nadzieję, że Krab wygra.
Aspects of your opponent when it can't use something like flip the script of a pheasant dip TEX.
Absolutely, because the Pokemon was knocked out between turns, flip the script won't activate because it wasn't on your opponent's turn. It was between the turns during Pokemon
No właśnie, no to jest tak, że to jest tak między turami.
Here we go, that's a big attacker on board
No
now
ale
and much
kurde,
easier to
no,
load up
czy
with
będzie miał?
energy than trying to make another Regidrago when I think it's just too late to be starting that train.
Yeah, just kind of deliberating what card to utilize here. Isn't thinking about the restart, just going maybe straight for the Professor's
No,
Research.
tylko
Energy
właśnie
switch
tu się
first
pojawia
to
fopa.
Radiant Charizard. It's an interesting decision here. Does need a Fire Engine to fire
Czy
off a
jest?
Combustion Blast here. There's the Fire
Jest.
Energy from the
Ale
7,
też
so we'll be
nie
able
ma
to
czym...
attack with the Radiant Charizard.
And Mew has the free retreat already, so Charizard's ready to go now. Going for a jamming tower, which will turn off the effects of Nico's item cards attached to his Pokemon. However, it does not stop the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule from activating Brute Bonnet's ability.
So it
Tak,
could be a
bo
big
tak, bo
turn
bardzo...
here. That jamming tower coming into play, the Binding Mochi not available. The Forest Sealstone also not available because Nico hasn't popped that V-Star yet as well.
Boss!
Does have the boss and that's more than enough and that's it.
Tak.
1-1.
No jest 1-1, kurde.
Game 2 of this Swiss
No.
round 12.
No to mamy grę drugą. Niko albo wygrał. No właśnie to jest też właśnie sprytny numer właśnie, że po prostu dajesz tego Juno i tego Peczaranta i kurwa nie mogę Feza!
Seafood Broil unfortunately overwhelmed Regidrago, bringing the
No.
Claw and Terrapagos package together
To
to
jest
show us
mocno.
just how powerful it can be.
Yeah, that hyper blow of that Iron Bundle, so vital, an important card that a lot of people have sort of eyed up for this tournament.
A,
off the
no i
back of
wchodzi...
Sacramento Regionals as a key component for a lot of decks.
A no
Nico,
właśnie, bo
however,
też warto
bringing this
zaznaczyć,
deck,
że
which
Brun...
I had a bit of a
Kapsuła
chance to
jest...
speak to Nico earlier, in yesterday.
Ona
He was just
chroni,
like,
jeśli
this
się
is
nie
not
mylę,
my
przed
usual
kondycjami,
kind of
musiała
deck.
był
I
sobie
pick
przypomnieć,
cards
ale
that
tak,
look
chyba
at
ona
Geo
się
and
chroni.
research.
Bo
But
też
he
warto
was just
zaznaczyć,
like,
że też...
this deck's very good.
It just
It just works, and you know,
Jeśli
that's-
chodzi o
it was again,
starożytną
in similar way to what
kapsułę,
Rahul
to
said yesterday as
the
well,
ancient boosted
he
this
did have
card
a lot of
attached
fun,
against
and
it
this
and
is
remove from
one of the
Swift
decks
and
that, despite not necessarily liking in this format,
in special conditions. Tak, on też zaznaczy, że kapsuła też chroni przed zatruć.
Because I play Clawfin Leal and it's literally the most fun I've ever had playing in an
No
event.
boss, ale z drugiej
It
strony
was
klepa też może być.
fantastic. If you're looking for a fun time, this is
No
where to
dobra,
be.
no to mamy już grę 3, Alex ma
over
już
25 minutes.
Aloha Egzekutora, czyli tak jest...
Plenty enough time for a game 3 here. Looks like Alex was eyeing up an Ultra Ball of some sort already. No, unless he was just showing a mulligan, it looks like. Oh, it was just a mulligan. There we go.
we're all
I didn't want to get too ahead of myself, just in
Alex.
case what was happening.
What's a mulligan for our newer players?
Yeah, so if you do
O,
not
on ma
have a
mulligana.
basic Pokemon
Dobra,
and
po
you're
stronie
opening
Alexa jest
7
mulligan.
cards, you have to show
końcu
your
on już
hand to your
tasuje.
opponent to say that you don't have one, so you can't start the game or set up the board state
Tak
yet.
jest,
So you do
1-1.
unfortunately have to do a mulligan where you shuffle the cards back in.
Ten
Your
Peczerant
opponent has the
mały, no to
opportunity
robi
to
trochę
take
takiego
an additional
zamieszania
card for
jednak,
each
no bo
each
kurde, no
time.
Feza nie mogę użyć.
Absolutely. And if both players
No i
do
co
a mulligan,
mamy?
they cancel each other out. No one gets to draw an extra card. So that's just what these players are doing. Just sorting out those mulligans, possibly taking their extra.
Aha, tutaj Korola Stenosi. Jezus, lasus po stronie, albo nie
I
fajnie.
don't love that, Alex.
The other maneuver Pokemon in there, that Pecharunt EX is also there as well,
Oh my
but
gosh.
Nico is
No
starting with
niedobrze.
Pecharunt, the non-EX version.
Znaczy wiem,
in
że
the
on
active
gra
spot
Heavy Balla,
here,
tam
but it
z
looks like
dwa
Alex
są
is kicking
czasami.
us off. Of course, for the first time, we'll be able to go first in this series of this Swiss round 12.
Absolutely. And it's super beneficial for Alex
A
to
nie,
be going
zaraz,
first
on ma
because they
Heavy
have
Balla
evolution Pokemon.
w ręku
If you have
Niko.
an evolution Pokemon, it's
Może
always
coś wyjmie.
usually beneficial to go first, although we have seen it sometimes choose to go second depending on the circumstances and deck they're against, because your Pokemon needs to be in play for one full turn before it can evolve. So if you go first, you get the first opportunity at evolution.
Yeah, just eyeing up what that hand's looking like. Looked like it was double research, and having to go for this Squawkabilly EX again, just to kind of maybe look for some of those Regidragos to get onto the bench as soon as possible. Did have a Tilmas Pokemon EX as well, but some of those other pieces not too nice there.
No, I think that's time to say goodbye to those. Squawkabilly, bring me a new hand and may it be flourishing.
I mean, a very good hand. It looks like an easy discard with an Earthen Vessel there with one of those Dragon Pokemon that you utilize with Apex Dragon of the Regidrago V-Star. Will get the Fire Energy and the Grass, so he can Teal Dance a little bit as well, get some energy acceleration going. And has Regidrago V in the hand.
Oh, you know what? Couldn't really ask for more during that Squawk and See is exactly what I wanted to see. A fresh hand of cards that we can utilize right now rather than Professor's Research, which you can't play because we've gone first.
Yeah, one of the only other things maybe Alex would have loved to have is maybe like a single prizer to maybe promote into the active spot. It's just that Mew there. So it does mean Nico potentially has a chance, although we've seen a couple of those sort of free retreat Pokemon that allows Nico to maneuver around. Unfortunately, Prize. So what is Nico working with?
Not a lot, unfortunately, Alex. We've got a lot of switch cards in hand. We've got some energy in hand.
On jest bola.
But I don't think we have an opportunity right now to be able to get all of the pieces that make Clorf work.
Na pewno musi
need
jakoś
the Brute Bonnet as
gasnąć.
well as the Clorf, and we've got the Ancient Booster Energy Capsules in hand. And we have a Nest Ball, so we can get either Clorf or a Brute Bonnet. We'll have to see how Nico traverses this
Mamy
situation.
szympansa i mamy jeszcze Squawka. Aha, no i jeszcze trzeba tego wizeczek.
He's going to be missing right now at the very least, because
Czyżby będzie się rozkładał jak...
key core pieces of this deck with the Clorf. You know, not only is that bench space so important, but being able to maneuver the active basic Pokemon around with free retreat because of Skyliner, it's just going to be making it a little bit more difficult to maybe try and take 2 prizes really early.
And the other option for retreat cost was our Petcheron EX with its subjugating chains ability, but that's also in the prize cards, so Nico won't be able to utilize that either.
Ale on ma Heavy Balla,
So
tak
he's
mi
gonna have to
się
try and
wydaje,
figure out
bo
how he could
Heavy
potentially
Ball
draw into
jest.
things right now. This Nest Ball, he's eyeing up
Co,
his
właśnie
own
czy się
Squawkabilly.
opłaca taką
Dreadful.
rękę?
There's
Trochę
so many good
szkoda.
cards in hand that are necessary for this matchup, but if Nico's going to make it through, it feels like this is the only choice. But 2 Ancient Booster Energy Capsules going into the discard pile, a double Turbo Energy going into the discard pile does not feel snazzy.
No to jest
it
jeszcze
won't be
Heavy
feeling
Ball.
too good, but you know what? Let's just try and get into this game and try and force the issue, if possible, just through other means. Let's make
No
sure
właśnie,
I'm
to
able to
musi
play in
być
the game right now. As the
Terapagos,
Terapagos does hit the field as
dobra.
well.
I like him,
So
that's great.
the board could be set up if
Double
a
Turbo
hits.
could go on that so that we're not wasting it.
There you go. Looks like he called it
Nie
there
marnujemy.
from Nico's side of the field as well. Doesn't want to waste it. Just
Boss na
bosses
Regidrago.
with Drago V. Maybe just not wanting to commit
Łok
far too much, but
tutaj
yes,
zachodzi.
does Squawk and sees now. Just kind of
Myślę, że
trying to slow
może-
Alex down that little bit with that
O,
Regidrago.
ma Heavy Balla
I
teraz.
think
Teraz
it's going to
widzę,
be a
że ma
troublesome
Heavy
game
Balla.
if we can't get a Brute Bonnet online.
Does have a Hisuian Heavy Ball in hand now.
O,
Does also
widzę,
have
że
that
to jest
Electro V, so
Szymański.
does have access to
Tutaj
something. I'm
jest
sure
ten
this has got to be
Hitsuan.
that Latias EX
You
here.
reckon?
No
I don't think there's
właśnie,
really any
muszę
other
się
choice.
zdecydować,
I
co
think
ja
you're
tu
right.
chcę.
Maybe not necessarily placing it down now to give it a
No,
target
zbryk
on his
ręki.
head.
Oh, I don't know, we're considering it. We're going for it. Nico the
There you go.
Brave. There we are. Going for the Latias. I think it's
Tutaj
a, I
notatki,
think it's a
ale
good
to są takie
decision. Might be
elektroniczne
able to get
notatki.
Terapagos.
Znaczy to jest taki tablecik do zapisywania, można takie kupić w sklepach planszowych.
But unfortunately, Amy, that Terapagos is not able to attack on turn 1.
Znaczy to nie jest taki, że coś ale iPad, to
it
co,
would
to
be
jest
amazing
takie...
if it did, and obviously it's a bit of a throwback to some other decks that we've had before,
Jest taki
but
tańszy
Unified
taki
Beatdown
tablet.
unfortunately not able to be utilized turn 1, otherwise it'll be even more broken than it already is, that little turtle.
Dobra.
Brave, so right. And I'll be honest with you, I
Mamy
totally forgot
oczywiście
it was Nico's
Latiasa,
first turn.
mamy też
These moves
Lumineona.
have been so
Lumineon nam coś
impactful
wyszuka.
and so kind of strenuous on him as well.
No właśnie,
It
mamy
feels like
Lumineona,
we're in the thick of
ale
it already.
co robi pas?
But Alex is opening with double Regidrago V-Star in hand, so we'll have the active attacker ready to go. Doesn't have too much more. We'll be able to
No
teal
właśnie, to jest
dance.
ten problem.
Might
See
legacy
another
star
card.
early.
Again,
I don't love it.
it
but
never feels good, but when you have to, you have to.
push comes to shove, sometimes you don't have a choice.
Yeah, it does look like he's going for it because there's one
No,
energy
to
switch
jest
from the
tak
early
smutne.
score concedes that we've seen already before, so we might actually see it again. I'm maybe a little bit surprised we see Super Rod so
Yeah.
quickly. Sometimes if it's a bit of a scary legacy star,
No.
you might want to save that Super Rod for a future turn, but maybe just wanting to restart just to see maybe if I can draw into an energy
Maybe.
switch.
Maybe Miku
Yeah.
can save us.
There we
Coś tam
go.
From
mamy.
restart.
Oh, he's in it!
Jest,
Energy
jest.
switch and Gudra. Oh, how perfect was that? We can save the legacy start until later when it's going to be much more crucial in the game.
Legacy star
No,
being
we're going
utilized as
for
well.
it, Alex. Here we go. What do we
O
want?
nie!
Just looking for maybe an attacker. I'm not too sure there's too much
Pekacer!
of sort of a dragon attacker
To
in
trzeba
there.
być
There was actually
przegrywy,
the
żeby
Dragon
takie
Ball
rzeczy
EX, wasn't
grać
there?
jak
Yeah, I
research.
think we've got Dragapult in there, and I think that there was a Lowland Executor
No,
discarded
najbardziej
as well.
największe
Wanted to
spocalicy
try
grają
and get
takimi
that prime
dekami.
catcher back so we can start targeting the right Pokemon. Here's the decision though. Ace for that
Nie.
Terapagos can go into the free pivot or the Mew EX.
Tylko ale
Does,
ta
of
ręka
course,
była chujowa.
choose the Professor's Research as well, so can draw back up to 7.
Oh my, this
And-
is going crazy.
Yeah, here we go. We're popping off here. So it's just down to Alex rebuilding the board. Does have the Regidrago V in hand. Just kind
Okay.
of drawing into it as well. So now it's just down to what attackers you want to
No
use.
niedobrze trochę, powiem szczerze.
There's so many choices with this deck, but it's so flexible in that regard, which I really love. And of course, Alex is making sure that Nico's energy is kind of being wasted here. It was going to be regardless because Nico had to use the Squawk and Seize, but it's such a shame that we didn't get to see an attack used with that double turbo energy after it being very prematurely attached because, I mean, there was no other choice.
Yeah, so we do see the Ultra Ball, yeah. Discarding the Cleffa and the Regidrago V just for another Teal Mask, Ogapon EX. Just gonna need another one of those to start trying to build out another attacker where possible. Can't utilize more Teal Dances right now. We do see the retreat back into the Regidrago V-Star. Apex Dragon basically announced here, but what attack will you use? Few different decisions. Here we go.
Ta giratina
He's
odważna
impacting.
była.
We're doing a
No,
big
chyba
impact
będzie
here as
szło
2
unikać
energy
takich
have to be put
rzeczy.
into the lost zone and 280 damage takes down Terapagos EX with no better choice on the bench. It was definitely a
Mamy
good
drugiego
decision to just
Terapagosa.
go for the active Pokemon.
I wonder what's going through
Lumineona,
Nico's
no
mind right
Chodzi
now. As we
Lumineon.
do see the Luminion EX, or Luminion V, sorry, come down with the Luminous Sign ability being used to grab any supporter from the deck. That Iono being eyed up here.
Here we go again. Iono causing disruption wherever she goes. She is loud, she is proud, streamer herself. She's
Tak,
gonna put
Iono
Alex
wchodzi.
down to a hand of 4 cards, but Nico will get a fresh 6.
Yeah, the always worrying aspect is whether the Iono is a lie.
Znaczy
and
oczywiście
cannot
zanim
save Nico, of
się
course, could
pobawimy,
push Alex
no
into
to
some
nam nie chcę
very good cards. We do
marnować.
see another Terapagos EX
Wow.
now with a double turbo energy and
I
this
Iono!
also coming down. Maybe just kind of making sure we rebuild that board because to swing for massive amounts of damage, you're gonna need a full bench, Amy.
Oh yeah, and hopefully we'll be drawing into that Area 0 Underdepths. And I love how this deck can
No
play
jest.
much like a Clawf deck, or it can play like Terapagos. And we hit the stadium, Alex! It was in the
I
hand!
think there's quite a
Tak,
few Pokemon
jest
there
też
as
i
well alongside the
Orugoro.
Nestball, so there will be a way to maybe
Który
just
szuka
stretch for it, but
Stone'a
can
i oczy.
we get the poison off as well? Maybe a Mochi. There's a couple of ways that we have
Gosh.
to just try and figure out how we get this knockout here.
Because that's the thing, the Mochi can boost any Pokemon that is poisoned. So if we manage to poison a Pokemon, then Binding Mochi will allow us to do 40 extra damage, which
Tak, i
just
chodzi
pushes
oczywiście o
Terapagos
Orugoro,
forward
chodzi
further than it
Niedźwiadek.
could before on its own.
Let's try and
Się
work out
na
a little bit of
Nestball
math. That Terapagos with a
Profeza.
full bench tends to do 220 damage because of that double turbo energy. Right now is one bench space less
No,
than the
no i
maximum,
tutaj, żeby
so
ten
will
dysrap
be
oczywiście
that
się nieco bardziej
210 minus
udał,
3,
no to
190 damage from Terapagos EX,
Oh
maybe kind of
no.
forcing the issue. I mean, Alex only has that one energy on the Regidrago V-Star right now, so maybe Nico's thinking, or maybe, just
No też
maybe,
to dobre, bo
there's enough of a chance here.
There could be time created, so just going for the Unified Beatdown, they're leaving Regidrago
no i
damage,
teraz co,
but
idziemy po
still ready
Peza.
to rock and roll if the energy is available to Alex or the energy switches.
Yeah, exactly. With that legacy star already used, won't have access to the ones he has been able to utilize so far.
No tak, Niko
So
wie
maybe
co
that lost
robi.
impact could be a bit troubling. Jamming tower hits the field, does have to reduce
Tak,
Nico's board.
skłok nie będzie mi
back down to
potrzebny,
5,
Illuminati
removes the
nie
easy
będzie
targets
potrzebny,
of the
więc...
Squawk ability and Illuminion.
No, w sumie nawet to i lepiej, że zostało to
Straight into
zbite.
a professor's research. Iono, you are a lie.
I know you have produced Professor's research both times you have been played. Goodness gracious, girl. She must be in cahoots with the professor.
Yeah, but we do see some very vital pieces now as we grabbed out of the deck with that earthen vessel, discarding, I think that might have been a nest ball of some sort. It doesn't really matter. A useless card here in this scenario. Can't utilize Area 0 on the decks himself right now because he got that jamming tower into play. We do see a teal dance here, straight into a Radiant Charizard. No energy switch yet.
Not yet, and
Is
that's
there?
not quite going to be enough. But
Oh no, there is. I do.
No dobra, jasne.
it was that slightly older art, but you can still use it in competitive play because that's the same name as a reprinted version in one of our most recent sets.
Yep, absolutely. So that does mean we have a Regidrago V-Star powered up once again, looking through which attacker to utilize with the Apex Dragon. Is he looking for another lost impact? That's the
No,
only
nie
way
wiem,
to
czy
take
jest
a
sens takiej
guaranteed
gdzieś...
knockout on this
A
Terraptor.
zaraz,
There's a
czy
lot
będzie
of
Aloha?
Let's see how we go. Heads or tails, Alex?
What
What do
is
you
it?
think?
It's a Tails. He's
Tails!
taken down the Ursaluna, the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. He was doing nothing, just on the bench, just sitting there looking pretty. But
Bear
No
was in
jest tu
hibernation.
krapka,
Alex
tak?
disturbed him. Goodness gracious.
right, so Nico's position here has already used the Iono. There's no other way to bring back a disruption card like the Iono. So Alex is going to be working with that hand here. But
No nie dobrze.
there's only one Regidrago V-Star currently powered up with energies on it. So Nico might have a chance to try and claw himself back into the game.
Very good, Alex.
I get one in
Oh,
every
you
so
get
often.
one, I appreciate it. No, that was real good. Nico, unfortunately, massively the underdog right now with 6 prize cards left to Alex's 2. You need to take 6 prize cards in order to win the game. And Alex is in such a
Stracciara.
commanding position to do so, even if this Regidrago gets knocked out. The only hope Nico has is being able to disrupt enough and hope that Alex just can't get another attacker online
Nico
fast
leci.
enough. But we'll have to see how things pan out. Nico might be able to buy himself some more time.
Yeah, it looks like he's eyeing up maybe the Forest Sealstone and Night Stretcher. Does have the Blood Moon Ursaluna who could start swinging for big damage, just like sort of an easy attachment right now with that fantastic ability in a very similar way to that Radiant Charizard. Season skill, Blood Moon used by this Pokemon costs 1 colorless less for each prize card your opponent's taken. So right now, for just 1 energy card, can actually start swinging for some massive amounts of damage and can reutilize it, I believe, if we keep... Oh wait, during your next turn, your opponent can't, this Pokemon can't attack. But with Skyliner, you can maneuver it out of position and maybe use another attacker once again.
Absolutely, and that's why we need these free retreat Pokemon just to help out. And it's a really fantastic play because Nico can use it regardless of it being poisoned or not, and that's where Claw Fusion has begun, Fusion Cuisine, where we're bringing these other potential attacking Pokemon into play because they genuinely benefit the deck without needing to be poisoned.
Yeah, Nico's just deliberating which attacker to use. He's actually just going to hit hard with that Unified Beatdown. Plenty enough with just the 4 bench Pokemon right now. Alex, no attackers set up at this current moment in time. Hits a Nest Ball. That Pheasantipity will also be live right now because there has been a knockout from an attack here. So there's a few different options for Alex. It's just going to be needing a few cards because we've seen at least 2 energy switches being utilized already. Doesn't have another Regidrago V-Star to start swinging away. Teal Dance into a research.
Research again, whether it's going to be the one, I'm not certain. Crumbs, there's just so many options here. But you're right, we still have potentially enough energy switches to launch a valid attack here.
Kurde, jakby się by nie sprajzował ten Snizer, no to byłoby inaczej.
Do that. So Alex is just going to be looking at all of the options to draw cards most effectively, and the sequencing here is going to be key.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the biggest things here, he's only got 1 more bench space. I think Alex really wants to try and draw that
no właśnie, przecież nie może użyć Charizarda, no bo...
down as well. Getting it prepped, ready for a future big attack with something like a boss's orders if Nico moves into a single prizer. You know, he just wants to try and look.
Oh
But
no!
any in the deck is
Same
really
zielone.
thin, and it looks like we've
Znaczy
got
tego
no energy switches
czarka nie
left to
użyję,
use.
bo ile
So
tam?
we're going to be looking at just trying to slow things down and get Pokemon prepared.
Yeah, it's
Ah,
gonna
yeah,
look
no.
like that Radiant Charizard is gonna be a vital piece to try
Kurde,
and
to
take the
jedyne,
final
że
two
tylko
prizes here.
spoceńcy tak grają te
Just
Reggie drogo.
Nico's gonna be able to take command of this position because Alex has just
No,
Ionoed
jest
himself down to 2.
superior,
There's
jest-
plenty of grass energy, so there are gonna be more teal dances and that
No,
superior
nie
energy
ma
retrieval as well. So has access to those fire energies when he needs to. Does get an energy attachment now to the Red Drago.
Set.
Restarts back up to 3. Has boss's orders in hand now, so only one piece of the puzzle potentially just to get a Radiant Charizard involved in the action and actually take his final 2 prizes. But just a
Opas,
retreat for the moment
opas!
into this Teal Mask Pokemon EX.
I love how Alex kept the Radiant Charizard safe by Ionoing it to the bottom of his deck so that it can't get knocked out by Nico on this turn.
Yeah, so Alex is just trying to basically fix the
Snizer!
board, where it's almost a checkmate scenario here, whilst Nico is just going to try and stem the flow if possible, but
Ja,
Alex
no,
has 2 of
no,
the pieces already.
Znaczy,
It's
jeszcze
just whether
gracze
that
innych.
Mew and other pieces can maybe kind of stretch Alex into those. That
Tak,
Earthen Vessel
Stretcher
can
i
also
Arena
help
Zero jest
grab
ciekawe.
maybe 1 or 2 more of the grass energies that are still in there to Teal Dance and see more cards. So
We've got a
Nico's,
lot. We've got a long way to go. We
There's a-
can still draw lots of cards.
Mamy
You're so
tutaj
right.
pressure
Yeah, but it's on Nico here to
Trolley.
kind of set the scene. What can Nico kind of conjure up and utilize on his board? So he will want to try and go into a single prize attacker where possible here. That's going to be one of the vital pieces that Nico tries to maneuver into.
I just don't know if it's possible at this stage of the game. We've discarded a lot of resources.
Tak,
Nico going
no,
ahead and having a look at
system
Alex's discard
przeszkadza.
pile there to
No.
see what attacks are options for Alex, but also how much energy and disruption Alex has already got through. A lot of these top tier players know roughly how many of sort of said cards, dragons, energy in this instance, and disruption cards typically a Regidrago build would be fashioning in their deck.
Yeah.
So Nico can get a bit of a read on what the most effective
Zastanawiam
or most
się, ale
likely
Uru może
option is the correct choice here.
Yeah, Nico just taking a moment to kind of just make sure he
Mamy
understands
tutaj
what's
jeszcze
happening
naszego-
here. Looks like he's just wanting to maneuver into maybe a single prize, and now already he doesn't have a claw or anything else to attack with. He's just kind of
Nie rób pasa,
deliberating here
proszę.
exactly
No
how
coś
he's going to play out
myśli.
his current turn, as it were.
Close, but so far to the end of
Okay.
this game. Could go either way. 2 to 4 prize cards, but Nico now finally looking like we're in a slightly better position than earlier, with Alex just being super low on resources. It could be just a pass here. Moving on to Alex's turn, but can Alex do anything?
Right, this is a big turn
Tak,
here.
chyba
So
coś
he does
tutaj
need
Rob
to, he
kombinuje,
can't use
no.
an Iono, of course, because he
Oh.
wants to utilize that boss's orders at some stage. He's just eyeing up maybe try moving and utilizing and calling this turn as the final turn here. Some big cards to draw.
Kupowanie tury.
Going for the Terrapagos,
Yep.
trying to nullify that threat and take the game by taking down one of the biggest names in our format right now. But can he get the puzzle pieces?
This is interesting, of course, now
Damn.
utilizing that superior energy retrieval, 2 grass and
No.
1 fire. Teal Dance #1. Can we
we
find that
go.
piece? It's not the Charizard.
Oh my gosh, another energy. We're going for another Teal Dance. It's
One
a
more card.
Charizard.
It's not.
Oh, it's Pheasantipity.
He's missed it.
And there was no knockout on the previous turn, so Alex won't be able to utilize the Pheasantipity.
Yep,
But we
so
can
swing
use
away.
Myriad Leaf Shower. It does 30 times.
Oh.
But did we already use that Teal Dance? Or was that
That was a restart for an extra card, so that was attached for turn. Swing away.
Myriad Leaf Shower. It does 30
Tak.
plus 30 more for each energy attached to both Pokemon. Now, the Terrapagos has 2 energy attached because it counts as 2.
Ale
the
wciąż
double
chyba nie
type of energy,
wystarczy,
and we're
no.
gonna have 3 plus the 30 from the base of the attack, so
Jest
we're gonna
krab.
do 180 damage.
So
No,
now
kraba
Nico
trzeba
has that
zatruć,
claw in
dobra.
hand. Will again want to try and maneuver into a single prizer. The one thing we need to try and keep an eye on is whether Alex has access to one more boss's orders, one more gusting effect is what Alex will need to try and take this down, because there's a heavily damaged Terrapagos right
coś
now.
wiem.
Nico's just maneuvering into that Petron.
Full prize Pokemon again, trying to stop Alex from taking the win, doing everything in his power to say, no, Alex, not now.
Exactly that, and I wonder if maybe Alex Could have tried to utilize the
No,
Earth Vessel in
musi
hand to
coś-
take another grass energy
A,
out
ciężki
of the
deck.
deck first, and then use the Subaru energy retrieval. Maybe that was one way
Żeby
to
to
just try and get
czeka
that a
na
little
to,
bit
aż się
closer to the
zdekautuje,
Charizard,
Alex.
because he called it that turn to try and boss his orders, that Terrapagos, and it could be just that one step too far, but he's still ahead on prizes. He's still in a good position. Nico looks like he's going to pass
We're gonna pass
again.
the turn. We are passing the turn. So once again, we need that
Sama
Charizard,
bossa.
and then we've got it. Is that it? Is that the Ultra Ball?
Doesn't have, has a single prize only active now, so has got the Earthen Vessel and Ultra Ball there.
I wonder whether we're just going to attack with the
Yeah, I think maybe just take the
Ogre
prize.
here, take a prize card and just start going. Benching the Pheasantipity EX, and yes, going for the Myriad Leaf Shower, making sure that next turn has to be the one. If Nico does not respond now, Alex has this all wrapped up with a bow.
Yeah, this is another vital turn.
Kurde,
Down to
no.
one prize remaining. So,
Kurde, no
so
chujowe
long as
prize,
there's an
kurde,
easier
Nico.
target, which Nico now must be thinking, well, I can't really afford to put down a single prizer that has lower HP. Now I have to utilize maybe one of those bigger
Pressure
EX or V
trolley.
Pokemon to just kind of handle what might be coming down. Right now, Alex can't utilize the Radiant Charizard anymore either. Of course, we might have got a little bit ahead of ourselves with Nico only taking two prizes. Radiant Charizard wasn't quite there yet.
Not yet, but we will be getting somewhere in the future as Precious Trolley brings us to that destination,
No.
bringing more basic Pokemon onto the bench.
Yeah, so down to Nico now. Wonder what resources are actually still remaining. There's the flip the script here. Right now,
Tak,
the
flip
only
the
big
script.
attacker that Alex has
Yes.
is that Tilmask Ogerpon. And with the double turbo energies attached, only really dealing that sort of 180 damage that was similar that we've seen with the Terrapagos EX on the bench. Arven coming down now.
Landing
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got way too ahead of myself with the Radiant
Nossa.
Charizard. I was thinking that must be the way of doing it.
It was an option if Nico
Was to take a
taken
knockout, yeah.
However, Nico was unable or decided not to, chose to slow this game down to give himself more time to build everything up.
Yep, so here we go. Nico choosing to go for the Night Stretcher and the Binding Mochi here, just from that Arven. Now it's just down to seeing how Nico could maneuver this turn. There's not many cards left in Alex's deck. I think there was maybe 2 or 3 cards.
Many at all, I think 2. So unfortunately, Alex is on a clock of not only his own deck, but also kind of Nico's almost playing to not let Alex win at this
Absolutely.
point. Choosing for potentially our other win condition of decking out. If a player begins their turn and cannot draw a card, they unfortunately instantly lose
misia
the
chyba.
game. So
Pamiętacie tego
Nico
misia,
might
co
be
został?
vying for
No
that
to
option.
wraca.
Blood Moon Ursaluna from the Night Stretcher coming down, now able to attack with 0
No właśnie,
energies
misio.
attached.
No
So
właśnie,
we'll be
za
able
chwilę,
to
za minutę
utilize
będzie
that Season's
oczywiście
skill ability,
terminacja.
and Blood Moon attack will take a knockout on this Ogerpon in the active spot, but does he want to do that? Just decides to retreat into this Hsuin Electro V, maybe just asking Alex, well, do you have another boss's orders here to try and actually close out the game?
Honestly, I think this really is a case of Nico saying, I don't think you can one-hit KO any of my Pokemon. Because if Nico allows Alex the potential of a knockout on a 2-prizer, that is just game over.
Yeah.
And, well, any Pokemon at this stage with Alex being on
Tak
1 prize
jest,
card.
ser.
So Nico's
Chce
just
się
putting their
dogrzewać.
biggest foot forward, saying, can you knock this out? If not, I will be the victor of this game.
Yeah, and that's without even taking any more prizes after taking 2. And it's just, like I said, there's still 2 more cards in the deck right now. So it's only dealing... Does have an energy switch in hand that he took from the prizes, taking a knockout on the Pecharunt. Does have the fire energy in hand, so can continue to boost up the amounts of damage as well. But right now, with just a free energy attach, that's 120. Attachment from the fire could go up to 150 and could go up to 180 with the energy switch.
Not enough.
Yeah,
It's
so-
not quite enough to knock out Electrode. Hsuin Electro V has 210 HP, so just falters shy
Co,
of
poczeka,
that
aż
huge HP.
ktoś
And
rozgodzą
Alex
się mu
is on
resursy.
top of their own deck at this stage. If Nico can keep pivoting forward Pokemon that just kind of
No, czy dojdzie do remisu?
Is this a direction where you go into Regidrago V, attach the fire, maybe move the grass energy with an energy switch and start just dragon lasering and maybe try and
Znaczy,
take
Dragon Laser
out
by nie
into
działał.
attacks? No, it's chosen to not go for it for now. Just
Do it 180 on the Sweet Electric B. Oh, 120, sorry, you're so right, yeah.
So, I mean, there was
Niko
a
chyba
world
gra
where
tu trochę na...
maybe you go into your Regidrago V, just
Spokój
retreat into it
troszeczkę.
and use Dragon Laser that we've seen that Julius do in day one as well. 130 to the active and 30 to your opponent's bench, but as it's a Terra Pokemon, does mean it's a little bit difficult to actually kind of ramp up that damage on the Terrapagos.
No i
As we
chyba
do just
wchodzi
see
ta
the
Ursa
maneuver
Luna.
with Skyliner into the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Maybe just another tanking Pokemon here.
No, we're taking a KO.
Tak.
That's big.
Oh no, that does mean that Radiant Charizard could potentially now just...
And he's just top decked it. So is that...
No, to
Blood
się...
Moon Ursaluna is a little bit out of range by, what, 10
Tylko, że jest
damage,
taki
so we're not
problem, bo...
quite there, but
Tylko, że problem polega
being
na
able
tym,
to
że
do
to ma
such a huge amount of damage to
260
single prize Pokemon is
HP-sów.
what might put Nico on the back foot here.
Ja.
260 HP. Blood Moon Ursaluna does mean
Tak, no właśnie
he
tu jest ten
survives this
twist
attack.
fabularny.
That's one of the drawbacks of having to go into the Radiant Charizard. Nico quickly
Biedny
identifies that that's one
Alex.
route, and Charizard now can't maneuver, can't
No.
attack again unless that's what's that final
Czy on ma
card.
bossa?
Blood Moon Ursaluna also can't attack this turn, so would need to pivot back to the bench to
Yeah.
another Pokemon again.
Maybe it's just a runaway tactic for Nico here, but does mean it's in
Zaraz,
motion
ma
just to kind of
kapsułę.
maybe get sniped around if Dragon Laser is still an option. Not too sure what that final
Aczkolwiek nie
card
będzie
Alex
go-
has in his deck. Nico maybe just maneuvering into that, either something like that Pheasantipity or
Heavy Bola?
the Latias, yes.
Pitched at the beginning of Alex's hand, I believe. So I think if Nico
No, właśnie to-
can't take a relevant KO here, Alex might have the game. And
Yeah.
it looks like there. Oh, there it goes. Oh, wait for it.
I think time
Co?
was...
Oh, was time called?
Skończył się
we had a
czas?
fist bump there,
Ty,
Alex. We
skończył się
almost had
czas.
the fist bump.
A właśnie, bo się
Are we
rozładował
gonna
telefon.
see it? Is
Dobra.
this gonna be
Chyba się skończył
Alex's crowning
czas.
moment?
Co oznacza to,
Or
że
have we got a
Nico
conundrum of
z
time,
Alexem
right?
remisują.
Oh, they're teasing me now,
I
Alex.
know, they're just finding out.
Teasing me
They're just discussing through exactly what's happened here.
just to make
Czy-
sure
czy-
that everything
Czy doszło do
as
remisu?
it seemed. We were so excited we didn't see that time was
Zaraz.
there, but no, we're going ahead and taking
Doszło do remisu!
my word, what a game,
O,
Alex.
doszło do
I
remisu!
believe being the victor.
Tak,
I'm a little bit shocked right now.
okazuje,
I'm not too sure.
właśnie
I'm-
okazało się, że skończył się
This is one of those
czas!
moments. It looks like a tie has actually occurred. It's been confirmed. We just
Co
had
oznacza to, że
confirmation.
Niko z Alexem remisują!
To the turns of time that has kind of kept Nico
Tak,
back
Niko
into it.
wybaczył
It
remis.
looked like Alex had all the final pieces, but it was just based on when time has been called. As the turn is currently, it's on when
Tak.
it's called. That will be
Doszło
turn
do
zero.
remisu.
So Nico having to utilize. Maybe just Nico utilizing the time, or Alex not following
Tak,
the time
doszło do
as
remisu.
as too much, but the turns of time
Co
was a
oznacza,
little bit
że
confusing.
zremisowali.
Ended up in a tie series for this potential winning in for both of our players here.
Oh my goodness gracious, they're going to have to keep battling it out as the day goes on. But as we saw in game one, of course, we had that lovely boss's orders bringing everything forward. And Latias, again, just kind of stuck in the active.
Yeah, this game one was one of those games which Nico would not wanted to have replayed back again, but this game two is really
Kurde,
where
Nico
Pro started
wywalczył
to shine
remis.
and kind of taking those important knockouts, utilizing
No.
Hyperblur from
Niesamowite.
the Iron
Mamy
Bundle,
remis.
targeting the right Pokemon, and getting this poison knockout was actually pretty vital because Alex just
Ja
couldn't
teraz te
maneuver
pressure
out of
stroły
the
i
pressure
testuję,
spot.
bo to...
Not one bit, and so then just putting themselves
Czy
in the
przerabiamy
commanding
Trapagosa
position.
na
Nico was able to
Kraboszczaka?
almost manipulate Alex's
Zastanawiam się,
board and
muszę kupić
Alex's
drugi.
plays in order to take
A, bo tego
that
Peczaranta trzeba dorwać w
victorious
trójpakach
knockout
albo
for
Elite
Claw
Trainer
and
Boxach.
eventually take our last prize
Ale
cards
zawsze
for the
mogę.
win.
Yeah, so Nico kind of just setting up that board there, that poison damage ticking over onto Alex's side. That Regidrago V was the only sort of key attacker, and Nico
ładniejsze.
ripping the boss's orders to take an easy knockout on that poor
Oh.
little
No.
clever
Czyli wywalczyli remis. Chyba właśnie o to chyba chodziło Nikowi, żeby zrobić właśnie grać na czas.
But that lost impact was maybe too impactful on Alex's own game, struggling for energy in the late game.
No do czasu,
not
kiedy właśnie
really
coś...
being able to take
Właśnie sam
meaningful
fakt, że tym
knockouts and
impaktem
Nico
przesadził
using that almost
troszeczkę,
runaway
spowodowało,
tactic, like you were
że
saying, but it was
resource
working
spalił.
well. We had big, beefy Pokemon that just couldn't be knocked out by Alex's side, and Alex just struggled to take that last prize card for just a second too long.
Właśnie, by to był ten twist właśnie, że dokopał się do bossa nie mógł i skończyło się to jednak remisem. Tak.
Blood Moon Ursaluna EX in the end, but it was just one attack too short.
It was too late and the players ended on a tie. That was quite the
Tak,
tussle.
czyli mamy remis po obu graczach.
Clawful prize cards at the end there.
100%.
They were brutal and really slowed down our pace of play.
Aczkolwiek
as new
faktycznie
tactics
Niko dał
had to be
radę
employed.
wywalczyć remis.
Find and adapt their ways around the matchup. Of course, Regidrago is one of those decks that everyone's going to be thinking about testing and playing.
Krab, 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 krab. Lecimy z krabami.
Cheese some wins, especially with the poison sort of combinations you
Wszystko
get
mam.
with the Petra.
Snizela też
And
mam.
then you can still hit with
Można
massive amounts of
wkładać.
damage with the Terrapagos EX as well.
Ile kosztuje teraz wózki widłowe, bo to jest proszę strzały.
They've done so well. They were both on sort of that 27
z
points.
polskiego
After this
dumny
tie, they'll put them
wózek.
to 28. Puts them in good stead to maybe finish pretty high up the table.
Kupić
But
wózek
unfortunately, it is
widłowy,
very
ile
unlikely to
on
make it all
kosztuje.
the way into
Oj.
asymmetric top cut.
Unfortunately so, but both players played fantastically, and I'm sure we can
No,
all
oboje
agree in
gracze
chat that that
faktycznie
was a
dobrze.
pleasure to watch. It was such a riveting game, and even just
Ale
seeing
zremisowali, tak,
those
zremis
moves-
doszło do
Oh gosh,
remisu.
okay, we've got 50 minutes. Best of 3.
Ej, ale będzie zabawnie
My
w
deck's a little
sumie.
slow because I have
Kraby
some
też
single
są
prize
super.
options.
Krab, krab, krab,
Okay,
krab, krab,
actually,
krab,
yeah, Latias in the
krab,
active
krab,
isn't
krab.
doing much. I'm gonna say nope. We're done for now. Let's move on, and
Ja
that's
się
what
jestem
turned
ciekaw,
that
ile
tie.
kosztuje, bo
That's
to
what
nie,
allowed them
no
to
to
have
jest
that
bardzo
really big game
mocny.
too. And almost there was a slither in it, literally a slither for that game 3 to take us to a tie.
Yeah, absolutely.
40
And I think, as
złotych.
I'd already mentioned,
Kurwa.
alongside that as well,
Dwa
the
takie
opportunity to
za
see our top
80.
players adapting based on the board states, based on both of their
No
decks kind of
jestem
working
biedny.
in sometimes not the best fashion possible. You
A
saw our
nie
players really
byłoby
adapting to how
zarobić
they play.
z tego.
But if you want to get an opportunity to
Ale
find
tak,
out
mamy
if you may be a
remis.
little bit newer to the game, to figure out how to
Nikowi
play,
udało się
or
wywalczyć
maybe one day,
remis.
you know, learn how to
Tak,
adapt
bo
on a
on by
similar
zrobił.
stage
No
to
właśnie,
our
byłby
players
knockout,
like
gdyby
Alex
tak
and
faktu
Nico
nie
done.
skończył się
We need to have a
Aleksowi
little
niestety
check out of
czas.
this.
Kraby rządzą. Znaczy chyba tak się dużo by się nie zmieniało. Szlaków mam tu trochę.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon.
O,
Check the top left
top
corner of
card.
your card to see what
Ale
stage
niestety
your
nie
Pokemon is,
zdążymy.
and also what Pokemon it evolves from.
Więc tak.
Pokemon have different attacks
Krab,
and
krab, krab,
abilities that they
krab,
can
krab,
use.
krab.
Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy cards: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in your active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench.
Ale na pewno
To start
Elektrotouda
the
nie
game,
mam,
flip a
więc
coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have the basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game.
No, niestety Elektrotouda akurat kupuje się w zestawie, więc będzie na pewno zestawik jakiś do omówienia.
In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack.
Elektrotouda kupuje
The
się
order
w
in which you
zestawie.
play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember
Zobaczymy, bo
that the
też
player going
Rafał
first
tu
is
grał.
not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game.
No.
These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage and to learn more, visit
Elektrotouda akurat nie kupuje się,
Pokemon.com/play.
tylko no on jest
Hey
singlem,
trainers,
niego się
I'm
nie
Freya
robi
Pierce,
tego
and I'm here to recap the
zestaw.
2025 Latin America International
No,
Championships for the
no to
Pokemon
kupię,
Trading Card
no.
Game. LAC 2025 was the last major tournament of the Stellar Crown format. Players knew what to expect with the likes of Raging Bolt, Regidrago, Lugia, and Terrapagos filling the tables. Brazil's Henry Cuninari faced Sergio Lopez from the US in a Charizard EX mirror match for the Junior Championships. Henry took a swift 2-0 victory, with a little help from Fulton to a surprise evolve
No, w juniorach można
his way to
zauważyć,
victory.
And Henry Cuninari will close out game number 2 and becomes your LAIC champion.
In the senior division, Gabriel Fernandez met Justin Templar in another Brazil-US face-off. A masterful display from each player earned them 1 game apiece. After a Dusknoir misplay in Game 3, Gabriel was able to recover though and take a second title for the home crowd.
And that's it! He extends the hand, back-to-back champions, Gabriel Fernandez
Ale
does
to
that
już z tych
and repeats
seniorów
his
to zaraz
In the
będą w
Masters finals,
Mastersach.
2 titans of the
Już
game,
jednego
Australia's
mamy.
Brett Tonneson and
Byłego
Miloslav
seniora
Zlotnik from Czechia
w
played the
Mastersach
mirror
jest
match
to
with
Magda.
Regidrago V-Star. In Game 1, Miloslav started strong with a very early Boss's Orders KO on Brett's Regidrago V-Star, initiating a prize race in which Miloslav led all the way into Game 2. Game 2 ended as quickly as it started, with a lone Curium start from Miloslav, allowing Brett to quick KO on his second turn, leading one last game to decide our LAIC champion. Following their first match's example, Miloslav KO'd Brett's only Regidrago V,
Tak,
and
jeszcze
made
ten
this
hak
to be
Suriusem
6
walił,
wins in 3
kurde.
attempts to win his first ever international
Czeska
title.
myśl technologiczna wygrała.
Extends the hand, and Miloslav Posledny becomes the Latin American International Champion.
That was it for the first international of the 2025 season. There's still plenty of events to go, prizes to be won, and invitations to be earned
to
for
jeszcze
the 2025 World
takich
Championships. So
grzeni
make sure to go to
słowackich.
pokemon.com/compete to find out how you can take part
Zobaczymy,
and aim to
ale
be the very best,
kraby
like no
to
one
mnie
ever was.
zaskoczyły.
My name is
No,
Alberto
tu mamy
Conti,
naszego
I'm a Pokemon
Conti.
TCG player and now a Pokemon TCG regional champion. Being a regional champion feels incredible. It's such a great goal that I was able to achieve. I'm really happy. All my effort
Że on
put
prowadzi w
into
rankach, to
testing
w
and,
ogóle złoto.
and practicing with Pokemon played out, and now I can say I'm finally a champion. So I picked up Regidrago right after the
No, ale też Wilson sobie walczył trochę, no bo już był raz
I realized that Regidrago had not
Snorlax
many issues
control.
into the
No, to
metagame.
jest takie już
I
ciężkie
had no auto losses matchups.
Choć teraz
and
będzie
that
jeszcze
felt-
cięższy z
that
powodu
felt
właśnie,
really good,
że
especially
nie
in
będzie
those kind of tournaments where you
Rotana.
have to play a lot of rounds and a lot of different opponents. And this versatility that Regidrago has makes it, in my opinion, at the top of the metagame right now. And also, I'm really happy because it has Giratina V-Star in it, so...
Żywiak.
My
Na
hardest
pewno chyba w
challenge
topkacie
in the
zobaczymy
Swiss
tego
rounds was,
naszego Pultotorca.
It's probably the worst matchup I have. Also, Trapagos with Buffalant is not the best matchup, but it's doable.
Trapagos, jak się
If
rozkręci, to
you played out really well, I was happy to play that really well in the finals, so I'm really happy to have shown that. Actually, playing the finals against Tord felt like playing against the league champion when I was a kid on my Nintendo DS. The feeling it was more or less the same. I was only missing the theme song. I put a lot of effort into testing, also into this matchup, and I was able to practice a lot in the past few weeks. And I put all the practice and the theory I built into this match, and I thought I had a chance. I thought I had a chance, and I showed everybody that you can beat Trapagos with Buffalant. Honestly, for me, what's next is to try to compete more, to play as much as I can, and just enjoy every travel I do with my friends, and that's always the goal. And then there's also winning, of course, but the main goal is to have fun and enjoy every travel. Honestly, I was never stressed about it. I feel like if I deserve it and if I achieve it, I'm fine. If I don't, I'm fine anyway. And I think that's the best way to go in this season.
Yeah.
But now I did it, so I'm especially really happy.
The first Pokemon game that I played was Pokemon Black and White 2. My first experience with competitive cards was after getting some cards in like second grade, and then my parents were like, "Oh, you should go to a league," and then it
Jakie numery robiła Baneto, to już...
competing is probably the 2013 World Championships in Vancouver.
To nie
I lived in
przypuszczał.
Oregon at the time, so it was an easy 6-hour drive, and Worlds is always such a fun
Przyszłości będzie.
experience. My favorite
Aj, ten
Pokemon
lud na
is probably
Garmanduli.
Mimi. I don't know, he's just a little guy. In the community, I look to
Wiadomo, to
a
jest
lot
bardziej
of
USA,
top
ale nie
players.
oznacza to, że nie ma
I have a lot of
amerykańskich
respect
graczy.
to the
Amerykańscy
Ozul
gracze są.
Garcia Griego's testing group. They play super well. They always make great meta calls to every event, and it's really impressive to just see their consistency. It'd probably be Cynthia. Very fun fight in the
Oh,
game, so
Cynthia.
I mean, I'm sure it'd be cool in person. My favorite region is definitely Unova. It was my first game, and also since the first
Dobra,
one, Black and
zacznij się
White, they added a
kopkać.
bunch of new Pokemon, and all the designs are just so unique and cool. And then obviously the sequels in Black and White 2 are
Kurde,
really
Unova
nice
to
instead of just
super
having
w tym.
remakes.
Ale
I
Black
have
and
to
White
choose
dawał w
Candy,
kość.
because I'm playing Rare Candy in my deck this weekend, so if I won
No,
Worlds,
Rarkani
I mean,
akurat to
I
jest
would
jeden z
probably just-
lepszych
I don't know
itemów,
if I
które
call anyone, 'cause my
wydrukowali
parents would probably be
kiedykolwiek.
there, but yeah,
To był taki
they'd
game
be
changer,
watching on
jak
stream
to
at home if they
przyspieszyło
weren't,
grę,
so
że
I don't know
wow.
if I need to call anyone. Okay, you gotta go cereal before milk because you have to measure the milk based on how much cereal you have. If you just pour the milk first, then you're gonna have a like completely horrible ratio.
No właśnie się skończyło odliczanie, więc zobaczymy. To nie będziemy tak do końca wszystkiego, bo to... No ale potem będzie długa przerwa i trzeba zrobić też pomiędzy...
Welcome everybody,
Właśnie
my name is
live.
Amy of course, and we're here on the main floor of the tournament, joined by Marie, who is holding up a really
sędzia.
amazing gauntlet at the moment, bringing a special event to our European events. Can you tell us a little bit about the sisterhood events?
Of course.
Tak jak mówię,
We've got sisterhood events for the trading card game, for the video game, and for Pokemon Go. And the main goal is to create a tournament that is kind of a safe space for players that identify female or non-binary, to just have a few rounds of just some fun Pokemon. And there are some prizes. Yeah.
That's amazing. I played in the Sisterhood event at Worlds, and I think I did NAIC as well, and they are so very much fun. Have you played in one yourself?
I haven't gotten the chance yet because they are fairly new in Europe, but I do plan to if I get a chance to play at an event in the future.
Amazing. Thank you so much for bringing such a safe and inclusive space to the world of Pokemon.
Myślę,
We
że
know very
całego
much so
tygodnia
that
nie bez
everyone
względu
loves
jest,
to
bo
play,
wiesz,
but it's so much
tak,
fun making
no
new
idę
friends.
do
And
babci.
do you find the Sisterhood events are a great
Dziadek
place
miał
to
wczoraj
communicate with
imieniny,
others?
więc...
Absolutely. I'm so glad that they made it right to Europe. They've been in America for a little bit longer. And I know I'm not the only one who thinks like this. There have been a few people who were pushing for
No
these to
niestety
become a thing in Europe. And I'm
sprawy
so glad they
rodzinne
finally
tutaj
are.
pojawiły się.
That's so incredible. Thank you so much for being part of making all of these
Przełączę się
inclusive
na
events
oficjalny stream.
happen and be there
Okej.
for all of us. Do you find that people play more meta decks, or do you find that more fun is brought to the
A
tournament?
potem będą
So
właśnie
far I've been able to see
perfy,
a
tam
mix of both.
Bogota, ale to...
There have definitely been meta decks, and there
odpuszczamy.
have definitely been some intense play, even in these
No, trzeba jeszcze
tournaments.
trochę
But
ponadrabiać.
there's also a lot of fun, a lot of friendship going around, a
No,
lot of people
muzyki, bo
laughing
jest
and
tego
just
spora, jak
shake,
jeszcze coś dodam, no
handshakes,
to...
smiles, talking about
Będzie
plushies, talking about cute
nie
deck
ma.
boxes. It's adorable to see.
I love that. What's the cutest plushie you've seen today?
The cutest plushie I've seen today. I've seen a few people walk around with Rupa, and Rupa is my favorite Pokemon, so that definitely wins.
Hands down. I love that. That is honestly just inspiring. I can see everyone here. Everyone is laughing and having fun, a great time. Do you know how many people signed up to the event today?
For the trading card game one, it was 9 players. I know for a video game it was 7 players. I haven't heard of Go, sadly.
Oh, no worries. Well, I tell you what, everybody, we need to get those numbers up. Sign up for the Sisterhood event next time you're a regional, because honestly, it's the best time and I've made some lifelong friends, as I'm sure you have too. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you soon back on the desk.
Już będzie topka za chwilę. Kurde, to teraz są te świąteczne swetry. Szkoda, że niestety Pocket Centera nie da się niestety nic zamówić do Polski bez Pocket Center, więc to jest takie sad.
Proper vibe in there, you know what I mean?
Ale w końcu można było zamawiać.
Well, I mean,
kurde,
we're back now into the tournament.
Swoje
Great to
ulubione
hear about all the
pluszaki,
events going on
a tak to
outside and the opportunities people are getting to
idea
compete
coś
with
zrobić.
like-minded people.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, I'm Freya Pierce, joined once again by Mike Ellis, and what a great little segment that was with Amy there, talking about the sister tournaments. These have been a mainstay in quite a few of our tournaments now. I participated in the most recent one that I went to at NAIC. Such a good time all around. It's so great to see a chance for our female players to get a little bit more recognition and have their own events as well.
Yeah, I mean, the case for the TCT community, a very inclusive place for all. I know loads of people find it a great place to escape and go meet like-minded people, whether it be finding other people who are similar interests to you, or other people who are struggling with similar things in life as well. So a great place to come find friends. I know a lot of people at my community, I would never have come across them in life, but thankfully Pokemon's brought us all together and we get to know all sorts of different walks of life.
Yeah, it sure has. Speaking of bringing us all together, we are all brought here together to bear witness to the top cuts here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. If you're just joining us, we have finished our Swiss rounds. We are ready to kick off with our clean top
Mamy między innymi Massa Jensena, czyli naszego
Yeah, we got a lot of great players
Torca, mamy Ołego Kamermana, OG Sylwilda, Armi Karcilana, Antoniego Bowleya, Matley Nesepa, no i Robina Schulza.
Many of our great players, and here are the archetypes we're going to be seeing.
Okay, not quite every single deck different, but tell you what, not too far off.
Nie ma żadnego Regidrago.
Of, you know, 2 decks, deck getting multiple entries.
Za to są 2 Goldengo, z czego jeden z Tokakisem. Mamy tutaj jednego, co ciekawe, Klofa, Charizarda, Torcokulta, Kaczaki.
Two of those in the tournament, but again, it's so much variety, and we can see a lot of these fusions. You know, Terrapagos combined with 2 different allies, and then of course the Gardevoir rounding it out there as the 8th deck.
Yeah, and especially big shout out to Antoine Boulet, who not featured yet on stream, piloting that Goldengo EX Togekiss, has done so well over in some of these really tough tournaments in Japan. So, you know, but then has moved back to Europe and has now managed to get a top 8 here at a European tournament as well. They will be absolutely over the moon with themselves already, I'm sure.
Well, this could be an interesting one because there are some matchups there that are more favored and not so favored. So depending on who you face along that journey into the final will dictate how easy it's going to be. And as we said, a clean top 8. So we'll be featuring as many of these top 8 games as possible, as we do not need to show the asymmetrical top cut game.
Absolutely, I do believe we'll be showing one top 8 game, both top 4s, and then bringing you our finals match
nie
to
ma
crown
Regi
our regional champion. But we got a few more games to
Kurde.
get through before we get there.
Pierwszy top 8 jest Regi
Let
Drago.
us know who in this top 8 you want to try and see. We want to show as many new faces as possible.
Mamy
as well.
torso pulta,
As
mamy
often is the case,
oczywiście
we feature
dwa
those
czarki,
players
dwa
in
Goldengo,
the
z
Swiss
czego
rounds,
jeden bierze
as they tend to be at
Tekisa.
the top throughout the tournament, and then keep staying all the way
Terapagos
through
z
to that top
Palkią
cut.
i Terapagos z
One important
Klofem.
commiserations to give to our fellow caster Jesper. Started off today 8-0-0, but had a really unfortunate day 2 and has not quite been able to make it either into the asymmetrical top cut or top cut in general. So commiserations to Jesper.
To jest chyba taki big day. Co się stało z Regi Drago?
Yeah, and Kaya, who we saw on stream just a moment ago, playing against Golden Go, managed to face another Golden Go to miss out. And it just shows you sometimes it doesn't matter whether it's in your control, you might just face those tougher matchups. And when that is the case, it can be really tough to make a start. Making 8 wins at an event like this.
Tak,
a
dwa
huge
Goldengo,
performance.
dwa
I think everyone
Charizardy,
who's coming to
jeden
that top 32
full
going
torts.
away with loads of prizes and CP to take into the future
Full
tournaments.
torts.
Yeah, and to give you like a little bit of a teaser of what's to
Torts
come, already
good.
gave him a shout out. It will be Antoine Brulé
No,
will
jeszcze
be
chyba
one of our
potem
feature
przekonuje
match players here in
powoli
top
do
8
tego
match. So it will
tortu,
be
bo chyba
them
też widzę,
against
że
Arnie, who has also
są
done
torts
very well
na-
this tournament, but we've not had a chance to feature yet. So two new faces for the stream for Stuttgart.
No,
Yeah,
już
excited
dostaje
to see
lepsze
that, and
listy,
with the
powiem,
Toka
więc
kits, so it's
już
going to be
już
very
tak
exciting to see those
przekonuje.
coins.
No możliwe, że to
I
jest
mean,
też
the
jeszcze
coin
ta
flip,
wersja,
spoke
która
to
no, po
Owen,
rotacji
who's
najmniej
also in our
ucierpi
top
tak
8 with
naprawdę,
Golden Go.
więc
Spoke a little
wiem,
bit
co
about the
nie
Toka kits
będzie.
with them, and he said, I don't know, I prefer Golden Go where I can just do Golden Go better rather than integrating the Toka kits in. But then we've also seen the success of the Toka kits, so both of them viable options.
Yeah, because I think that with the Togekiss is that, yeah, sure, it is ultimately a luck-based card. There's a 50-50 chance that you get the extra prize card when you go for the ability. But if you can just get one heads even out of multiple flips on that Wonder Kiss, sometimes that can be the difference between winning or losing. So it doesn't matter that some of the flips might not go your way. Just the presence of it there sometimes alters the way your opponent has to think about the prize map. It's a really, really scary card to deal with.
We've all been playing Pocket plenty, so we all
no. Oh, boy.
And it can often be the best option to rely on that 50-50 chance. And as you mentioned, if you're doing it a lot in a game, especially against a single prize deck, Golden Go often struggled against single prize decks where it couldn't take lots of knockouts in a row, has to just rely on taking
Tak, po
6
raz
prize
pierwszy
cards
mamy też
on
brak
6
Regi
individual
Drago,
Pokemon. Now it might only need to take 4 or maybe 3 if you're really lucky.
Yeah, thinking about single prize matchups like Clorf or like Ancient Box, where it's single prize Pokemon where you can't like pick them off easily with Radiant Greninja, because that'd be the other way for Goldengo to get ahead, right? Would to be to use the Palkia V-Star, Star Pulse, or power up a Radiant Greninja, Moonlight Shuriken, kind of get ahead or get even that way. But you know, if you have the chance to every time you take a single prize knockout, make it 2 prizes instead, that's another way to get there.
And what better way to set up an unusual rare candy evolution Pokemon deck that doesn't really seem to make sense than one that draws as many cards as Golden Go does, and with that ability to use Cypher Maniac's code breaking to put it on the top as well can be very useful. So our top 8 will be beginning fairly soon for you all. We'll be trying to get the feature match onto the stream table as soon as possible so we can get into some action for you. But I guess for you, which of these decks do you think comes out on top? There's a huge variety there. Which of them do you think really leans towards the winning position?
I'm gonna give it to Goldengo, you know. I think
w
if
Japonii
nothing else,
trochę
because
inaczej
come
wygląda,
close so
ale to
often,
jest tam...
I think, I know I've said this before and I've
No
not easy my
właśnie,
words, but I'll
trzeba
state my
by
claim
zobaczyć,
again.
bo w
Goldengo is a
tak
deck
jak...
whose time has come.
Widzę, tam jest grane
I think it's one of
ogólnie.
the best decks in the format right now, the least
Ale
respected
wiadomo,
sometimes.
nie jest
Somehow, like, even with the
raczej
new additions, yeah,
aż tak
I'm really
popularny
surprised
deck.
about that
No,
part.
na przykład
I'm
Japończycy
going to
bardzo
make a
lubią
prediction
grać
as
w
well.
drogach
We're going
kultami.
for one of the decks that is featuring twice in our top 8. I'm going to go for the other deck that's featuring twice in top 8, and I think it's Charizard's
Jestem
time
ciekaw, na
to
co
return
będziemy
and show
palił.
why it's one of the best decks. Having that ability to have such a strong attacker
Te dwa Charizardy
is
się jeszcze
also
dostały, to
bulky in that
pokazuje,
330
no,
HP,
w sumie
but then also having the
Charizard
backup of the
pewno
Radiant
nie
Charizard, you
grałem,
have
jeśli
such
chodzi o
good type
czysty
coverage
aggro.
with the Dark type into the decks like
To
God
się
of War,
zmieniło
and
ostatnio.
then you've got the Radiant Charizard to work out decks like Golden
Co
Go, which
to
have the metal
jest?
type attackers.
Also a very, very fair pick for the reasons you exactly stated,
Ah,
yeah. And I
bardzo
guess
ciekawy
statistically
koncept
speaking as well,
kontrola
we've
w
covered,
sumie.
right, we both picked the decks that have the most entries in top 8,
To jest
so
nasza
in theory,
przyszłość,
exactly.
Pidgeot kontrola.
So we're kind of covering our bases nicely there.
Tak.
And also there's 2 Terrapagos.
Tu
There's one with Palkia, one with Claw.
Pidgeot
So
control
my
z
castle prediction
Terrapagosem
might come
i z
through
duchami.
on top.
Yeah. Not so lucky for me. No, I don't think there's any counter gains in this top 8, and I've not had a chance to look at the list, but I don't believe that that's made it, unfortunately.
I've already forgotten about Maridon. Poor little Maridon.
Well, I mean, that was obviously not there. I mean, the graphic spoke for itself on that
Mamy
one.
tak, dwa golden, dwa
I
czarki,
think our fellow
dwa
co-caster
tarapagosy,
Joe
z czego
Bernard
jeden
was
jest
playing
Krabem,
Maridon.
a
Kind of
drugi
reasonably
jest
good finish, you
Falkion.
know? So there were some
No i
Maridons
ten
out
top
there.
How did he do in the end?
I'm not exactly sure where
Nie, no,
I
ten
did a little walk
top
around in
znaczy
round
tylko do
12. He was on a
przewidzenia,
reasonably
że
high table.
Maxem
So if
dostanie
that
się do
game
top
went to
8,
his
no
favour,
bo
then there's a very high chance that our
Znaczy,
top
co tu się
finishing
dziwić,
Maridon could
widzę,
be
że
Joe.
Maxem stworzył lepszą listę niż to, co widzieliśmy, bo to wydawało się takie
Yeah,
klamne.
he's one of our
Tutaj
good
chyba
players,
widzę,
and
że
Jesper as well, another
teraz są te
co-caster who
lepsze
did
po
quite well
prostu
today.
That finished 8-4, it looks like, with Maridon. So again, 8 wins. It's good going.
Yeah, solid. I mean, this has been the story of the event, diversity in decks. We didn't get a chance to show Raging Bolt, which was our second highest featured deck in day one. We didn't get a chance to show Maridon, which was, I think, our fourth highest featured, and God of War, I think we got one chance to show it off, as well as many of our other top, most popular decks. We only got to see them once. So as they climb through that top 8, I'm sure we'll get a chance to feature them more and more.
Hold on a second, the very other noteworthy 8-4 to mention, Christian Fontaine, last year's Stuttgart regional champion, did make it to day 2, not quite to the top cut though, did go also 8-4 with Cloth, so a pretty impressive result from our defending, but still won't be recurring champion.
I mean, you've got to look at the top 32 as a big target for a lot of these players with how much prize money is on the line. They want to be trying to use that award to help them travel to future events. So it's not always just about reaching that top 8. It can often be about top 16 finishes and so on, especially now it's so competitive and you have to have those really high finishes across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a reminder for everyone at home, this is what our players are aiming for, these World Championship qualifications. 2 ways to get there. Win a regionals, or a regional level event, top 4 in internationals, or the previous World Championships, or get yourself into that top 125 players in the Masters division, at least in the European Regional Championship points.
And it's the top 125 remaining, so anyone who does get an invite will take not take away a spot from someone else, which is why we want to see our home region players doing so well here in Europe, not like the last time we were in Germany where it was a Japanese player taking the title, stealing a spot from Europe, but as you can see, the top players getting so much money for those finishes, but still pretty healthy.
Jeszcze jedna Gardevoir do tego. Tak, nie przesłyszeliście się, Garda też ma się dobrze.
Exactly, and I think the ability to then use that money to travel to more events and maybe make more money is a great opportunity for our players who are really at the top of their game.
I was a good Brent Tonneson, right? The sort of the pinnacle example of someone who does exactly that, consistently does well, and is also a genius with flight booking. So he'll like save the most amount of money on the most amount of flights to like maximize that as well. So just sort of real travel maxing there. But here we are on the main stage, our future match here, and it will be Antoine Boulet against Annie Kayala.
Well, there we go.
They're not siblings. It is Antoine Boulet and Annie on the right there.
Yeah, we're just getting that so they're perfect. And as you can tell, they didn't choose to match colour scheme today. That's just a coincidence. As we see Antoine, we got a chance to feature Antoine in Dortmund and has been getting a lot more tournaments in this season, really trying to improve as much as possible, and they really are looking like one of those players to watch as the experience improves.
Look at that, the IT Champions League top 4. These Japanese tournaments are brutal to do well in. They're often like best of 1, and the rules are a little bit different. So a top 4 there is an insane accomplishment and a huge impressive from Antoine.
I think a lot of you might recognise Antoine from social media, where a very useful translator.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Very experienced, very proficient both English and Japanese, and he often translates new cards as they come out in Japan. But going over to Arnie, who also got to top 8 recently at Dortmund, so on a pretty good run this season. Perhaps the German home territory. I'm not sure. Where's Arnie from? From Finland.
From Finland. Oh, from Finland, of course. We got a lot of Finnish players doing very well at this event, but perhaps travelling to Germany, having more success with Dortmund and Stuttgart this season.
Yeah, it sure seems like it. And Övind has made a top cut as well, also another Finnish player. It's been a good day for Finnish folks in general. I guess Julius didn't quite make it into the top cut. We know we were keeping track of him earlier.
Aha, czyli mamy Goldego kontra Charizard. I to mamy jeszcze Goldego z Togekissen.
As they're going to be getting into it. Now is the knockout phase, where in the Swiss you get to keep carrying on, seeing if you can make more wins later on. Now every match that is lost will knock out the player as the start goes to Antoine going first with that golden go.
Yeah, so going first is already a really big advantage to be able to get out your evolutions quickly. Starting off with a nest ball, we'll have a look through the deck and see that the prizes aren't too bad, but apart from that one Togepi... Oh wait, no, hold on, I stand corrected. Antoine is playing a 2-0-2 line of that Togekiss. Okay, so actually well accounted for there.
We've seen that quite a lot with the vital rare candy evolution lines rather than going for the risky 101, trying to lean into the consistency of a 202. If you need it every game, you really do have to make sure you have a double up count of all of those Pokemon.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to go for that. So yeah, that pricing no longer an issue for Antoine, and we'll be able to just go through and look for the rest of the deck, see what is available to them and what is not. But we do see there was a couple of Irida prizes as well, which might be look a little bit awkward. That's a very good early setup card. Still has one more that they could go ahead and try to find and search through the deck more with if they can get there. But in the meantime, just gonna, after that deck search for the nest ball, go for that Radiant Greninja, of course.
It'll be interesting with Arnie's Charizard build whether the disruption is going to be effective here. Golden Go, one of the best decks at moving out of disruption with so much draw available, but an unfair stamp early can be quite disruptive to a Golden Go and make it skip an attack, especially if it's having to knock out a big Charizard EX.
Yeah, that's an important thing to note here. The choice of A-Spec, we have seen a lot of these Charizard lists go for, of course, that secret box A-Spec, but no, Arnie is choosing to go with that unfair stamp that we've seen has been so brutal to so many players often on stream before.
Well, a little bit of setup, but not a huge amount on board for Antoine. Just the one Gimmighoul, and the other side we're going to be seeing Arnie trying to set up just as well. And I think this is the key for both these decks. If they can set up nice and wide with all of their small 70 HP or less Pokemon, especially if they find a Buddy Poffin, it can completely change the turn.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the comments here for both the deck lists, and I absolutely love the name that Antoine has given to this deck, Wonder Stonks.
Well, I love that. Wonder Stonks.
Stocks in Togekiss rising for sure with those extra prize cards, but let's carry on focusing on Arnie's turn here. Does have that Body Poffin ready to go, it looks like, and yeah, he's got it all there together. He's going to be, after benching that Luminion V, Luminosine, searches for the Arvin, searches for the Forest Seal Stone, and the Buddy Poffin can use the Forest Seal Stone either on that Luminion V or the Rotom V to make use of that Star Alchemy V Star power and search for any card from the deck. Amazing start from Arnie.
Historically, with this matchup, it used to be very difficult for Charizard to take those knockouts in Golden Go because 260 HP was quite far out of range. But now with the combination of Dust Noir and Defiance Band and potentially some early self-knockouts of the Curse Blast, you might be able to knock out that Golden Go sooner than you might expect, or get the Radiant Charizard in range of being able to take those knockouts sooner.
Yeah, absolutely. So the key thing for Antoine here is going to be to try and start taking 2 prize knockouts as quickly as possible. So, you know, setting it up nicely with the Golden Go and the Radiant Greninja, finding the energy in the hand, and getting Calculate Boss's orders to be able to bring up those like low HP 2 prize V Pokemon on the bench.
Just an instant charge here for Arnie to end the turn. And will be an opportunity to see what Antoine can do in response.
There comes down the Golden Go. That coin bonus is going to be coming in. Sits in the active spot. Gets to draw 2 cards for Antoine. What do they find? It looks like a Night Stretcher. Was that another Gimmighoul, it looks like?
And this is that question of, is the Togekiss worth it if you're going to find it harder to set up? And I think if you get the Togekiss set up, it's definitely worth it. But as is the case with all decks, the more powerful you make the deck, the less consistent it can sometimes be. But that's why we do best of 3s, to allow these players who have a slightly higher power deck, less consistent, to set up more often.
Yeah, so Antoine has got a pretty big hand going, but really needs to get some more energy onto the field, needs to get some more Pokemon set up. So he's going to go ahead and go for that Ultra Ball, going to be discarding an energy and another Ultra Ball, and I'm guessing this is going to be for Gimmighoul number 2, just to try and get this field more flooded with Gimmighoul and Goldengo, which is really where you want to be going with this. But he's going to take a look through to see what is it. Oh, actually, just go. Oh, going for the Togepi straight away. Okay.
I guess you kind of know that the Golden Go is fairly safe currently. The only concern is if you take a 1 prize or a 2 prize knockout here, then as you mentioned, there is potential for a Defiance Band to be involved, or there's no Dust Guard available, so it wouldn't be a Dust Guard. But actually, Antoine just passing, recognizing that it's not worth taking that knockout.
Very sensible on multiple levels. Prevents Arnie from being able to put together a KO, as you mentioned, with Defiance Band, but also makes it so that the unfair stamp can't be triggered because there's no KO taken.
Yeah, very smart there. Would have been energy discarded too, so just resource smart from Antoine will allow for another turn of draw as well, being able to use another coin bonus to potentially build up that hand.
Yeah, we built the hand even more, and granted, it won't be able to draw an insane amount of cards. Only one gold then go out, no gimme gold down, so won't be able to go for second coin bonus. But still, 2 cards from the active with the coin bonus, 2 cards from the bench, Radiant Ninja with conceal cards. It's pretty decent going still.
Well, both hands quite large at this stage, so options are available, and we'll see how well that goes for Arnie now, as due to the slower start for Antoine, it's now in Arnie's control how to begin this match. Are you going to try and wait and counter, or are you going to look to get an early knockout and start taking those prize cards?
Yeah, Arnie's kind of the one who's dictating the pace in that sort of sense. Unless Antoine can put together a 2-prize knockout on the next turn, which would be ideal. And also it's going to depend a lot on whether Arnie can set up those Dust Goal and go into Dust War and start using Curse Blast to try and manipulate the prizes that way too.
It looks like there's a rare candy in the hand, so a Pidgeot can be established here. And there is the Forest Seal, so a Charizard can be put into play here.
Sure can, and
Candy
but there is a
Pidgeot,
Pidgeot coming in for the Ultra Ball, rare Candy Pidgeot, so that's going to be 1 card at least guaranteed to be searched this turn. And yeah, like you mentioned, Mike has not made use of that Star Alchemy out on the Forest Seal Stone, so should be able to put together a very impressive turn here. And
Charizard in hand as well.
Charizard already in hand, okay, yeah, there you go. So if you're searching for rare candy number 2, or maybe searching for that Dust Goal, considering you really want to get that down to be able to control the prize race to your favor.
I think there was a boss's orders in hand, so maybe worried about the potential of the Togekiss, they might look to try and take that out early just to try and remove that as an option for Antoine to take more prize cards.
Yeah, it feels almost ridiculous, right? You're thinking, I'm taking out a card that only gains an advantage on a coin flip, but the advantage from that coin flip is so huge, you just have to deal with it when you can. So yeah, maybe that is just the best knockout to take at this point.
Go for the Buddy Buddy Poffin to thin an extra card as well. Always smart when you're getting to search for a Pokemon. You can search for the Pokemon search card instead, and in that way take another card out of the deck. Just thinking about that end game, and that is the small little differences that we see from our top players. And I think that might just be an instant charge end turn. Take it slow.
Yeah, just wanting to set up the board as well as possible. With that Dust Goal down as well, that makes a big difference to what you can do in the next turn. So I like this from Arnie as well. Coin bonus coming in from Antoine. 2 cards drawn. Oh, there's a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Going to be very happy to see that.
Can start to set up now. Buddy Buddy Poffin for some more gimme ghouls. This is the key to Golden Go, is get as many gimme ghouls out as possible.
Yeah, get them all out so you can evolve them up and do all the coin bonus and all the make it rain. And of course, like that new gimme ghoul, we talked about it before, has that really great sort of clutch attack, the minor errand running that lets you grab any 2 basic energies from the deck and put them into your hand. So that's why we see this new gimme ghoul being played now.
Yeah, many of you might be watching that last turn from Arnie thinking, you can attack, why didn't you attack? And actually, Charizard has historically been very good at attacking second.
Yes.
And so if your opponent has a slow game, a lot of these Charizard players will opt to slow down and allow themselves to be knocked out first, and then that's when you unlock the unfair stamp and so on and so on.
Here we go, rare candy to Togekiss, and now with this available, it is worth it to go for the KO on this Charmander, because there's a good chance you just flip that heads and you turn this 1-prize Charmander into a 2-prize KO.
Yeah, that Wonder Kiss.
Jeszcze zabitką Wonder Kiss, którego jeżeli się
heads, you take 1 more prize card.
Oh, hold on a second, I stand corrected. The boss's orders is in hand. They're just going for the Rotom V.
That's going to take away that Forest Seal Stone, and this could be 3 prize cards taken at this point.
My goodness, this is even stronger. So, Spirit people coming in, going to get these free energies back, and I do believe with that there'll be enough energy in the hand to carry this Rotom V, and it's going to be 2 prizes minimum, like you said. 1 Wonder Kiss flip, and Antoine's halfway to winning this game. Here we go.
There we go. Let's see the flip of the coin. What do we have?
Że będzie heads. O, heads! Antoni bierze 3 prizy! Prawie jak z nami Maxa, co nie?
It could just be 1 more knockout required, but this is where Arnie was setting up the board for the disruption. The unfair stamp is available, the Charizard attack is available, and that would mean that Golden Go, the lone Golden Go in play, can be knocked out here. So this could be a way of disrupting and coming back into the game.
What better display, if ever was there needed, of the power of Togekiss and why somebody's Golden Go be able to go for it. Just 1 head and it puts you so far ahead.
We'll see what the response is here for Arnie, and it was a calculated decision to not make an attack off there.
And I think it was the correct one as well, overall. But, I mean, you can't necessarily have thought that Antoine would have been able to put it together, you know, with the boss's orders and the energy, and then the bosses to bring up the Rotom, and then the heads of the Wonder Kiss as well. I mean, yeah, what do you do if you're Arnie here? You'll be able to disrupt, right?
Yeah, you're going to have to disrupt, and Charizard, one of the best decks in the format right now at disrupting, thanks to that unfair stamp ace spec. When it is included, it does allow you to get some of the most disruptive early cards out of your opponent's hand, I mean, the fact that they have to shuffle as well, so they can't use things like Cypher Maniac's code breaking to cover for it. There's lots of things that make it so vital. And so Arnie now is just trying to work out what they want to see on the other side of this unfair stamp, because they do not need to play a supporter, which does put them in a very powerful position.
Yeah, and I think one kind of benefit here that you do have if you're Arnie is that because you have the unfair stamp already in hand, you can afford to play a different supporter and then unfair stamp or unfair stamp into a supporter instead, because unfair stamp, it disrupts, but it also is kind of a draw card for you, right?
Exactly, and with still a quick search available, that Pidgeot and the Charizard established, nothing needs to be seen on the other side of this unfair stamp, but Arnie does have the ability to then quick search for something to set up for future turns and so on and so on. So a lot of this is going to be riding on what Antoine can do out of this 2-card hand.
Yeah, Antoine definitely the one more hurt, not just by the amount of cards drawn, but by how much less outs to drawing cards Antoine has. Thankfully, there's 2 Gimme Gula down, so if Antoine can find some Golden Go, then they'll be okay to go. But as you mentioned, yeah, Arnie has that quick search as an option ready to use even after that unfair stamp. And let's see what they go for here. Is it going to be a Briar? It's a bit early for that, isn't it?
Well, I guess you could technically use the Briar here for the Golden Go if you pop...
Oh, I said it. Dust Clops, yeah, you
Dust Clops. I mean, ideally you wouldn't want to necessarily do that this turn. Maybe this is prepping for next turn.
Yeah, but I mean... That does seem a bit rough though, because then that means if Antoine's able to find a KO on a 2-prizer, you're not relying on that coin flip from the Golden Go to win the game. So yeah, but I think you're right. I think just setting up for next turn, considering it, but doesn't quite want to go for it just yet.
Yeah, and this is the puzzle of Charizard, and what is the case with all of these decks that have the Pidgeot EX available? One of the best ways to string together complicated combinations, and why there are whole decks just built around the card that do things in a complicated way, and it works so well here in Charizard as you can have these intricate plays like Briar, like Thornton, that work alongside that quick search.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily need that Defiance band to KO the Golden Go. There is already 3 prize cards taken. That's to, what, 270 damage. That's the Charizard EX is doing with that Burning Darkness, but going to take it out of the deck regardless, just the deck fin, and also does take that rare candy to be able to get ready and bring up a Dustoir evolution next turn. So here we go, Charizard going into the active. Burning Darkness will get the knockout on this Golden Go EX, and it's going to be, like you said, on Antoine to be able to find something off of these 2 cards plus the draw for turn to bail themselves out.
This knockout will be followed by a massive question of, can you get a return knockout now? Antoine promotes the Gimme Ghoul, and what's in that hand? 3 cards to try and find a way back into this game. Not much on board to do. There is an Irida.
Okay.
Oh, Cypher Maniac. Code breaking.
Wait, that's, and with the energy retrieval, that's 2 cards guaranteed, right?
Yeah, that's a lot of great cards to draw. I mean, you'll be able to start drawing more, that's for sure. I mean,
no jest
can
Cypher.
get you the Golden Goes, and then you've got the Radiant Greninja to activate the Cypher Maniac's code breaking. So
Wyszukujemy
the
coś
cards, but
z
you need to
dwie
find a
karty,
lot of
które
energy
stawiamy je
second
na
on the
top.
Charizard EX.
Yeah, just needs to, at this point, just basically needs to see superior energy retrievals until the end of the day. So that's all Antoine wants here. Just get all the energy down so that he can get a big KO on this Charizard, and then maybe we'll have to just take the game away like that.
Maybe the Golden Go into an Energy Search Pro.
I'm
trying to think if that's worth it there with the energies in the discard pile. Like, is there enough energy in the deck to make that worthwhile?
Especially as those are the colourful energies as opposed to the water and the metal.
Yeah, exactly. So that might be a little bit tough. I mean, in this instance, this is not like the Palkia build. It's only playing the 1 water, so it's 3 metals and then 1 of each other energy. So yeah, I didn't quite see what was grabbed after the Cypher Maniac. I imagine it was, well, we saw one of them was a Golden Go for sure, but I didn't quite catch what the other one was.
I guess maybe it will help as well because it might thin the deck to allow for superior energy retrieval to be found.
Yep, so here we go. Concealed card's going to come in after energy retrieval. Going to discard that fighting energy, draw 2, and yeah, it is the Golden Go. What was the second card that... wait, I didn't quite see it there. Was it the...
The Stretcher.
Stretcher po Golden Go pewnie
was it the fighting energy? Or the metal?
Get back the Golden Go.
Oh no, get back the Serendipity, of course. Right, that makes so much sense.
So much draw in this deck, and you see it every single time, and you don't think it's possible. And there we go. Oh, we've got both Golden Goes now, so we're going to draw even more cards.
Yeah, Night Stretcher for Serendipity makes so much sense. And yeah, coin bonus number 1 draws 1 card.
No, jest
super energy retrieval. I think we're almost there, you know.
I mean, if this knockout happens and a heads coin flip happens, the Togekiss would be activating the 3rd prize card, winning the game for Antoine. It is possible to win this turn.
I think there might be a little bit short of energy. I think there's only 1 superior energy retrieval, so Antoine just a little bit short of the knockout there, unfortunately for them.
It just shows you how hard it is to knock out a Charizard in this matchup. It's so big, and And it's what, 7 energy to find, which typically is not how much Golden Go is looking to get.
Yeah, 7 energy plus then you have to find the 8 for the energy attachment to power up the attack, right? So it looks like it's just going to be a softening up of the Charizard here. So superior energy retrieval going to go ahead, just got a canceling clone and an Irida, grab 4 of those like rainbow of energies back, and I guess it will be make it rain for 200 damage to soften up the Charizard for later, which is still okay.
As we mentioned, all it takes is 1 knockout next turn to do it. But there is a way Arnie could win now.
No to też oznacza, że oczywiście Arnie ma szansę, ducha.
As Antoine did put down a Gimmighoul on the bench.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, I think he would be able to do it anyway with a
into a Golden Go.
Yeah,
Golden Go.
It's a Golden Go. Yeah, so I think that's that option's always there for Arnie regardless. But yeah, I think he's going to put it here together now. So we're going to see quick search for that Dust Noir, and I think he set it up nicely with all the pieces there because there's going to be Curse Blast. I think he's got it.
Curse Blast into the Radiant Greninja. We'll both take a prize card. And it also could be Briar now, right?
Yeah, that would do it. Yeah, easy going. Briar, free prize knockout on the Golden Go, and Arnie takes game 1 of this top 8 series.
You just see that Antoine knew they had to get it in that turn. They had to try and find the knockout with the Togekiss available, but it just wasn't enough as Arnie disrupted into the victory. And he'll be taking game 1 here in our top 8. This is the quarterfinals of Stuttgart Regional, and these are our players who've managed to work their way through the Swiss, 12 rounds of Swiss, end up as the top 8, and now they're battling it out to get as close as possible to that champion. And it was just Charizard setting up, waiting to be knocked out, but was able to return with the disruption and win.
Yeah, Antoine with a absolutely bonkers turn there at the start, able to get not only to knock out the Rotom V, but then going ahead and flipping the coin on the Togekiss and the Wonder Kiss getting ahead, so 3 prizes taken, but then that just opened too many doors for Arnie there.
Yeah, and it could have been a whole different story if Antoine drew differently. There was a lot of outs in that deck, and with the Pheasantipede, the coin bonuses, you know, you got the Radiant Greninja, as well as that Cypher Maniac's code breaking, allowing for lots of ways to find energy. Antoine just 3 energy short in the end.
Yeah, unfortunate for Antoine. Like you said, knew they had to go for it that turn, but just falling a little bit short, and Arnie able to piece together the win pretty straightforwardly with a mixture of Curse Blast and Briar. As we do sit there on the table, Antoine's classic little Meowth just there to keep them company, cheer them on throughout the match. Love to see that. They always have that Meowth with them.
I love a little mascot. We got so many players who bring their mascots. Sometimes the mascots are more iconic than the players as they sit on the board. And we have plenty of our judges. I know the judges like to have mascots too. There we go.
Look at them.
Yeah, a little cutie.
Absolutely adorable. But we know Tord, of course, often carries on that Celebi that was kindly made for him by his mum, I believe, or by his grandma. I can't remember which one, but yeah, like precious heirloom mascot as well. Celebi being Tord's favorite Pokemon. I like to carry around a little Natu plush with me when I play as well, just like sit there on the table as my little support buddy as well.
When I play at my next event, I'm going to bring my little Metagross around with me.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, well, the game 2 here is going to be starting. Oh, some of those important V supporting cards.
Both of them, yeah. Oh, that's rough.
And Rotom V. We have seen some decks playing 2 Rotom V because it's that important on this occasion. There is just the 1 in Arnie's deck. But as we kick off with our game 2 here of our quarterfinal, Antoine choosing to go first, as you would expect, and a Buddy Poffin, a great way to start, but not with that Pheasantipede in the active spot.
Wait, hold on. Did Antoine choose to go first, or did they choose for Arnie to go first, and then Arnie just drew Pathfinder cards that in hand? Is that 7? Or were there mulligans? I'm a little bit confused right now.
It must have been a mulligan, because I saw an Ultra Ball in hand, and I think...
Oh, okay, so it was mulligan drawn. I was a little bit confused for a second there.
Yeah, well, we did have a little debate before this match started, Freya. I said, I think Charizard's going to do well in this top 8. You said Golden Go's going to do well, so more on the line than just for the players right now.
Yeah, absolutely there is. Although, again, both of us in separate instances do have a couple of different contenders supporting the decks that we predict might go all the way here. And I will say this turn 1 setup is looking a lot better for Antoine than it is in game 1. Look at that, Earthen Vessel, Buddy buffing already, so getting some energies out of the deck, getting the Gimmighoul and the Togepi set up already. It's looking good.
It's just that Pheasantipede which could become a liability as it is more in range of the Charizard EX. We saw how much Arnie had to wait to try and get the Charizard EX online to knock out a Golden Go, whereas Pheasantipede just needs the 1 prize card to be taken, and then we'll be able to knock it out. So this is an interesting matchup because Golden Go wants to be aggressive, and that Togekiss definitely allows to have a quicker route to victory, as we saw, as it might only require 2 knockouts. But on the other side, Charizard is happy to go behind.
Yeah, it is. Now, in this instance, again, Antoine's setup is a lot better. You have double Gimme Ghoul out and a Togepi already on turn 1, and we're not really worried about a turn 1 KO happening on the Festivity from Arnie's side. Energy attachment there for Antoine means that Antoine can attach it to the Festivity to retreat into attack next turn, so Antoine's going to be feeling pretty comfy here.
No
This is where Arnie's going to find out, hang on, where's my Rotom V? And it is unfortunately in the prize cards. I'm pretty sure...
As is the Minion, yeah, it's both of them.
I'm pretty sure every match we've seen with Charizard so far, the Rotom V has decided to be prized, except for the last game, so it does seem to be a bit of a liability in those early turns for Charizard.
Yeah, it does seem to be a little bit. Now, if Arnie has an Arvin, I imagine that might be the play to go for, so you can just go ahead and use the Hisuian Heavy Ball to fish that Rotom V out of the prizes, especially considering that you have a Nest Ball down, and you have a Charmander in the active, so... Oh, and you have even more in hand as well, so yeah, your evolving basic setup is already complete, so you can afford to lean into the Hisuian Heavy Ball with the Arvin, although Arnie disagrees and is actually just going to go for another Buddy Puffin instead.
I don't think he's actually playing the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Oh, you're right. He's not okay. Never mind then. So actually,
it's a tough debate, isn't it? A lot of players believe heavily in Hisuian Heavy Ball, and a lot of other people believe it's a mistake to put it in, especially when you've got all these really important one-off cards. It can make or break those games where they are prized, but also, you know, everyone has to deal with prize cards, so maybe sometimes you just have to play around it, and I think that's what Arnie's gone for, is one less card that might be relevant.
I guess it's just in this instance especially, it's particularly rough, right? Because with both of your V's prize, there is nothing that you can attach to make use of that Forest Seal Stone. That's the big kicker there for Arnie here.
Yeah, and I guess with the Cleffer, we saw this with Tord at EUIC last year, where he showed us how Charizard EX can be played with different consistency cards, and it was the Cleffer that almost act as a backup Rotom in the cases where you don't have it, and also can be found off the Buddy Puffin. So actually having the Cleffer available, putting that in the active, and it's also a card you don't mind getting knocked out.
No, not at all. So now I imagine it'll come down to, can Antoine put together the Togekiss combo, because if you can evolve into Golden Go and get an easy Make It Rain KO with the Togekiss out, maybe you can turn that Cleffer, which you don't, Arnie, you don't mind it getting KO'd, but maybe you mind it a little bit more if it's worth 2 prize cards.
Yeah, and I guess at any point during the game you want that Togekiss to flip a heads. Yeah. If you're taking out a 1 prizer and 2 prizes, you just need the 1 heads across the game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The principle of the Togekiss.
Yeah, just it doesn't matter. You kind of play around the luck of it a little bit more, because you can kind of make it so that even if you only get lucky with it quote once, it's still it's the difference between winning or losing. So Cleffer coming in after the retreat of the Charmander, grasping draws up to 7, over to Antoine. What can he put together here?
So there we go, the attach retreat will allow the Gimmighoul to come into the active and evolve into a Golden Go, and now the drawing begins. Coin bonus for 2.
Yeah, coin bonus, 2 cards are on there. Looks like, another Golden Go from the hand. That's pretty good as well. You can evolve the bench Gimmighoul, start drawing even more. Coin bonus can come in even further, and imagine Antoine will be wanting to see one of those 2 combo pieces, either the Rare Candy or the Togekiss, so you can get that Wonder Kiss online.
Well, just a little bit of thinking here, and this is the key with these aggressive decks that draw a lot of cards, is the order of which you do it can often dictate whether you win or lose, especially when you are able to search for cards. Sometimes you want to draw first and then search later, and in the case of Golden Go, you sometimes have to draw first, draw after searching for those cards, because you're going to put them on the top of your deck, and in this case it will be that Energy Search Pro that will likely be sitting on the top of the deck.
Hold on a second, did I see Antoine go for another
Golden Go off those 2 cards? I thought there was one in hand already. Do you want to save it for later, maybe?
Let's have a look. Let's see what's drawn.
Okay, so here you go. You shuffle the rest of the deck, the 2 cards on top, and then we'll go ahead and Energy Retrieval. Oh, okay, you're going for the Pokestop combo. Okay, so actually just kind of playing it a little bit safe here. Doesn't want to put together the really big Wombo combo, just kind of protecting themselves a little bit with the combo of that Pokestop and the Cypher Maniac's code breaking. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, the advantage there, the Cleffer, a nice easy knockout, just the 1 energy required, and by only taking 1 prize card, you're keeping that Charmander out of range unless Dusknoir gets used, so you're forcing resources out of Arnie to take this next knockout, and without anything evolved on the board, that's a lot of rare candies required.
Yeah, that's a really good sort of adaptation there from Antoine, recognizing how can I play around Arnie's ability to manipulate the prizes to do more damage and make it so that I'm a little bit more safe in the event that's Arnie could put together a KO, and like you said, now that Arnie's going to have to make use of the Dust Nods to do it, it's going to force a lot more out of Arnie to be able to do this, and maybe that means that Arnie can't disrupt Antoine, for example, and then Antoine will fire on all cylinders for next turn.
The only concern here could be that Cybernetics code breaking, priming the deck with cards on top, would potentially work against Antoine when Unfair Start gets played, if it gets played. That is a great way to work against the Cybernetics code breaking.
Yeah, so I guess Antoine there is making the calculation based on, with the amount of other things that Arnie needs, can he afford to play the Unfair Stamp if he wants to set up the rest of his board? And I think that's why Antoine took the calculated risk there.
Yeah, we'll see how this pans out. Arnie just establishing all of the evolutions. The Pidgeot is available, has been used to set up the next evolution, which is the Charizard. And that will allow energy to be accelerated out of the deck too. One of the great benefits of this Charizard, that when you evolve it, you are able to search your deck for 3 basic Fire Energy cards and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like, ultimately setting up itself.
Yeah, that Infernal Rain ability, great for setting up itself and for setting up a follow-up attacker, and then powering itself up for that Burning Darkness attack, which basically punishes your opponent for winning the game.
Interesting situation here. Togepi, one of the few Pokemon in our format right now that has 50 HP, which does mean that Dusclops would be able to knock it out.
Oh no, okay, yeah, that's definitely something to bear in mind, as if Arnie can find a Dusclops here, there could be a pretty devastating turn coming, as we do see that Ultra Ball.
And that is the downside of the 50 HP basic Pokemon.
But for Togepi, there's no choice, right? There is no higher HP Togepi that you can play, so it's just, yeah, this Dusclops here going to come in to potentially punish us a little bit, and yeah, there it is.
Simplifies the evolution, doesn't need another rare candy to be able to do it. And also will be taking away the biggest threat on the board, which is that Togekiss. Once that Togekiss comes out, the game can accelerate very quickly for Antoine.
Yeah, so gonna go ahead and use the Curse Blast for only 5 damage counters, but will be enough to KO that Togepi. Arnie goes ahead and takes a prize. Antoine will get to take a prize too.
That is very important right now. That will allow the Charizard to now take a knockout on a Golden Go.
With the Defiance Band, of course. Yeah, so that's actually, so the math works out perfectly for Arnie there. Now, the one thing that will help Antoine a little bit is that you don't need to rely on the Togekiss flip as much if you can just go ahead and KO two prizes to win the game, but then you might just fall victim to Briar again.
Exactly, this is a great turn from Arnie, showing the power of a huge hand starting off a Charizard turn 2. Thanks to that Cleffa drawing up to 7, all the options are available, plus the Fezandifty, flip the script. You're seeing so many cards, and then once you're able to tutor out exactly what you need with that Pidgeot, able to do so much, and the Golden Go will go down. Arnie taking 2 prize cards. Antoine has a lot to respond here.
Yeah, it feels so rough, right? It feels like Antoine tried 2 different approaches, and both of them didn't work for different reasons, right? And it just goes to show how powerful this Charizard deck is.
But do remember, Antoine primed the deck just before, so we'll be able to find the exact cards needed to take the knockout here, as the Energy Search Pro and Golden Go were left on top of the deck.
Yeah, that is big, so we'll be able to fit a lot of cards from the deck here. We have not seen many energy being used or discarded right now, so there it is. Psychic, Fire, the Fighting, Lightning, Water, Metal, Dark, Grass. I think I got all of them there.
If you could, it would be Fairy as well, but
yeah.
No longer got Fairy in rotation. Energy Search Pro finds all the energy from the deck.
6 I see there.
And that's going to be close to enough, and I think there was some superior energy retrievals in hand too. We got Flip the Script as well.
It would have been all of them were it not for the fact that the Water and the Fighting were prized. So yeah, we see there the Metal, the Grass, the Lightning, the Fire, and the Dark.
I mean, when you look at it, there is only 10 energy in the deck for Antoine. So you're asking quite a lot to reach a knockout on a Charizard, because you've got the energy you need to attach, plus the 7 energy to knock out. So there are 2 energy prizes. It would literally be all of Antoine's energy required here.
Yeah, but maybe that's fine. Maybe that is just what you can go for. It just means that you are, what, 1 Earthen Vessel away from getting it here? Because I believe, if you can just find a way to get the Metal Energy in a discard back. There's 2 Metal Energy in a discard right now, isn't there? Because there was 1 for the attack, 1 that was discarded. Here goes the Pokestop. Oh, finds a Nest Ball and a Buddy Puffin. I'd be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, and I think just trying to set up more of a board for the future turns. Maybe try and get another Togepi going. But then you're worried about the Togepi being in range of the Dusclops. There's so much to think about here for Antoine.
Yeah, it's rough going no matter which way you look at it. And I'm sure Antoine is going to be considering that very carefully as they go through their deck now. Second Gimmighoul coming down so that you can evolve in again the next turn. But yeah, just really reluctant to bench that Togepi. And maybe you don't really need it as much because there is a prize map there for you. You knock out 2 prizes and you will be able to win the game. So I think you just, in this match as it stands currently, oh no, maybe not though. Maybe you think, I just want to go to this Togepi still.
I guess in your head you're thinking, well, they can still just use Dust Noir anyway, so it's not like I'm going to avoid anything, and maybe the Togepi could be the difference maker at the end. I'm not sure. It's a really tough position to be in, those. Charizard with 3 prize cards remaining does have the Briar available as well as many other things, and now it's on Antoine to try and get those last few energy back from the discard pile to get this knockout.
And there is the superior energy retrieval ready to go, so I do believe this will do it here as Antoine does go ahead and play that Irida. Let's see, how many energy are left in the deck? I don't think there's any, right? I think it's
all of them.
Yeah, because the 2 metals are in a discard pile, so you can go ahead and search for a water Pokemon, and any item here can maybe just search for something a bit useless to thin the deck. That Canceling Clone could be an idea. Definitely going to want to go for that Radiant Ninja to draw some more cards. Or you could go for the Rare Candy now, so that it's ready for next turn as well. There's a few different options you could go for if you're Antoine, especially because you already know that the energy is ready to go, and it will be that Ultra Ball choice from Antoine.
Okay, so the knockout should be happening here, and Arnie has the ability to use Radiant Charizard too as an attacking option, but then you wouldn't be able to Briar, but then maybe that's where you'd apply the Dust Noir combination. So it looks like next turn Arnie's going to be looking to try and respond, but for now Antoine just doing everything possible to set up for in case there's another turn, knowing that all they can do right now is take a big knockout here and hope.
Yeah, it is all you can do here. There is no option to disrupt. It's very unfortunate that this is a situation that you're in, but sometimes you just have to play the cards to the best of your ability. Night Treasure coming in for an extra Goldengo. That Gimme Go has been out for a turn, so you can go ahead and coin bonus. Finds another Ultra Ball though, it looks like.
So the superior energy retrievals are there. It's now just what can you discard, and that can be the tough decision sometimes in these decks that have a lot of discarding, is what are the cards you're comfortable with losing, and on this occasion it's going to be a Nest Ball.
And probably one of the Ultra Balls, right? It's fine, you have 2 of them, you probably can afford to get rid of one, or the Iron Bundle, that's not going to be much use to here. So we'll go ahead and grab the remaining energy, and like you said, Mike, all of the energy that Mike has, or that Antoine has access to, will be discarded as part of this Make It Rain. 7 coming in to take the knockout on this Charizard for 2 prizes. Can Arnie put together the win on this turn here and lock a spot in top 4?
Yeah, that's it right now. This is to make it into that semi-final. Arnie has to try and find a way to take 3 prize cards, staring down a Goldengo, whether it's using a Charizard EX with a Briar, or whether it's using a Radiant Charizard plus a Dust Noir. What is the correct route here for Arnie? Just calculating it all right now.
So Buddy Puffin comes in, and actually that was just to check the deck, which to me that says I think Arnie's able to put it all together now. There is the Rare Candy.
Okay, so Rare Candy, is that going to be the Rare Candy for the Charizard?
Well, the thing is, Arnie took the Luminion off the prizes last turn, so I think, yeah, you use Luminion from the Briar. Yeah, the game's over. That's it.
Rare Candy for the Charizard EX. Charizard EX will be able to go into the active spot and take this knockout alongside that Briar, which will take 3 prize cards, and Arnie will progress to the semi-finals here at Stuttgart.
Wins convincingly 2-0. Huge congratulations to Arnie, making it into top 4 here in Stuttgart, and commiserations to Antoine as well. Must be so happy to get a top 8, but yeah, it's a rough way to go out. Really couldn't have done much different there, I think.
No, Goldengo, very good deck in the format right now, but there are a few decks that are tough to deal with, and I think Charizard EX can be one of those. Just so big, knocking out one of those Charizard EX. 330 HP requires 7 energy, and on this occasion it was too much to ask for, and especially with those Dust Noirs, they really allow Arnie to control the matchup and